It's not exactly close, but nevertheless, there are teams that could jump ahead of Ferrari. So we'll be keeping you in tune with how those points are working themselves out. Also, a lot closer when it comes to drivers and teams championships in both the Hypercar and the LM GT3 categories. The grid is set. That was all done yesterday. Hopefully you're either with us live or have caught up since then via RS1 and the archive on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, because today we're talking about the race. For the next 30 minutes, it is the countdown to green, live from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Peter Mackay, John Hindhaugh and me, Johnny Palmer, looking forward to a 2 p.m. local time start for the final race of the year.
The FIA World Endurance Championship on RS1.
On RS1.
Part of the Radio Show Limited network.
And there were certainly some interesting stories coming out of yesterday's sessions. We've had them pretty much all week from the paddock as we look forward to the 2026 season as well. Many people perhaps surprised that Toyota locked out the front row, although one member of our team is taking credit for that, because predictions, we put them forward ahead of qualifying, and John Hindhaugh said, I think it's going to be a Toyota, and I think it's going to be the number 7 Toyota. And so he proved to be correct. It is the Mike Conway started Toyota for the first pole of the year for the Japanese mark, and right in behind them, 2 Peugeots who've looked strong for much of the last couple of days of running as well. Questions too about maybe this could be the best race of the season for Aston Martin. They topped several free practice sessions in Hypercar. Their best car is actually 6th on the grid. And then you've got the LM GT3s, this terrific mixture of 9 different manufacturers, 18 cars in total. Lexus are on pole position, but the title to be fought between Porsche and the 92 Manthey, offering Ferrari with their 21 Vista AF Corsa GT car, and TF Sport with the Corvette is the real outside bet. So first of all, let's introduce you to our team here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. It's me, Johnny Palmer, and first of all, good afternoon to John Hindhaugh.
Good afternoon to you, JP, to PMAC, and indeed to our audience around the world. And those, actually, do you know what? This is the quietest the media centre has been here at the Sakhir Circuit, the Bahrain International Circuit, all week. There's a lot of people who are taking in the sunshine and the very pleasant 27.1 degree Celsius weather. That puts it about 31.5 on the track, so much cooler than we've had it earlier in the week. For now, at least, we'll see how those temperatures rise with our track temperature presented by Mobile One throughout the 8 hours. 8 hours to come. Let's not forget, we've got an extra 30% on a standard race of the FIA WEC. It is a little more humid today, so the temperature feels a little hotter than that 27 Celsius, but we are ready. There is an air of expectancy among the manufacturer representatives here, sort of not wanting to make eye contact as far as questions being asked, etc. And also a couple of things just to get right out there straight away. Last professional race for Jenson Button. He's absolutely up for it. Got a tribute helmet going back to his karting days when I used to commentate on. Joe Bradley and I used to commentate on when he was up at Felton in Northumberland. Andrew Skippy Hall is also stepping away. Absolutely legendary motorsport photographer, stepping away from the WEC. This is the last WEC race. We'll still see him at some other events, but he was honoured by the circuit here earlier on today, and there's a very large chocolate cake which is being gradually eaten away down at the other end of the press room, and thank goodness it's not right in front of me. Skippy, you'll be much missed by all of us. A true endurance character in every sense of that word.
Thank you, John. Yeah, quite right to draw our attention to some long-standing friends and colleagues who are going to be stepping away to other ventures, but I understand that some of the kind of goodbye parties, the send-offs, are mightily impressive. So GT cars being prepared, and the Aston Martin that looked strong yesterday, maybe to take another pole which, I mean, it's already the most numerous of for manufacturer poles this year, with the 27 car getting 1 and the number 10 getting a couple, but Lexus make it 2 for the season, and we'll have a look at starting drivers for the opening stints. Roughly an hour probably for GT cars, more like 50 minutes maybe for the hypercars, depending on their various balance of performances, and also would we go into fuel save mode this early on? Probably not. Just let the race settle down, but there'll be a whole lot of that towards the end, I'm sure, if we get 1 or 2 safety cars. And it was a slightly unusual result, Peter Mackay, last time out, the 6 hours of Fuji, in the Alpine. They have good history in winning races in ACO rules type racing, but more so with the grandfathered LMP1 car. That was the first success with this brand new LMDH hypercar. But Fuji was one of those races massively affected by safety cars and full course yellows, possibly less likely to be as truncated here because it's such an open circuit.
It is. It's got a lot of runoff, so yeah, the chances of a full safety car are certainly a lot lower. You're spot on there. But what a result for Alpine. You know, they're still a relatively new manufacturer compared to, for example, Toyota, who have been in the hypercar category since the very beginning, and Porsche and Ferrari have been in a year longer. But to get that win on the board is huge for that program. And then we come into qualifying yesterday, and they're down the bottom of the order. So it's a brutal time to compete in the World Endurance Championship. If you're slightly off, if things don't go your way, you're nowhere. So, you know, there's going to be drivers and teams coming from quite far back in the grid that'll be hoping for errors from mistake from those ahead of them, because it's a long mountain to climb to get up into the points in the top 10.
And some of the cars that are looking to try and climb up towards the top 10 and are not there yet. The major competitor to our current championship leaders in the Drivers' Championship for Hypercar, that's the number 6, Porsche 963, because Kevin Estre yesterday just had a horror show in qualifying.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever said Kevin Estre is plumb last. I don't think that's ever been said. He's one of the true greats of sports car racing. Such a fan favourite as well, and he was absolutely livid when he got out of the car, understandably so. They're here to try and win a second championship in a row. It is a bit of an ask. They're 21 points behind the championship leading 51 Ferrari, and of course they've got the 83 Ferrari just ahead of them as well. But starting at the back of the grid, it couldn't really have gone any worse, and there doesn't really seem to be a great explanation why the Porsches, particularly the works Porsches, have been off the pace all weekend.
And actually, all things considered, to get the number 5 car, therefore, into Hyperpole and eventually qualify it in 8th position was a supreme effort. But the number 6 car sort of spoiled its opportunity to do that early on in the qualification run after Kevin Estre had a lock-up going into the first corner of his first push lap. And as Lawrence Vantor explained to Bruce Giuliani, one of our pit lane reporters afterwards, that really does compromise your run then for the remaining laps, because the tyre life just doesn't last for that long. It was Julian Andlau, by the way, that did the number 5's time, 147.8, to put that into 8th place. But that's not going to help in terms of driver championships. It will help if Porsche are clearly they're trying to win. Can they win the Manufacturers' Championship and steal it from Ferrari at the death after Ferrari's great start to the season?
It didn't help, JP, that when Kevin was coming round on what was a recovery fast lap, that he nearly ran into the back of the number 5 car and actually has to lift off coming down to the final corner. And I think that's what he was more annoyed about, rather than being annoyed about himself, that there wasn't clear indication whether he thought he was going to get maybe he thought he was going to get a tow from that car and he was meant to drop in behind it. And I don't know, but there was clearly a miscommunication between the two the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars in their 50th and final WEC outing for the moment. If you weren't with us during the earlier broadcasts, go back and listen to them if you can, but get onto Sportscar 365 because all of the news about next year, etc., is all on there, and it's been thick and fast. And unless we have a lot of time to fill, which I suspect we won't have here. This race is normally pretty good for bringing us lights to flag action. You're probably best off catching up with John DeGeese and the team's paddock notes on sportscar365.com.
There was a really nice group shot from Porsche Penske Motorsport done, though, at the end of the pit lane and where the track merges with all of the staff here with the two 963s. There are three of them, of course, in total, but the other one privately run by Proton Competition. But, yeah, they are emotional.
There was a big party at the European headquarters, which is an old Porsche dealership, actually, in Germany. And there was a big party, I think it was last week or the week before, for everybody there as well. The staff have signed each of their respective cars that they have been working on. Both the 6 and the 5 have lots of staff names on them. And speaking with Urs Karatle, who is the head of motorsport, endurance motorsport for Porsche, they have ensured that the team members from those two cars for Porsche Penske Motorsport have been found gainful employment within the group, or some of them have already been released or will be released after this race to go and take up new work elsewhere. I think Genesis Magma have picked up a few people who live in the south of France and in Italy. So they're based obviously in just outside of Marseille, I think. So got to be very emotional time, but Porsche doing the right thing by their staff and making sure that they are being made a fuss of on what is, as you rightly say, Johnny, a very emotional moment for this squad of, getting on for 100 people, let's not forget.
It's a huge initiative. Let's go to Ferrari and catch up with one of their drivers on the grid.
50, Nicholas. Here we are, the final race. This is the chance where Ferrari could make history. Thoughts as you prepare for this very long race?
Yeah, obviously, like you said, it's a long race. I think for us, the main focus is obviously the manufacturers, but then on the other hand, we have the 51 who can win the drivers as well. So there is a lot to win and a lot to lose. So, always difficult to predict what's going to happen, but hopefully we will have a clean start to the race, and then we will see what happens after that.
Powers are on.
Nicholas Nielsen with Alex Le Guy. The puzzler is why that car, and indeed the 83 privately entered car, couldn't be fast enough to get into Hyperpole, but an impressive lap nevertheless for the important car in the shake-up at the moment. That was an Antonio Giovinazzi time to initially get it into the top 10, and then he did a 1:47.7, which is good enough for 7th place. 1.3 seconds separating first to 10th in those Hyperpole cars, a second the top 8. It was narrow at the front of the field between the two Toyotas, and I was impressed with the consistency between the two Toyotas. But Peugeot aren't that far behind, and they were separated by just 0.04 of a second. So I think we have a cracking fight at the front, maybe between the LMH cars. Cadillac, the best of the LMDH cars, getting one car into Hyperpole, and Alex Lynn's time was 5th fastest in the end for car number 12. Peter Mackay, cars getting into Hyperpole as far as LMGT3 is concerned, the championship protagonists, we only managed to get one of them in because the 92 car is going to be on the final row. That's the one that currently leads the championship. But because it's had so many points and good results, it's actually not done so well as far as the success handicap is concerned.
Yeah, as far as the success handicap is concerned, the championship leading number 92 is carrying 18 kilograms of success handicap in comparison to the 21 Ferrari, which is chasing it. It actually has 6 kilograms more, 24 kilos. The 81 TF Sport Corvette, which is still in with a mathematical shout, they've also got 24 kilos. But I think probably the bigger thing that's holding the number 92 Manthey Porsche back is the balance of performance handed out to the Porsche 911 GT3R prior to the race, with 20 kilos on their balance of performance adjustment. So it's going to be a hard race. And the thing is, if you change, like, for example, if you reduce the restrictor size and reduce the power of the engine, that hurts you in acceleration and top speed. That's it. Whereas if you add weight, it hurts you everywhere. It hurts in acceleration, braking, turning, and critically here, tyre wear. So this is going to be, yes, number 92, Porsche, they do have the championship lead, but this is going to be a hard championship to win today with those things working against them.
Towards the end of the coverage yesterday, John, Peter and I were just talking about, in both categories actually, those that want to win it might be scrabbling around for points in the lower order of the top 10. We're going to have eyes everywhere because I think it's going to be a strong race for those cars that aren't in contention for the championship. We might have a really unusual and fascinating result looking ahead to next season. But it's going to be a dice for 8th, 9th, 10th positions and maybe just a finish in the points, full stop.
Yeah, I absolutely think that is the case, JP. We could have the unusual situation in this incredible field of 18 hypercars, and we'll have one fewer, at least one fewer, next year with the 3 Porsches not being around. But we could see the battle for the championship being, enacted, in the low to mid parts of the 10s, maybe not even in the top 10 for points, and then we'll be looking at where people stand. It is not a given that any of the 3 championship protagonists will be on the podium, and that Peter, I know, has already prepared an incredible matrix which gives all the points possibilities for where everybody finishes. And the thing we have to remind ourselves is there's extra points in this race because of the extra 2 hours. So there's a points multiplier, JP, isn't there, for this race? So the ultimate amount of points you get for those top 10 positions are increased.
Front row of the grid, yet again, Toyota have smashed it out of the park. Here you are in pole position, a really important race. Ready to take the glory?
Sorry, I have my engineer talking to me here, but yeah, it's going to be a long race, a lot about tyre wear and strategy, so we'll see what we can do.
Have a good one.
The RDC member Mike Conway strapped in, ready to go. Those extra points between positions, JP, could be crucial.
Yeah, indeed. It's 11 points, the deficit between first and second, or the gap between first and second. So rather than it normally being 7 in a standard 6-hour race or a FIA Formula 1 race, for instance, 25 to 18, it's 38 points for a win today, 27 points for second place, 23 points for third. So, yes, the incremental steps are larger. It's about 1.5 points with them rounded up to full numbers. So, definitely for an 8-hour race or 10-hour race that we had at the start of the year, these are better points-paying positions. Not quite as good as Le Mans, where it was exactly double, but significantly more. And therefore, I still think we're going to be talking about maybe 6 points for 8th or 2 points for 10th. But, if a Ferrari or a Porsche could be close to winning this race, then even to get one position in that closing hour could be huge because of the gain that you stand to improve by. So I'm pleased that Peter Mackay is all over the points matrix. I've got a bit of a spreadsheet going as well, which I employed last year, which worked fairly well, which will delve into positions that we have in any current time and should hopefully give us who's likely to win. But this race just has a habit of providing a sting in the tail, or several of them, so we can get set into a rhythm and think we know which direction we're going, and then it ultimately changes. Can we give a quick mention to Mercedes and Iron Lynx? Because I'm not used to talking about those cars in the Hyperpole session, but both Andrew Gilbert and Martin Berry were on an absolute tear in the initial stages of that, and then they handed over to their teammates. Missed out on the pole position, but it's second and third in the GT category. Lynn Hedanius and his teammate Lorcan Hannafin doing the times in the 61 and 60 Mercedes, respectively. It's taken a while, John, but Mercedes have finally got a weekend to rave about.
Yeah, they're staying in the same hotel that I have been in for the last couple of nights. they've been getting in at reasonable times. It's not as if they have been working super late. So whatever they've done, they've come here fairly confidently with the setup and have maybe tinkered around the edges a little bit, but they've certainly come here with a car that is doing good work. Now, we know that particularly the Goodyear hard tyre, the red sidewalled tyre for Goodyear, is probably slightly favouring the front-engine cars, of which the AMG is one. But let's put that to one side. It's in a field of 8 front-engined cars, isn't it? So, 8 manufacturers, rather, with front-engine cars. So it's had to do that as well. And yes, you are right. And there's a certain degree of quiet confidence within that camp at the moment.
Yeah, it's mightily impressive, but as you say, we are really talking about front-engine cars locking out those top positions with a Lexus on pole position. Very good effort initially from Arnold Robin, who will start the number 78 car from the inside of row 10. There's a bit of a gap on the grid between the back of the Hypercar field and then where the LMGT3s will fit, and absolutely essential on the rolling start that everybody drives through the grid hatchings, of course. That will be closely observed. But after Arnold Robin got that car into the top 10, Finn Gersitz then had to take over as the silver driver and did the 201.6. But joined by the 2 Iron Lynx Mercedes, the second Lexus is in second position, and we got BMWs and Aston Martins fairly close by as well, which has rather shunted other cars like the Porsche that leads the championship, the 21 Ferrari in second, further back to pick up the pieces. We are moments away from the 2 rolling laps, the 2 green flag laps that will be indicated, and in fact they are now, with the lead car sent off on its way, minus the amber lights at the moment. And now the flag of Bahrain, the national flag, is waved to allow all of the cars to head out onto their 2 green flag laps. And that, here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels on RS1, live from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, will give us opportunity to look at the full grid. It's a first pole of the year for Mike Conway in the number 7 Toyota Gazoo racing car. It was Kamui Kobayashi time, I hasten to add, but Mike Conway will start the car, as indicated by Nick de Vries when he chatted to Bruce Giuani at the end of the session, and the medals were handed out for pole position in both Hypercar and in LMGT3. So Conway to start the 7 on the right-hand side of the front row. Brendan Hartley to his left in the number 8 Toyota after a terrific day Friday here at the Bahrain International Circuit for the Japanese marque. Then we've got the 2 Peugeot Total Energies cars. These refreshed cars a few years ago with the initially, of course, rear wingless design, but that has been developed an awful lot now, and maybe more developments to come in the next few months ahead of next year for these cars. But they are very potent indeed, starting 3rd and 4th, Loic Duval in the 94 car and Paul Di Resta alongside in the 93. Then it's the first of the LMDH cars, Cadillac Hertzstein Jota's machine, and starting that is Will Stevens in car number 12 alongside Marco Sorensen in the 009 Aston Martin. Both Astons and indeed both factory Porsche 963s are back to the full complement of drivers now, so 3 rather than 2 that they've been running at the 6-hour races most recently. So Marco Sorensen will be joined by Alex Riberas and Roman De Angelis later. The championship leaders in the drivers' title race are the 51 Ferrari. Antonio Giovinazzi is going to start that car from 7th position, and he has for company a Porsche, but not the Porsche they're fighting in the championship. That's the 5 car to be started by Julian Andlauer from 8th. 9th position is the 007 Aston Martin for Harry Tincknell to start. First of the BMWs in Hypercar is the 15 machine for Kevin Magnussen. He starts from 10th position. And then we're into the cars that didn't make it into Hyperpole. The 50 Ferrari for Nick Nielsen, who we heard from a short moment ago. Phil Hansen will start the AF Corsa, the yellow Ferrari number 83 from 12th. 36 Alpine. Remember, Alpine were winners in the 6 hours of Fuji the last time we were racing in this championship, but 13th and 15th for their two blue cars. Fred Makovici starts the first of them from 13th, and immediately behind him in 15th on the grid is Ferdinand Habsburg. On the other side, we've got the 38 Cadillac for Earl Bamber, 14th, and the BMW for René Rast, who is 16th. That's the 20 car. And finally, the last two cars in Hypercar, Nico Barone for Proton Competition in the white and green 99 Porsche 963. And the factory car from Porsche Penske Motorsport, Laurens Vanthoor, starts at the back of the Hypercar field in car 6. LMGT3 sees a Lexus on pole for the second time this year. That's the Acodis RCF, number 78 for Arnold Robin to start. Andrew Gilbert in the Iron Lynx Mercedes, the bright yellow car, number 60, is second, ahead of Martin Berry's number 61 Merc AMG. The second of the Acodis Lexus is fourth for Razvan Umberescu, number 87. It's Yasser Shaheen in the BMW number 31, also from WRT, the Belgian squad running all four BMWs, remember. Heart of Racing Team's Aston Martin, Ian James, 27, is sixth. Then it's Stefano Gattuso in the first of the Ford Mustangs from Proton. Vista AF Corsas Ferrari for Francois Heriot. They're in the championship fight and are eighth. Team WRT's second BMW GT car, Ahmed Al-Hati, starts the 46 from ninth. And it's Ben Keating in the 33 TF Sport Corvette in 10th. Ahead of Darren Young's McLaren 95, the 77 Proton Competition Bernardo Souza 77 car is 30th on the grid. Ahead of the 59 McLaren for James Cottingham from United. TF Sports Corvette Tom Van Rompuy, 81. The number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Tony McIntosh driven car, that's an Aston Martin. It's Thomas Floor in 54 for Vista AF Corsa. Ryan Hardwick as the joint championship leader or co-championship leader for Manthey First Form, number 92. And finally, the second of the Porsches on the back row, Iron Dames Celia Martin, after that slight off in free practice yesterday morning, but the 85 car was repaired in session and will start as the final car. We're about 50 seconds away then from official start time, which is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We're racing through to 10 o'clock and sunset arrives at roughly 10 to 5. So many hours will be held not in complete darkness, because this place is fully equipped with flood lighting, although the ACO have decided, or the track have decided, not to switch all of it on to give it an element of darkness.
To grid position, hypercars to grid position.
And Eduardo Freitas, our Portuguese race director, giving the final instructions. Everybody single file at this point in time, but when they get to the
gaps.
When
Yannick,
they get to the third sector,
slow down a little bit. Yannick, please slow down a little bit. And I take the opportunity to thank you, Yannick, for all you've given to motorsport and especially to endurance. A big thank you from all of us.
Yannick Dalmas, who has so much pedigree at Le Mans, particularly as a race driver, but has done so much work from a safety point of view as well, the pilot of these safety cars through the years. And we say goodbye to him as well after years of service and loyalty to the ACO rule set, both in the World Endurance Championship, European Le Mans Series, Asian Le Mans as well. But for the final time in 2025, we're live from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. The Bapco Energies 8 hours of Bahrain is go. And we're racing through to sunset and into 10 o'clock tonight. It's very, very fraught going into the first corner with 4 abreast in the mid-pack of hypercars. And the 2 Alpines have been shuffled entirely to the back of the field. But it's Toyota 1 and 2 for our Peugeot. And then the Cadillac, car 12 of Will Stevens, has snatched 4th position from the second of those Peugeots. But that is being contested now as they turn right into turn 4 for the first time. The sweepers next, which are ideally single file 5, 6 and 7, and everybody does just about get into an order which is suitable for those corners. But then there's the hard stop, remember, at the bottom of the hill, and the 99 Porsche, which is Nico Verone, has had a slight off-track moment with another car involved as well. I think they both survived that, but have been heavily delayed, and it might even pose a problem for the pace setter in LMGT3, who is Arnold Robin in the 78 Lexus from pole position from Martin Berry, who's got the jump on his teammate Andrew Gilbert. So the black Mercedes 61 is ahead of the yellow car. Razvan Umberescu hanging on to 4th position But yes, the 99 Porsche heavily delayed into turns 5, 6 and 7. But in the initial stages, John Hindhaugh on this opening lap, it has been a great start for both the Toyotas.
Yes, Nico Veron having a moment with Ferdi Habsburg, and I noticed at turns 1, 2, 3 complex, I think it was one of the Ford Mustangs was off the track as well. I think it was Bernardo Souza. Meantime, side by side, Ferrari and BMW into effectively the final corner, and that is the later starting Ferrari, if you will, the number 50 of Nicholas Nielsen working his way through ahead of Kevin Magnussen. But that is not over yet as Magnussen goes side by side into the first corner, and they're still side by side through that corner. Magnussen will have the inside. They're right in front of Harry Tincknell for the Heart of Racing Valkyrie, and there's a touch there between the BMW and the Ferrari, and the Aston almost getting tied up in that, and Harry Tincknell needing no second invitation, Peter Mackay, to make that pass through into the top of the hill at turn 4.
A very fierce start to the race, particularly between Magnussen and Nielsen. Of course, two Danish drivers. Definitely some pride on the table there. And Nielsen very aggressive. There's more contact with the Aston Martin there between Nielsen and Tincknell deep in the pack. Remember, the number 50 Ferrari driven by Nicholas Nielsen is not the Ferrari that's in the fight for the championship. So clearly playing for keeps early on and keeping nothing in reserve by the looks of things.
Very fraught, but I think this is the value of track position in the first few corners, the first few laps, which then it manifests itself later on in the stint. So if you can get road position right now, it feels like it's almost a bit too much on the line, as you've suggested, P-Mac, but I think because you stand to gain so much at the end of this opening stint, that's why we're seeing this elbows out racing, almost as if it's a 10-lap Formula Ford race. There may also be an element of certain cars being out of position according to how they're going to run during the stint length rather than the single lap pace, and that always takes a little bit of settling down as well. Everybody has survived this point. If it gets this fraught in LMGT3, that could be where we see incident, because it's the bronze drivers starting all of the cars in order to tick off their minimum drive time. 1 hour and 45 minutes it'll be increased for the 8-hour race. So I'll pull up the relevant document, but there'll be a significant chunk of time that both the bronze and the silvers have to do. No restrictions in the hypercars because everybody's either gold or platinum, with the exception of one, I think. But nevertheless, there's no minimum or maximum drive time other than the time that you have to do to make sure you get championship points. So that will have to be adhered to. First flying lap for the LM GT3s sees Ahmed Al-Hati go quickest, and he's down in 6th position in the 46 BMW, so could be about to make a bit of ground. But also ahead of him, Stefano Gattuso has gained some positions too in the Proton competition Ford Mustang. He started in 7th and has now got himself to 4th place, so passing Razvan Umberescu as well. That Ford Mustang is flying along in the dark blue, with the dark blue nose and the white roof. Good battle that, actually, for 4th, 5th and 6th places, P-Mac.
Yeah, a little mistake there for Amberescu in the Lexus coming down into turn 1. Just got all messed up on the brakes and lost several positions early on. Also in Hypercar, Nicholas Nielsen has very quickly caught back on Kevin Magnussen and blew past him on the straight like he was standing still. Difference in straight line speed, 13 kilometres an hour in favour of the Ferrari. So the BMWs, as it looks right now, are really struggling on straight line speed at this early point of the race.
Yeah, and depending on which track they go to, that there have been better fortunes here and there, but they will have wanted to have finished the season on a high, and struggling even in the early stages now, only getting one of their hypercars into Hyperpole yesterday. Double waved yellow flags at turn 11 is an early spin for Celia Martin's 85 Iron Dames Porsche. Doesn't look like any other cars were involved, although I only caught the back end of that, but at least the car looked undamaged. And she had in front of her Thomas Floor and goes for a move on the Swiss, and in fact there was a little bit of contact, but for me she wasn't fully alongside in order to make the overtake and got forced up the curb at turn 11. So that's the left-hander at the end of the back straight here, and it resulted in a spin. But Thomas Floor maintained his position, I reckon, which is in 14th place for the second of the Vista AF Corsa Ferraris. Alpine still struggling at this stage. Yesterday's times, and in fact the day before in free practice, suggested, John, that they may be up against it in terms of getting any sort of a result, which is strange considering they won the race last time out at Fuji. And there's also an interesting mix of tyres as well, I've just spotted, because it looks like both the Toyotas have gone for a mixed compound. You can use either hard or mediums this weekend from Michelin. Some with full medium sets, some with full hard, but Toyota are a bit of both.
Yeah, they've got the left rear with the softer of the two compounds on. That is the tyre that gets the least work. The right side tyres are the working tyres. And just on that BMW versus Ferrari battle, that Ferrari we were talking about, the number 50 car, was the only car to clock over 300 kilometres an hour through the traps in the earlier sessions. And I think I misidentified who went off in the GT battle early on. I said it was Stefano Gattuso. If it was, he didn't lose any places by it because he's come up rather well. There was a huge plume of dust as somebody was forced out. It was one of the F Corsa Ferraris, actually, that was pushed off onto the right-hand side at the sort of area, and the McLaren, actually, as well, off in that sort of area, coming out of turn 2 and heading up the hill. That allowed some of the positions to be gained by Stefano Gattuso, who has worked his way very nicely up into 4th position, and is just a second or so behind the leading 3. And at the front of the field, it's still the two Toyotas from the Peugeot number 94 in second, and Will Stevens, the one who has made up a position from the start in the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V Series R, the number 12 car, then sitting in 4th position.
There is a minimum drive time, as I suggested, for silver and bronzes in the GT category, but it is increased because this is an 8-hour race. And interestingly, it's a different number from that at Qatar at the start of the year, because that was a 10-hour race. So for an 8-hour race, if you're bronze or silver, you have to do a minimum of 2 hours and 20 minutes. And then the ultimate pro, either the gold or the platinum, fills in the rest. But that is well over half the race that needs to be done by your, in inverted commas, non-pro part of the lineup. The other thing that dawned on me as I was doing the grid read, and didn't really have time to kind of delve into it, but I noticed that the 59 McLaren, which made it into Hyperpole and therefore the top 10 positions, actually ended up starting the race from outside of the top 10. So that must have been a penalty which I've missed. I'm not sure whether PMAC picked up on that.
Yeah, and this was actually, and this affected my prediction in qualifying yesterday.
Oh, did it?
But yes, because Sebastian Bode was given a 3-position grid penalty for impeding the number 27 Aston Martin in Hyperpole of Zachary Robichon. So apart from that, I definitely would have predicted that correctly. Definitely.
Well, I'm sold. I'm convinced that you would have been spot on. Now there's a bit of forcing one car off the road from the other, and the old foes, Porsche versus Ferrari. So the 5 Porsche under threat. This is Julian Andlauer from Nicholas Nielsen, who's frantically flashing the lights. It's a scrap for 9th and 10th places, going through turns 5, 6 and 7, and now approaching that tricky right-hand hairpin at turn 8. And had to go well over to the right for Julian Andlauer to defend from Nicholas Nielsen. I suppose you are allowed one move prior or in the braking area, but it was a much better run coming out of turns 1, 2 and 3 from the Ferrari. And actually the Porsche was a bit naughty there, because the Ferrari had to go fully off the road and then realised there wasn't going to be a route up the inside. Nielsen did draw level in the braking area itself, but I'm not quite sure why the run out of that corner was so bad for Julian Andlauer, but he knew he was a sitting duck and had to erratically defend that. Might be a warning from race control about that. We will wait and see. Meanwhile, one incident is definitely under investigation. That concerns the 2 Alpines, 36 Fred Makovici, 35 Ferdinand Habsburger, Nico Verone.
With this car behind. We don't go crazy to defend with this car behind.
And the radio message to Julian Andlauer is we don't go crazy to deal with this car behind, I think was the general message. Well, try telling that to Julian again, because the body language of the car rather disagreed with it. But yes, the incident, I think that was the opening lap, John. Yeah, a minute past 1. So Verona involved, in fact, they think, with both Alpines. Yeah, correct. And that was the incident that we were talking about that saw Nico Varone, the Argentinian Italian, wears 2 flags on his race suit. That's what got him demoted all the way to the back of the field, and that being looked at the moment at RSL_studio. If you'd like to get in touch with us, and that'll come up on our screens here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Lively start, gentlemen. Lively start for what a number of people are mentioning. And hello to Australia, New South Wales, just after 10 o'clock in the evening there. Jesse Young saying, remind them it's an 8-hour race, won't you? Absolutely will. Side by side again, McLaren and Ferrari coming onto the short run down hill to the final corner. And this then, the silver number 54 car battling with the McLaren. And down into the braking area at what is the final braking spot on the circuit before you go onto the front straight. The McLaren gets that done and makes up the position. And that was the battle for 13th and 14th between Thomas Flohr and James Cottingham. Cottingham going up a position there. Although, is he now in danger of actually losing 2 more? Because the Ferrari's certainly fighting back. And let's not lose sight of Anthony McIntosh in the 10. Mega. Aston Martin down the inside, and that might help McIntosh because they're all having a fraught fight to his left. That was Flohr and Cottingham door handle to door handle, both of them almost off the track, and McIntosh said, well, if you want to drive over there, fellas, I'll just take the positions off you. And Ryan Hardwick, it might benefit him as well, who's just desperate for any places at all. We're not talking about points scoring places yet for Ryan Hardwick, but in the blue and black Porsche, he's looking to try and pick off these 2 cars as well, embroiled in their own scrap. So, and I'm not quite sure what's happened to Darren Young, but he's now dropped even further behind the Celia Martin car, which has had a spin as well. So Young not having a happy opening stint, whereas Cottingham, it's certainly busy for the British racer, and he's now got Ryan Hardwick right on his tail. We've only had 15 minutes, not quite even 15 minutes. Feels like a lot longer than that because of the level of action. Really, it's been aggressive. Absolutely superb. Go on, really aggressive. Yeah, really aggressive between the number 54 Ferrari and the McLaren of James Cottingham. And actually, there was a brief opportunity for Ryan Hardwick coming out of turn 1 into turn 2. He goes to the outside and actually has to take evasive action off the track to avoid the Ferraris and McLarens battering each other. And actually, very cleverly, Ryan Hardwick he maybe didn't have to, but he just got out of it and let them back by again because he didn't want to pick up a penalty. Being for Manthey, number 92, championship leaders, for them, they need an incident-free day. They need to avoid penalties as well. That's very, very important. So getting involved in a skirmish in 15 minutes into the race is not in their game plan at all. Yeah, well, I think getting off the throttle was the best thing there, just to make sure he wasn't taking any sort of advantage. The car was on an lurid slide anyway because he was out in the dust on the inside of the turn 3 right-hander, and he just fed back in behind that fight. Might have another stab at it now. James Cottingham remains in front of Ryan Hardwick. A couple more incidents that are going to be looked at, including for Stefano Gattuso and Ian James, potentially. They're under investigation for overtaking beyond the track limits, maybe in separate incidents, actually, right at the start of the race. And the eventual spin for Celia Martin as she attempted to overtake Thomas Flohr at turn 11, that's going to be looked at as well. Although, well, yeah, we'll just leave it there. But that was on the second, maybe third lap of GTs, and the Frenchwoman spinning but eventually rejoining. She has gained a place since then. Harry Tinknell with his hands full, and that he is in the number 007 Aston Martin, fighting with Kevin Magnussen. Briefly, I think the Aston was ahead, but then Magnussen gets back through for 11th place. And now, if it wasn't fraught enough already, John, the leaders in Hypercar have found the tail enders in LMGT3, and it's like the opening lap of the race again.
And this is the danger for all of the drivers, not just the hypercar drivers. The good news is they've caught the bulk of the traffic down that back straight with the drag strip and the support pitch to the right-hand side. Now climbing up through turn 11. Love this section of the circuit that the leaders are in right now. The two Toyotas have already cleared a number of the cars, and on the GPS now, rather than having 18 green dots and 18 red dots, it looks like some kind of Christmas decoration going down the front straight, because it's red, green, red, green, red, green, red, green. Looks absolutely stunning, but it's not good news. Here's some radio from Nicholas Nielsen.
Left side curb at turn.
Just about that's to Nicholas Nielsen, and that was his race engineer saying take less curb at turn 11. Leaders, I think, have just about cleared the bulk. The first of the Toyotas has got 4, make that 5 GT3 cars just going in to turn number 4, right ahead of him at the top of the hill, as the rest of the field ploughs through that GT3 traffic. Only 2 classes here, remember now, in the FIA World Endurance Championship. We've got 7 3/4 hours to go of the 8th and final round of the 2025 World Championship.
And terrific stuff. You can't take your eyes off this at the moment, particularly as the order is set to shuffle again, with Porsche number 6 making good ground, actually getting ahead now of the 50 Ferrari, and beg pardon, that was the 5 car, so 5 cars still ahead of that Ferrari. But Lawrence Fantor still in 16th position. He has gained some places, but that was on the 2 of the 3 cars that were affected in that opening lap skirmish. So ahead of an Alpine, ahead of the 99 Porsche of Nico Verone. But the 5 car, it is still battling with the 50, and we've been enjoying this for the last few laps now. Julian Andlauer in 9th place, Nicholas Nielsen in 10th, and Kevin Magnussen wanting to involve with himself in that too. Here's Julian Andlauer's team radio.
Whatever happened, it will come to us.
So again, just being told, PMAC, to settle down a little bit. The car will come to you. The conditions will get better. Don't be so frantic in this opening step. But it's easy for an engineer to say, sitting in the piece of a pit wall.
Yeah, and Julian Andlauer clearly has just one speed, and that's maximum attack. Still maximum attack between Thomas Fleur and James Cottingham as they head down.
It's looking quite good. So Herrio dropped a lot of position. He's at P11 and the 81 is P12. So both competitions are out of points.
Team radio there to Ryan Hardwick in the championship, leading 92, confirming that nothing to panic about. The two rivals in the championship are not scoring points. Fleur up the inside, then on Cottingham into turn 1, and this isn't for the lead, by the way. This is for 14th in class, Johnny.
It's amazing, isn't it, that fights up and down the order feel like they're as important as fighting for the race lead, but again, it's what this might lead to. The only car scoring points as far as the top 3 are concerned, well, none of them are actually. The Vista AF Corsa Ferrari has dropped out of the top 10 as well, according to that graphic. Yes, it's 11th position. I'll talk about that graphic because I can see stuff that you can't, but I'll describe it to you. Francois Herriot then starting 8th in GT and is now down in 11th place. Ryan Hardwick 17th and scoring 0 points. The other car that we need to keep our eyes on is the 81 for Tom Van Rompuy, and he's not in the top 10 either. So very much as you were as we started in the GTs, with Ricardo Perez, Richard Lietz and Ryan Hardwick winning the championship at this stage by 11 points. They're on 105 compared to the 21 Ferrari crew who are on 94. Stefano Gattuso's rise continues, though. So he got ahead of Razvan Umberescu not too long ago, and he's now into 3rd position in the Proton competition Ford Mustang. So again, front-engine cars loving these hard compound Goodyear tyres, but it looks like the Ford is loving them a little more than the Mercedes and at least one of the Lexus, because Gattuso's now hunting down Martin Berry in 2nd position. Bear in mind, PMAC, he's come from 7th on the grid So he's now running third, and I don't think it's finished there.
Mustang is galloping out here in the desert. Brilliant start for Proton Competition. And also, the Proton Competition number 88, they need reasons to be cheerful right now because they picked up a €2,000 fine for having the wrong transponder in on the grid. They had to have the same transponder as they used in qualifying, and they didn't. So, yeah, that might just nip into the post-season party budget a little.
And you wonder how something like that actually comes about, but they perhaps will know, and fair play to the officials for discovering that. That all had to happen within race, presumably, unless it was spotted actually on the grid, but then the document is eventually released. And there were some big fines yesterday as well for pit lane speeding.
That you are shifting a bit too late on the high gear. Regarding tyre management, so far so good. Doing a good job with tires.
Laurens Vanthoor's engineer saying tyre management is good so far, and that they're just trying to ease their way into this race, having qualified at the back, 18th position, and Laurens Vanthoor is just minding his own business, trying to identify which cars that his 963 is a little quicker than, struggling to stay in touch with, or at least fashion an overtake on Ferdinand Habsburg in 15th place. But again, the traffic may present an opportunity. We haven't really spoken about the Toyotas because they are serene out front. Mike Conway leads by nearly 3 seconds. Brendan Hartley's got about the same buffer zone back to Loic Duval in the first of the Peugeots, but they've managed to transform their qualification speed into race distance, it looks like, as well. Bear in mind these cars are in very different setups now, i.e. big tank of fuel, so the car not quite lumbering, but will be more difficult to drive at pace. But the timing screen doesn't suggest that.
No, and this is a little bit of a throwback to the early days of Hypercar with the Toyota that is a throwback. The Toyota GR010 hybrid, of course, car which will be replaced for next season. But this is what we used to see in the FIA World Endurance Championship, was the two Toyotas in flying formation out front. But the difference nowadays is they have a whole load more competition to beat, and this is the Toyota that we know. Brilliant drivers, great machinery, and perfect execution, and that's what they're doing at the moment, and open up a good gap over the two Peugeots, who in turn have been chased by the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car of Will Stevens. Now, I'm keeping a close eye on that number 12 Cadillac, Johnny, because that car is on full medium tyres. Now, how long will they hold together with a 38-degree temperature?
It is an interesting approach to put the mediums on initially. I mean, maybe they've just done that to test the tyre wear over the opening stint. You don't need to have decided your route through the race as far as tyre allocation is concerned right now, and that can be a little bit fluid. As long as you don't go over the total allocation, then you can be sending messages to Michelin, or if you're in the GT category, to Goodyear. I mean, it's less of an issue in GT because there is one compound to think about, unless we get rain, that is, but it does seem very unlikely. Now there's a touch between Ferrari number 50 and the number 5 Porsche, because finally Nicholas Nielsen is able to brake a little bit later than Julian Andlauer into turn number 1 and got the position, but it wasn't without a little tap to the rear left of Nick Nielsen's car, just from Andlauer to say, I'm still here, you know, and I'm not going to make this easy for you.
Andlauer doing everything he can, but I think he's fighting with one hand behind his back. There's another massive moment coming through the S's around 6 and 7. In fact, Andlauer at the start of the race did very, very well not to spin right in the middle of the pack. Coming through the sort of mini S's of turn 2 and 3, the car just snapped on him, and he a proper side-to-side tank slapper and held on to it. But Nielsen seems to have a lot of pace. A bit of contact between the two at turn 1, but both cars seem to getting away without damage. But I think, Johnny, right now, Nielsen appears to have more pace in that car. Straight line speed of the Ferrari looks good, and they should be strong.
You know what is funny? Every time you need to pass these guys and also the BMWs, you always need to have contact with them for some reason.
There we go. That's Nick Nielsen making the comment that there always seems to be a touch when you try and overtake a Porsche or a BMW. I think he's very aware that race control are keeping tabs of the radio messages as well.
Yes, yeah, that's definitely a bit of gamesmanship there from Nicholas Nielsen, but it's a fair point. There was a pretty unnecessary contact, I would wager. Interestingly, in LMGT3, the two manufacturers that appear to be struggling are McLaren and Porsche. And when you look at the balance of performance adjustments prior to this event, they've both been hit with significant weight penalties. So weight around here is just, with the tyre wear the way it is just not what you want, and it's punishing them. Yeah, and it's something that it's very difficult to work out how bad it's going to be in the first 2 days of a race meeting. You only get 3 free practice sessions, and 2 of them are of 90 minutes. You can try and imitate a stint, I suppose, but they're only also at set times of the day, so we're going to be racing for an awful lot more hours than that. 8 in total, 2 o'clock through till 10 p.m. local time, and there will be a drop-off in temperature, but the track itself will take a bit of time to lose that warmth. And there's a big question then as to, ideally, when you're going to switch from one compound to another. Very interesting that Cadillac have already dipped their toe in the water to try and work out how the Michelins will fare, how the medium Michelins will fare over this opening stint. Now the fight is on for... Is that 4th position again? Razvan and Barescu. Yes, it is. 3rd and 4th. Yeah. So Stefano Gattuso, having got ahead of Andrew Gilbert, now on Barescu with a second wind. He's got in front of the Mercedes and the Gattuso Ford Mustang, and it's Lexus 1 and 3 now. We've been beating the drum all weekend long on our coverage here on RS1 about how the front engine cars appear to have a big advantage around here at Bahrain International Circuit because of the hard Goodyear tyre compound, which seems to work well. Well, that's proving out to be. The top 8 cars are front-engined in LMGT3. The first mid-engined, Ben Keating in the TF Sport Corvette. Yeah, it's a significant difference between the two car designs, if you like, front-engine to mid and rear-engined, as in the hard tyres. Just finding it difficult, those crews, to get the performance comparatively. Ferrari on course at the moment for the Manufacturers' Championship because they have 2 cars in the points now, whereas Porsche struggling to keep just 1 car in there. The 6, having gained initial ground from its 18th place starting spot, is now running in 16th place. And Julian Andlauer in car number 5 that started the race in 8th is down into 10th place, and the gap back to the Aston Martin will be a little bit concerning as well now. So remember that although the 83 Ferrari is well positioned in the top 10 as well, that's not going to score manufacturer points. In fact, it is invisible, just like the 99 car. So if either of those cars end up ahead of factory cars, they won't be counted for points. It's 2:30 at the Bahrain International Circuit, and after 30 minutes of running, let's get our first hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
Toyota have had a wonderful start to the Bapco Energy's 8 Hours of Bahrain because they are setting sail into the distance. Mike Conway leading from pole position on lap 17 in car number 7. He has a 1.5 second lead over Brendan Hartley, but the more significant gap is 2.5 seconds back to the 3rd place car of Loic Duval. And in fact, both the Peugeots must be pretty happy with the first half an hour of running. 3rd and 4th. Trying to do battle with these 2 very strong Toyotas, but they're a significant chunk of time ahead of everybody else as well. So 3rd place for Loic Duval in 94, 4th place for Paul Di Resta's number 93 car, and then it is Will Stevens in the first of the LMDH-derived cars, That's the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota machine in 12th position. Marco Sorensen in the 009 Aston Martin Tour Team Valkyrie is 6th. 7th place for Antonio Giovinazzi's Ferrari number 51, and therefore scoring points as they are trying to seal the Drivers' Championship with that car. 83 AF Corsa and Phil Hansen also in the shake-up for drivers' points, but remember, at the very least, that AF Corsa at 83 car has to finish ahead of the 51 car, and it's not doing that right now. Nicholas Nielsen's run into the top 10 has been impressive. The 50 cars doing well for Ferrari to try and get them a manufacturer's title. And then in 10th place, it's the number 5 Porsche of Julian Andlauer. In LM GT3, a Codis ASP team taking pole position yesterday with their 78 car. And Arnold Robin has had a good first half an hour, leading by a handful of seconds over Martin Berry's 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes. So it's Lexus, Mercedes, and then the second Lexus for Raz van Umberescu, the Romanian racer, in number 87. Stefano Gattuso had vaulted up the field as high as 3rd at one point from 7th on the grid, but he's dropped back one spot to 4th in the Proton competition, 88. Then it's Ian James in the Heart of Racing Team 27, Aston Martin. Andrew Gilbert in the Iron Lynx Mercedes, number 60. Ahmed Al-Hati's Team WRT 46 BMW ahead of Yasser Shaheen's the Bend BMW, number 31. Ben Keating in number 33 is the first of the non-front engine cars. So what's that, 8? Yeah, top 8 are all front-engined, and we were told about the tyres favouring that type of car. So Ben Keating's doing a good job in 9th, all things considered. Bernardo Souza, though, sniffing around the rear bumper of the Texans Corvette. And Bernardo Souza drives the Proton competition Ford Mustang in 10th place, number 77.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
It's a warmer day today compared to similar time yesterday. So in the air, 29 degrees Celsius, but the current track temperature is 37.
Mobil 1 engine oil, helping to keep your engine running like new.
And the mid-engined Corvette of Ben Keating is the engine note you can hear in the background. He's actually snapping at the heels of both BMWs, so is sort of in the shake-up for 7th place, Ben Keating. Yasser Shaheen currently leading Ahmed Al-Hati, who, after a good getaway initially, setting the pace actually on lap 2, I remember. The fastest lap at the time went to the Omani driver, but he's lost places since then and finds himself now behind his Australian teammate Yasser Shaheen in 8th place. But Lexus, similar to Ferrari really, they're the same family, don't forget, and Lexus 1st and 3rd. Umberescu's not that far away from Martin Berry either, so this the oldest of the GT cars, PMAT, but it's still got some life left in it.
Well, if you think about it, the GR010 is the oldest of the hypercars too.
Yeah.
So yeah, Toyota getting the money's worth.
The situation is that our front right tire pressure is on the low side. We will manage that with brake temperature. That's why I give you a couple of recovery switches.
Oh, I love that. I love that. What you can play about with these cars. I would suspect, Johnny, that given the front right is the least loaded tyre, that probably will be where they have the medium. And if they don't, that might explain why they've not got high enough pressure.
Yeah, it's a good point. And interesting that they've selected that equation of tyres, that makeup of tyres for this opening stint. Whether they'll stick with that remains to be seen. You get slightly higher tyre allocation for this a longer race compared to the normal 6 hours. So he says, having not been able to find exactly the right page, bear with me. Have you got it in front of you?
26
okay,
tyres for the first session of qualifying, not Hyperpole. You get Brucey bonus tyres for Hyperpole, but 26 for qualifying and the race, which is not a lot on the highest wearing circuit of the season.
Yeah, so a couple of jokers involved with that as well, and they are to be used where necessary, not just in the case of punctures. Remember as well that if we do happen to get any sort of caution, these days most of that locks you out of the pits for anything other than emergency service. So safety cars, you're not allowed to pit for the first 3 laps of those. Full course yellows keep you out of the pits entirely, unless you've got some damage to repair or a punctured tyre to replace, and that will still go towards your allocation of 26 tyres. But it doesn't matter how many you use of each compound. So they could all be mediums if you want, they could all be hards, or a careful selection of the two. And Toyota, well, we'll see how they fare through the course of the remainder of this stint. Very busy down to the first corner as the number 6 Porsche looks to gain a place on fellow German manufacturer BMW and makes that stick. That was René Rast with not really much to fight with to Laurens Vanthoor. Vanthoor 15th, René Rast in 16th position. Alpine's one of them still languishing in 17th position, but Ferdinand Habsburg has gained a few places now. Habsburg in the 35 car is in 14th spot.
Do you know who's caught my eye so far this race, Johnny? Is the 83 of Phil Hansen. Started outside of the top 10, is making forward progress at the moment, up into 8th position. In fact, just mixing it with the Heart of Racing Aston Martin Valkyrie of Marco Sorensen, who's also driving superbly. But, of course, don't forget the number 83 Ferrari is in with a chance of winning the driver's title. And, I mean, to get a driver's title and Le Mans double for what is effectively the satellite operation of the Ferrari team would be quite an ask. And 13 points between them, that's not a big swing. You know, if the 83 was to win the race, the 51 Ferrari would actually have to finish in second to beat them. So watch up for that bright yellow number 83 Ferrari. It's well in with a shout for this championship, and the 51, the works car, is going to be under pressure.
Yeah, that's almost a headache they desperately could do without, because they obviously want the 499P to be successful. It's taken a win at Le Mans this year. It's taken a pole position as well, as now Harry Tincknell gets a very good run on the number 5 Porsche, and the 007 Aston Martin will slice its way down the inside for 10th place at turn 1. They're also both trying to get ahead of the number 60 Mercedes at the same time, which is Andrew Gilbert, who positions his Mercedes very sensibly indeed. Has to obviously go through the corner at turn 3, but allowed the quicker cars, the hypercars, to go around his outside, gave them plenty of racing room. But that was another good move that maybe Harry Tincknell's been practicing over the last few laps. And Aston Martin now up a spot. Clearly the Aston, on the whole, is quicker than one of these Porsche 963s. And they might have even had a better qualifying session yesterday, having topped a couple of free practice sessions going into running here on Friday. So there is still scope for the Valkyries to improve.
Work the front left as well, Harry. Work the front left.
Work the front left is the advice to Harry Tincknell, I think, before he'd made that overtake. And now the other Porsche, car number 6, has lots of company, including Ferdinand Habsburg. They're all at turn 10, with more GT cars to overtake at the same time. But car number 6 has got ahead of Ferdinand Habsburg for 14th. And Earl Bamber's now right in front. It's a puzzle for me that the Earl Bamber Cadillac is struggling so much, particularly because Will Stevens seems to be doing okay in 5th place, the same car.
Well, that amazing qualifying effort from Alex Lynn, who for me has been Mr. Qualifying this year. Pole at Le Mans, pole elsewhere too, and, you know, dragging 5th out of the package they had yesterday was a very, very good qualifying performance. But what's curious to me is that Will Stevens, of course, in 5th in that number 12 Toyota Cadillac, is on the mediums all around the car. And we just heard from the team radio from Aston Martin to Harry Tincknell saying, work the front left, which is not quite as much as the rear left, but is on the more loaded side. So actually, is the tyre wear as high as we might have thought it to be? Because right now tyre management is going to be important, but if you're a driver and saying you're not actually working the tyre hard enough on the front left, that's actually quite good because you can push a bit harder. So maybe I think it's a combination for El Bamber. I would say it's track position from qualifying, but also maybe the harder tyre is not quite given the performance of the medium, which I have to say I'm very surprised about.
Yeah, that's the significant difference, of course, between the two Cadillacs in this opening stint. The Caddy is renowned for being quite easy on its tyres, in actual fact, but That tends to be treating a medium well over a 50 or so minute stint. We're 42 minutes into this opening run. Also, another car that's very good on its tyres is the Valkyrie. So much so that Harry Ticknell's being told to work the front left a little more. Good battle for the lead of LM GT3, which is Arnaud Robin up against Martin Berry, and the jet black Mercedes in the mirrors of Arnaud Robin constantly. There was a bit of a squirm there from the Frenchman as well, coming out of turn 11 in his Lexus, but otherwise that RCF has appeared fairly well planted through all 3 days of action so far. How far, I wonder, can these hypercars get into this opening stint? Bearing in mind everybody's done 2 green flag laps as well, so this will be the shortest stint of the race on energy at least. We may get shorter stints because of interventions which will send the strategy off-piste a little bit. Ryan Hardwick getting stuck into 2 McLarens from United Autosports, and he's managed to now finally clear them both. So the Manthey car ahead of James Cottingham and Darren Leung. I expected the McLarens to do a little bit better than this. They're propping up the field in GT, so the Manthey car still away from the points. But the good news for Ryan Hardwick is that his rivals in the championship, neither of them are in the points yet either. Francois Heriot is 11th and Tom Van Rompuy in 12th. If it stays like this, PMAC, it's going to be very easy to keep tabs on the championship battle in LMGT3 because none of them are scoring points at the moment.
Well, that certainly keeps our mentor algorithms under control, but I think that there's always a twist in the tail at Bahrain, that's for sure. And there's a lot of things to be proven before the end of the season. I think you can also get a little bit of a last day of school vibe, where there was that person in the playground that had been teasing you all year, and you just really didn't like them, and you think, if I bop them in the nose now, I mean, it's the last day of school. Who cares? It'll be forgotten about by the time we come back. Not condoning that behaviour, of course.
No.
Not that I did that, but I imagine doing it a few times.
But it happens, and that's the point you're making, I think.
Yeah, badly.
There's some debris now at turn 11. When did that message flash up? About 4 or so minutes ago. We may have debris at turn 11. The BMW versus Alpine battle's just going through that section of track, and I am struggling to pick that out unless it has been picked up or knocked to a safer location by a passing car. So thankfully no need to quell the pace of the race just yet. Other incidents that were being looked at, the Celia Martin versus Thomas Floor incident on the probably lap 2 or 3, where Celia had a spin attempting to overtake Thomas Floor. That's a no further action, and they don't need to look any further either at the incident that involved Nico Veroni's Porsche number 99 and the 2 Alpines of Fred Makabiki and Ferdinand Habsburg. So there are still some things being checked, including whether Stefano Gattuso and Ian James overtook. No, that's also a no further action, I beg your pardon. So generally we're in the clear, I think, with everything having been under investigation but no longer is. And a quiet spell in the steward's office, which is a rare thing. Earl Bamber's Team Radio.
Done to you. We're happy with left. We are happy with left. Planning to go a lap shorter, speed them in the pit lane.
So Earl Bamber, engineer, happy with the left side tyres, I think is the suggestion there. And they're likely to do a slightly shorter stint as well. So looking to try and jump some traffic. Earl Bamber's got a bit compromised by the BMW there, wedged in behind that car for 12th position of Kevin Magnussen as they all turn left at turn 10. And that's putting, in turn, the caddy under pressure from Lawrence Vantor's Porsche. McLarens, although they are towards the rear of the LMGT3 field, are still having a good fight, both James Cottingham and Darren Leung, but they won't be enjoying where they are in the field. And presumably they haven't really got an answer as to why they are struggling comparatively so. So they thread their way through turn 4 and then towards the sweepers at 5, 6 and 7. Razvan Umberescu, with a very good run from 4th position, is now right with Martin Berry. Very small improvements and slight advantage here and there. Next thing, of course, is he's got to try and work out where his Lexus is significantly faster than the Mercedes in an attempt to overtake it. Will he be able to do that before the end of this stint. That might be a tough ask because we're within 15 minutes, I would suggest, of these GT cars needing to pit for the next portion of energy. We talked about fuel in the past, but it is about energy burn these days, just like the hypercars. And speaking of the hypercars, the Toyotas are still first and second, and quite a bit clear, well, a couple of seconds clear, of the two Peugeots of Loic Duval and Paul Di Resta.
Little mistake there for the 38 Jota Cadillac of Earl Bamber, allows Lawrence Vanthoor, his old teammate, to go through, and then also coming through is the 35 of Ferdy Habsburg in the Alpine, or is it, as Bamber manages to recover and just about shoves the Austrian back in his place. Frantic, and bear in mind we're talking about 14th place they're fighting over at the moment. Quite remarkable as well, but that's a little bit of a bonus ball there for Lawrence Vanthoor, who's now up into 13th, so he's getting closer and closer to the points. Remember, started right at the back of the hypercar field in 18th. Good opening stint for Lawrence Vanthoor there. Just a point on the tyres as well. You know, Cadillac Jota were on the radio to Earl Bamber and said happy with the left side tyres. So if they're happy with the left, they'll definitely be happy with the right. So I would think it'll be come in, splash of fuel and go.
Yeah, keep it nice and simple. You do your pit stops take more time if you decide to change two tyres, even more time than that if you decide to do the full set, and therefore double stinting at least the initial set of these 26 tyres, individual tyres that everybody gets, makes sense. There was a slight error from Andrew Gilbert that time into the first corner in the yellow Mercedes, and it allowed the 31 BMW through, and then Ben Keating sneaking up on his right-hand side also got a position as well. So Gilbert drops back to 8th place because of that very small error, similar to Kevin Estres yesterday in qualifying, in fact, just outbraking himself into the first couple of corners. And just shows you how damaging a small error like that can be, because Ahmed Al-Hati is right with him now as well, trying to get through for what would be 8th place. Toyota's first and second, Peugeot's third and fourth, then Will Stevens in the Cadillac is in 5th place, but the more likely positional changes are still just outside the top 10. If we cannot overtake, we're thinking about stopping a bit shorter with 6 laps to go. I think that's said on the text from the radio message. So 6 laps shorter to try and leapfrog the 15 BMW of Kevin Magnussen. But Lawrence Vanthoor is trying every single thing up his sleeve to get ahead of the Dane, and might be able to do it into turn 10. Yeah, eventually I think Magnussen realising he's compromising too much time defending, so just opened the steering a little bit, and that allowed Lawrence Vanthoor through and into 12th place.
Great move there from Lawrence Vanthoor. The tyre seems to be coming to him. We have heard that on the Porsche team radios to both the number 5 and the number 6 car in the Porsche Penske Motorsport outfit, that the tyre will come to them. It will get better as the stint goes on, and that's proving to be so, as now Vanthoor into 12th, his teammate Julian Andlauer next up the road. And Andlauer, of course, had a pretty busy stint as well, as we've chronicled a few times. But at the front, it's hypercar, LMH hypercars, 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. 2 Toyotas from 2 Peugeots, which are they're actually getting closer at the latter part of the stint here, Johnny. The Toyotas sort of scampered into a lead, but that gap is coming down. The Peugeot is getting visibly closer.
Yeah, it's down to just 1.3 seconds now, the gap between...
On pace, top 4, us, Toyotas and the Peugeots, similar pace. Then further back, some others in the 54s as well.
So there's the update to Brendan Hartley from his engineer. The 7 Toyota Mike Conway leading Brendan Hartley, but that gap is about 1.5 seconds now, Hartley to Duval. And the traffic that they're all going to find on the next few laps might condense it further, because the Toyotas, for the second time now, have caught the 2 McLarens in 17th and 18th places in LMGT3. And the Peugeots find the first of those McLarens of James Cottingham in a very convenient place, the short straight between turns 10 and 11 Into the pits comes Razvan Umburescu. Now, this is a tad early, but might again be an effort to try and get the Romanian ahead of Martin Berry with a quicker turnaround in the pits. So 87 Lexus will be the first to blink in LMGT3. They'll keep Ronald Robin out because he's got the road position after all. And they're going to do an early driver change as well. Well, this probably makes sense. Rather than trying to do all the bronze time in one long slug, 2 hours and 20 minutes of it, just give Razvan a bit of a breather and put him back in a bit later on. It depends how late they want to run it, but it might just be a single stint perhaps from Silver Racer in that car. Number 87, that will be Clemens Schmidt. And then put Razvan back in again to finish his 2 hours and 20 minutes. But I don't think all the GT teams are necessarily going to treat it that way, P-Mac.
Depends where they are. You know, if you're one of the McLarens or one of the Porsches, perhaps it's you want to try and roll the dice and get your gold or platinum in there and try and regain some position. But then, of course, you've only got so much time that you can use them for, of course. So, yeah, it's a balance. It's really a balance. Do you do your homework on the Friday night and enjoy the rest of the weekend, or do you cram it on the Sunday? And the equivalent of doing it on the Friday night is getting your bronze driver time out of the way as early as possible and keeping your hot shoe fresh and plenty of driving time for later on.
But the other point, of course, is that how warm it is today at 28, 29 degrees Celsius. So they may have decided, even before we got going, that rather than in a 6 hours of Fuji, for instance, or 6 hours of Imola, slightly cooler races where the bronze drivers can do an hour and 45 in a couple of stints, might be better to just stagger it a little bit to allow some fluids to be on board, make sure that the hydration is sufficient. 51 Ferrari there having a good fight with the 12 Cadillac of Will Stevens and getting the position. So Antonio Giovinazzi, although now there's a spin for a Peugeot up ahead, and that's the 93 car of Paul Di Resta. So Di Resta, who was in fourth. Now what's happened there? Did he tangle with a GT car, or did he just make an error himself? But that all unfolded right in front of the Giovinazzi-Will Stevens battle. Giovinazzi was already ahead, but then was presented as he came out of turn 13, just with a track full of smoke, tyre smoke, and did Di Resta tangle with Anthony McIntosh's Aston Martin. It was a full pirouette from the second of the Peugeots, and no, there's just too much curb. The 93 Peugeot ran over the curb on the inside of turn 13. Nothing that the Aston Martin did wrong there. There was no contact. But a very unusual mistake from Paul Di Resta has compromised Antonio Giovinazzi and has actually lost Di Resta one place. But he's also under threat for others to be slipping through his fingers as well. The Cadillac's now right on his tail.
Oh, he'll be angry with himself there, will Paul Di Resta. An unforced error. And it actually took so much curb that he was actually on the dusty part on the inside of the curb, which then I think sent the car around as LMGT3 pit stops for Manthey 92 and number 10 Aston Martin Racing Spirit of Le Mans. But yes, that's that is a Christmas present there for the championship leading number 51 Ferrari, because that is a place gained for them and puts a few more cars between themselves and their closest rival, the 83 yellow AF Corsa Ferrari.
Yeah, so Giovinazzi thinks, well, I've got past the Cadillac, excellent, I've been trying to do that for a number of laps, and then all of a sudden another place goes his way. So from 6th to 4th in about 2 corners, which, like you say, is a massive gain in these increased points. 4th position gives you 18 points in an 8-hour race. 5 LMGT3 cars all together, including the Iron Dames car, Celia Martin. And that car has made a stop, so she has gained quite a number of places, it appears, now ahead of the 2 BMWs of Ahmed Al-Hati and Yasser Shaheen. So have they short-fueled the Porsche just to give it a slightly better run in this next stint? BMWs and the recovering Andrew Gilbert Mercedes, but that's a driver change as well, with Fran Raeder taking over. Celia Martin, interestingly, she's happy to do another stint, whereas around her we've got quite a lot of silver drivers now. Clemens Schmidt, as I mentioned, taking over the 87 Lexus. Lynn Hodanius in the black Mercedes to replace Martin Berry. But Arnold Robert, in his Lexus that was on pole position and led the opening stint, he stays on board for a little more in the 78 car. Next three that pit the next time around are Stefano Gattuso, Tom Van Rompuy and Darren Young. And you'll have to wait and see whether we get driver changes there. But Fran Rueda is definitely going to be one to watch because he is the gold, is he not? Although I've got silver next to it. No, he's silver because of the combination in that number 60 Mercedes. They've not gone with the absolute possible maximum lineup. 2 silvers and a bronze, but nevertheless, that's still a very strong combination.
Yes, of course, the other driver is Lorcan Hannafin, isn't it? So they're both him and Fran Rueda are strong silvers, shall we say. Lorcan Hannafin, a very accomplished Carrera Cup racer in the past. So they do have a good driver lineup as well. Very interesting to see which teams have decided to put their silver in and bring the bronze out of the car, and which teams are deciding to get the bronze driver out the way right now. Let's hear from Ricardo Pera.
That was a bit of...
take a moment to have a chat to our car 92. Ricardo, what sort of information are you getting from out there? It's been a tricky first stint, particularly with the traffic so bunched up.
Yeah, so I mean, so far so good. We just finished our first pit stops. I think we make up some positions, which is good. So let's see what we are doing in the next few hours. But so far so good.
What's the tyre degradation feedback been like?
Yeah, we know here is very high. We already discovered the first 2 days. So yeah, all the key point is to manage our tyre. We know. So that's what we are doing in the first part of the stint. Then it's going to change with less temperature in the night. So, but let's see. As I said, let's see.
Yeah, and what sort of degradation are you anticipating then over the next few hours? As we know from yesterday, the track changed quite a lot from about 4 o'clock, didn't it?
Yeah, as I said, the temperature dropped quite a bit. So also the deck will be different. And also the balance is going to change from the beginning of the race to the end. So, we try to manage the balance to have a mixed conditions. So, let's see.
Good start so far. Well done, team.
Ricardo Pera from the 92 Manthey First Form crew. It's been an okay start. They are still running and have gained one place. Well, actually, have they gained one place? Because now Francesco Castellacci's in behind in the 54 Ferrari, and actually the 92 car started in 17th place, alongside at the time Celia Martin. So they're holding station, but the key thing for them is that other cars that they're fighting in the championship aren't necessarily scoring that many points. It's changed a touch because Francois Heriot is now up to 7th place, a very good pit stop for Vista AF Corsa, and Tom Van Rompuy's re-emerged from the opening bout of pit stops in 9th position. So some points being scored, but not enough at this stage. And I mean, it's way too early to be calling final places. Let's concentrate on the matter in hand, which are now pit stops for some of the hypercars. And in actual fact, the hypercars were able to stay out on track for longer than all the GTs. I really wasn't expecting that. We are pretty much on the hour now. So it potentially means that it's going to be very even run to the finish, depending on how much caution we get, if any at all. Remember that the first time we attempted the Qatar 18-12 kilometre race, the start of last year, we managed to get to that 1,812 kilometre race distance because of so little. I don't think there was any safety car in that race, and just one short period of full course yellow. There is scope to do that here at Bahrain as well. And we love a straight green flag race for as long as possible as the first of the Toyotas emerges, and that's the 8 car. That's because the 7's not come in yet. So they pitted the 8 car first from 2nd position, and it's already back out on track still with Brendan Hartley driving, PMAC.
Interestingly, the Heart of Racing Aston Martin 009 has put on new rear hards, as has the number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari. So interesting that the rears are getting the most of the attention, and that's to be expected. Michelin, who released their analysis pre-race, mentioned that this track has, not only is it the highest tyre wear, but has the worst longitudinal load on the tyre. So under acceleration and braking, particularly acceleration is where the rear tyres get a real workout. Now, the LMDH cars, they are rear-wheel drive only, so those tyres have to take all of nearly 700 horsepower. The LMH cars, they are four-wheel drive, but not until I think it's 120k. The fronts, but they don't come in straight away. So the first initial part of acceleration is for the rears, but it is balanced out a little bit when the fronts come in also. But that first tap of the throttle, they're going through the rear tyre. So interesting, 2 LMH teams putting new hards on after just one stint to the rear.
What happened a few moments ago, there was a big shove there from the 31 BMW to the side of the Iron Dames Porsche, the pink and white 85, and also then getting through the 33 all-yellow Corvette and the 46 BMW in GT. Not mentioning too many names there because I'm trying to keep up to date with who's done driver changes. So it was the 31 BMW initially, still Yasser Shaheen, into the side of Celia Martin. No driver changes there. And some to benefit. Ben Keating, he's stayed at the wheel, and Ahmed El Hati as well. So it was all the bronzes, in actual fact, all the drivers that started the race. Meanwhile, Mike Conway's pitted from the race lead. So that is our first lead change with Brendan Hartley heading across the line at the end of lap 32. Mike Conway all over the shop coming out of pit lane there, just applying the throttle and maybe trying to get some heat into these hard tyres. There's certainly hard tyres on the left-hand side of the Toyota. It had come in with at least one medium on that car, the front right. And the number 6 Porsche also back on the move. Laurens Vanthoor stays in that car as the Cadillac and the Aston Martin of Marco Sorensen, so he's fighting with Will Stevens in a dice for 7th and 8th. They both reach the first corner. And in behind them, not that far away, is Phil Hansen in the all-yellow Ferrari. Aston almost down the inside at turn 4 for 7th. But discretion the better part of valour in the still early stages of this race. We've had just an hour and 3 minutes of it. But again, the fighting coming out of the pit lane is as relentless as it was at the very start of the race, P-Mac.
It is, yeah, and different pit stop strategies playing out at the moment. They still means, though, that the two Toyotas are up front as they were prior to the first pit stops. It seems that the number 51 Ferrari is up onto the podium as well, ahead of the two Peugeots, with a move from Antonio Giovinazzi, who isn't given much of a fight by Loic Duval, interestingly.
Here's Kevin Estre with Bruce Giuani.
I am next to Kevin S, driver of the number 6 Porsche. We just saw a stop. First question, what's the feedback from Laurens?
Our feedback is good. I think he felt good in the car. It was just a bit of a waiting game at the beginning, not being able really to overtake on pure pace. But as soon as the degradation kicks in for some of the cars ahead, we could pass and had some very good pace at the end of the stint. So this is good. We lost quite some time in that first stint, but the race is still very long. Everything under control so far.
Okay, quick question about the strategy. We saw you change the 2 rear tires and the car number 5 changed it to left. Why is that?
Well, it's like a driver preference and setup, setup adjustment on the cars. Laurens felt for the rear. He thought the rear suffered more than the left side, so we chose that. Julien thought the opposite, and I think we saw many different strategies within the cars. I think Toyota didn't change tire on one car, so let's see what pays off, but we believe ours is the best, of course.
Excellent. Well, good luck for the continuation of the race.
Thank you.
That is just the beauty of sports car racing, isn't it? Long distance stuff and different driving styles, different personalities in the race. There's often not one answer, but sometimes you can realise very quickly, P-Mac, that you've actually gone in the wrong route, and they may well know that over the next handful of laps.
That's, two different workings, but we've seen that a lot with Porsche Penske Motorsport, both here in the FIA World Endurance Championship and in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, where they will split the strategy between the two cars. When you have 2 bullets in the gun, you can play more tunes and you can spread your bets a bit more. So that is interesting. But Laurens Vanthoor reporting that it's that the rear tyres were taking a hit. Now, second pit stop here for Céline Martin in the Iron Dames Porsche. Now this is off schedule. They have done a driver change, Rahel Fry getting on board, but of course they did have fairly big contact with the WRT BMW, so is there something more afoot there for Iron Dame, because that is off schedule?
And now I'm just looking to see whether the first pit stop they did was actually not a proper pit stop, as in was it a drive-through, but I don't think we missed a penalty or anything like that. The black Mercedes of there was a driver change with that car, wasn't there, number 61, so it's no longer Martin Berry, but fighting with one of the Lexus, it's Lynn Herdenius, who's now leading LMGT3, in fact. So Herdenius, the talented young Dutchman, is now ahead of Clemens Schmidt, and not a surprise to see the Silvers rising to the top in LMGT3. So Zach Robichon, who took over the 27 Heart of Racing team Aston Martin from Ian James, is now third. So a little bit of a shake-up because of the introduction of the Silver talent. Fran Rueda and Ben Tuck in their Iron Lynx Mercedes, the yellow car, and the Proton Competition Ford Mustang, respectively, are gaining spots as well, up to 6th and 7th now, with Stefano Gattuso and Arnold Robin, the two drivers to stay on board at the first pit stops for their Proton Competition Ford Mustang and the second of the Lexus. They may well be caught by Fran Rueda and Ben Tuck fairly shortly. Rahel Fry taking over from Célia Martin, and that's still a bit of a mystery to me. Just checking.
There's no penalty.
No
penalty, so it's definitely an off sequence pit stop to do that.
So Célia was in the pits for just over a minute, which is a driver change, fuel, but possibly no tyres, and then it seems like they've thought again. But that has compromised them clearly, because it was a big gain. I mentioned it at the time that the pink and white Porsche had jumped the two BMWs in GT, but maybe Célia just not happy. Here's an answer, perhaps.
The number 85 Porsche that had already 2 stops. Can you explain why?
Yeah, I mean, definitely one too many. We had a puncture, unfortunately. I guess it just sums up this year. It's been tough. We try to keep up the spirit, but it's getting more and more difficult. But of course, with these guys, this team, we don't give up. We hope we can fight back somehow with a strategy, but it's been a tough year, really tough.
Yeah, you have to finish on a high with a big push in the car.
Yeah. I mean, we go to the end. I will go in the car in the end, and today it's all or nothing, really.
Excellent. Well, good luck and sorry for the puncture.
Thank you.
Michelle Gatting then providing the answer right at the perfect time for PMAC and I, where we were really struggling, but that makes total sense now. And maybe the puncture came as a result of the contact with Yasser Shaheen, because that was a big thump at the first corner just a few laps ago.
That would make sense. Yeah, big impact to the rear, to the front right of that Porsche from the 31 WRT BMW. So, yeah, and you can hear the pain in Michelle Gatting's voice there. It has been a hard year for them. They've not had a lot of luck. We know how strong they are. They won, of course, here last year, don't forget. They have had their go in here in the past in Bahrain.
Yeah, Paul, it's under control.
Team radio to Paul Di Resta, coming back after his spin when he went over the curb a little too readily at turn 13. But the message to him is that things are under control. He's actually recovered from that situation fairly well, because Loic Duval, who didn't have that delay, is right in front of him. So it's evened out between the two Peugeot Total Energy 9X8s now after the pit stops. The problem for them is that they've both lost a position to Antonio Giovinazzi, who's up to third place now and therefore scoring 23 points as things stand, and that is way better than any of their championship rivals. So on course at the moment for the drivers' title and the manufacturers, because of this terrific run from Antonio Giovinazzi's 51 Ferrari. That was the standout of the 3 499Ps yesterday as well. And it's going okay for Ferrari in the GT category, although Francois Heriot's out of the points again. They put him back into the points after a good pit stop. But the Vista AF Corsa car, again, maybe suffering with its standard balance of performance, together with the success handicap, both Ferraris 11th and 12th. And the Peugeots have switched positions, haven't they? They did that at turn 1. So Paul Di Resta now ahead of Loic Duval, and that presumably was what all the radio traffic was about.
And Loic Duval trying to really hang on to the rear of Paul Di Resta, his teammate, as much as he possibly can, because no doubt if he stays behind and Di Resta doesn't pull away, you can be absolutely certain that Duval will be on the radio saying, well, let me back past, he's not quicker, and that wasn't worth swapping the position. It's something we've seen a lot from several teams over the years. If there's one car that's in a better window of performance, whether it be tyre or otherwise, you've got to let them use that performance while they have it. Now, Kevin Estre alluded to the point that perhaps the Toyotas, one of them had taken tyres and the other hadn't, and I wonder if that's the number 8 car that leads the race by 13 seconds. The gap was a lot smaller than that just going into those pit stops. So I wonder if the number 8 car of Brendan Hartley is still on the same tyres it started the race with, and the number 7 of Mike Conway has got at least some new tyres on board.
Yeah, it's not a bad shout, that, with so many different ways you can slice the cake, particularly this early on. The incident involving a number of cars, the Andrew Gilbert number 60 Mercedes, the 31 BMW of Yasser Shaheen, and the Ben Keating Corvette number 33. That is a no further action at the first corner. But remember, well, that also included Celia Martin, didn't it? 85, 33 and 31 in one message. But then different cars involved in the next message, which was a no further action. I think they mean the same. I know they are different times, I beg your pardon. So the initial one at 2:47 in the opening hour has been waved away. They're still checking, though, the Yasser Shaheen versus Celia Martin, together with the fallout when Ben Keating and Ahmed El Harti were getting involved as well. And that was much more recent, about 15 or so minutes ago. And just getting another view, this late on now, of what happened on the first lap, which was a full sideways moment for Nico Varone, I think after a tap from one of the Alpines, although again that was a no further action, so clearly it wasn't enough of a tap, or maybe it was just an optical illusion there where Varone wasn't impinged by the Alpines, but both were involved in the text message that said the 35, the 36 and the 99 had potentially tangled on that first approach to turns 5, 6 and 7. But most of the incidents have resulted in the NFA suffix, which means nobody's had to come into pit lane to serve a penalty, drive-through or otherwise. And I'm frankly surprised because of the level of action that we have had. But I don't think to date we've actually had any penalties to bring to you. And the speed of the racetrack at this point is pretty good because Fred Makavicki's just done his best lap of the race in the 36 car. It's not an absolute best, but a PB in the 36 Alpine. So too Rahel Fry, who's taken over from Celia Martin. They weren't planning to do that. The strategy clearly pre-race was to keep the bronze racer in for a second stint, but their hand was rather forced by that puncture. And now there is a penalty, so you can blame me for that as well if you want to. 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for the 31 BMW. That, to be honest, is not a surprise because it was the late braking of Yasser Shaheen which saw his BMW clatter into the side of Celia Martin's Porsche and probably cause the puncture on that car. And he's going to have to take an extra 5 seconds in the next pit stop that WRT do for that car. I think we're up to date, PMAC, but there's plenty happening.
There is a lot to keep on top of in this very busy opening hour of the Bapco Energy's 8 hours of Bahrain. Watching the splits very, very closely at the front of the field, and it appears that the pace of the number 7 Toyota of Mike Conway in second is stronger right now than the leading number 8 car of Brendan Hartley, which we believe has not taken any extra tyres, or has certainly taken less new tyres anyway than the number 7 sister car. So the tyre performance very much coming the way of the number 7 Toyota. It may well even out about the same over the stint, but different tunes being played, and again, it's a luxury to have 2 cars at the front of the field to do that with.
With an hour and 15 minutes to go, Manufacturers' Championship very much still in the hands of Ferrari, because they have a car scoring 23 points in 3rd position, and the second car's also in the points as well in 6th. So their rivals in the manufacturers, Porsche and Cadillac, are only scoring with one of their cars. And it could be a very good run, actually, for Toyota, resulting in them finishing possibly second in the Manufacturers' Championship, where they, for most of the season, have been trailing Porsche and Cadillac. But in one of the highest point-scoring races of the year, if they can finish first and second, that could be very valuable indeed. But remember, they cannot win the Manufacturers, despite a terrific result for them today, and maybe both Ferraris not finishing. That still wouldn't be enough to give them the title. They would win it, yeah, but it's about 30 points in the end, the way of Ferrari, if we get that scenario. But Ferrari are doing a very good job at this stage. Lots of contact. Is this all in the last few minutes? I'm just trying to keep up to date with whether that was at the start of the race. That is in the last few laps, isn't it?
Correct, yeah. The number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine, which at the moment is still got Julian Andlauer on board, who took the car from the start, clattering into the side of the 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, and carbon fibre flying up into the air. It was difficult to determine whether it came off the Porsche or the Ferrari, but big aggression, and it seems that for Porsche Penske Motorsport, they clearly don't have the one-lap pace. That was proven in qualifying yesterday and through in-free practice as well. But they are trying everything they possibly can to try and get a manufacturer's title for Porsche. That is a big ask. The driver's title is also a big ask, but the car that's in that fight is the number 6 car, which interestingly isn't being as aggressive as the number 5 is. Julian Andlauer trying to, he's playing for keeps, but of course we've also got to remember that, where do a lot of these drivers go for next year? Julian Andlauer has worked so hard to get into a prototype opportunity, and the program's stopping. So is he trying to prove himself to say, I need to be in one of these cars, whether it's a Porsche over in the United States, or is it elsewhere with another manufacturer?
Yeah, there are many options now, I suppose, and the seats are growing with the addition of Genesis Magma next year in the FIA World Endurance Championship, and with Ford and McLaren on the way as well the year after. Will that provide opportunities ultimately in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship?
I have some risk in the second, third year, where I should not normally.
Copy. We'll check.
So that sounded like a gearbox problem, or not getting certain performance in the gears that Julian Andlauer would normally expect. So his engineer and the rest of their team are going to check that. But a concerning message from the best placed of the Porsches from Porsche Penske Motorsport. They're in 11th and 12th now, after Harry Tincknell got ahead of Andlauer in the last few laps. So both Porsches not in the points, and both Ferraris are. So this is not a happy situation for those wanting to provide an unusual result in the Manufacturers' Championship in this final race. I wonder whether Ferrari made a bit of a tweak overnight, because certainly for the 50 car, we didn't see this sort of performance in qualifying. Likewise for the 83 as well. But I must remember that single lap competition versus, what are we now, an hour and 20 minutes into a long race, are two very different things.
They've certainly seemed to have found something for today, that's for certain. And particularly the championship leading number 51 car in a very, very good position indeed. And for James Calado and Alessandro Pierguidi, there's a lot on the line here, because if they can get this driver's title, they will become joint with Brendan Hartley and Sebastian Buemi as the most successful drivers in the history of this championship, on 4 championships apiece. So there's a lot on the line here, and of course Ferrari looking for their first driver's title in the hypercar era as well, which is amazing to say considering they've won Le Mans 3 years in a row.
Yeah, but remember, for a long time that they couldn't win any other race apart from Le Mans. The 6 hours and the 8 hours were just mysteries to them. You know, it was weird how over such a long distance of a race with so much incident through the course of a day and a night and then into another day, they had success. But it did take quite some time to convert that into the 6 hours and then, as a result, be in the shake-up for the championship. But they are 100% there now. Couldn't have had a better start to the year, really. Things changed after Le Mans with a significant shift in the balance of performance, but it's almost back to the start of the year again now. We're not talking about a 1-2 finish for Ferrari, but they're probably the third best car in this race so far, wanting to try and make that the second best car behind Toyota and Peugeot. And Giovinazzi made quick work of the Peugeots with a incident that kind of went his way, the spin for Paul Di Resta. I don't then know whether I remember him getting past Loic Duval and how easy that was done. It was in the pit stops, wasn't it, I think? So Giovinazzi leapfrogged Loic Duval, and then since that position we've seen the Peugeots switch places. So Di Resta given the spot, fourth place, and has that gap started to open up? It's slightly north of a second now, but I still don't think Loic Duval was particularly happy about that whole situation.
No, definitely not. But Paul Di Resta, I'm sure, will be to be ahead. I mean, he's not pulling away, is he? 1.3 seconds Di Resta's managed to put into Loic Duval, so it's not as if he's going up the road, really, at this point. In terms of the lead battle, Conway is getting closer. It's now down to 8.1 seconds, and with every split he's taken several tenths of a second out in every sector of the circuit, which is quite impressive through traffic to be able to do that. So the gap is coming down. Question is, what tyres are on the 51 Ferrari? We saw the 50 Ferrari put new rears on. Did the 51 do the same, or are they playing the same tactic as the number 8 car for Toyota? Did they take no tyres at all, and is that where their jump in the pit stops came from? Question we'll need to try and get an answer to.
And that might become obvious later on in the stint as well, as performance drops a little bit for those cars double stinting tyres. It was really interesting yesterday to observe the narrow performance window of, well, to a certain extent, the Michelins as well as the Goodyears. Certainly the Goodyears had 2 laps at most in the GT category, but obviously Goodyear and Michelin are trying to build an endurance tyre as well that can be good on single lap pace, but the priority has to be the longer competition, like a race like today in very warm conditions, 30 degrees Celsius in the air, 36 degrees Celsius is the current Mobil 1 track temperature. Very busy going into turn 13. 38 Cadillac fighting with the BMW in behind, which is the 15 car of Kevin Magnussen. And they, at the same time, are trying to lap the 27 Aston Martin in the GT division, which now has Zach Robichon at the wheel. Zach is still third in LMGT3, hunting down Clement Schmidt and Lynn Hodanius, who now leads for AMG. The Porsches have found one another in 11th and 12th and are neck and neck, it appears. And there was a change, actually, to put the 6 car, the one that is still in the championship, ahead of car 5. That doesn't give it any points gain because they're still out of the points. But I think that was a deliberate change of spot just to see whether car 6, Lawrence Vanthoor, fares a little better in his pursuit of, first of all, Harry Tincknell's Aston Martin.
I think that was very much more passive rather than aggressive for Julian Handler there. Definitely a tactical switch from Porsche Penske Motorsport. But also we have to think about the difference in tyre strategy there with those 2 cars, with the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine of Lawrence Vanthoor going for new rear tyres only, whereas the number 5 of Julian Handler going for only left size only. We've got a confirmation on the 2 Works Ferraris, 50 and 51, both took new hard rears, as did the 83 actually. So for all the Ferraris, new rears. So there seems to be a bit of a trend heading towards just new rear tyres at this second stint.
Which makes entire sense with the well, as you've mentioned, LMDH cars being entirely rear-wheel drive. There is some front-wheel power from LMH cars when the hybrid energy is deployed, which means that the LMH cars become four-wheel drive north of a fairly high speed, actually, whereas in the past LMP1 cars used to get the extra drive at slower speeds coming out the corners. You can only engage that extra hybrid power once you're north of, is it 250 kph? Or
no, it's lower than that. I think
okay.
It's 130.
Oh, okay. I'm quite a bit out. Yes, so there will be certain spots around here. It's, in that respect, a little bit like DRS, I suppose, where DRS zones are in the higher speed sections of Grand Prix tracks. So it gives you that extra impetus. But if you're fighting a fellow LMDH car, that's also engaging the hybrid at about the same sort of time. So questions as to whether you can actually get the advantage or not. 38 Earl Bamber Cadillac is fighting with Rene Rast's number 20 BMW, the Shell Helix sponsored car, and Rene Rast and Kevin Magnussen having a good dice. His team radio.
Chance against them.
I had no chance against them, said Earl Bamber. That is in respect to the fight with Rene Rast. So once again, not happy, the Kiwi. And it's peculiar that these two same cars from Cadillac, Hertz Team Jota are having such a different afternoon so far, but could be labelled towards tyres more than anything else. And is this pain that Earl Bamber and, well, mainly Earl Bamber is taking, when he hands over to his teammates, perhaps they'll get a slightly better roll of the dice when we get into the nighttime hours. But the 38 crew not in a happy spot, down in 17th position. Meanwhile, Toyota are still first and second, separated by 2 seconds, and the gap between Mike Conway and Antonio Giovinazzi is 2.5 seconds. So Giovinazzi still pressurising the Toyotas in terms of timing screen pressure. I'm sure around certain corners, including coming out of turn 10, it will only take Mike Conway to peer into the rearview mirror to see a Ferrari flashing its lights. So slowly and surely now the Ferrari has those two Toyotas in its sights, with a fellow Ferrari, GT1 in fact, making way for that 51 car to get through. And the 21 Ferrari is having a decent run so far as well. It got itself up into the top 10 prior to the previous set of pit stops. Francois Heriot's dropped down to 13th position, though, now. 92 Porsche leading the GT Championship. Ryan Hardwick is in 12th. And the 81 Corvette is the other one important in the championship. That's in 14th. So, again, a situation where none of the top 3 GT cars, GT teams that can win the title are in the top 10. And we could have an unusual result with AMG and Lexus. Certainly with strong cars. The Heart of Racing team Aston Martin running in 4th position. A shout for Ben Keating when you consider that the tyre is favouring front engine cars. Ben's doing a cracking job to be up there in 5th place, not least because he's also got a few silver drivers in behind him who can't actually catch the all yellow number 33 car. So 3:30 in the afternoon at the Bahrain International Circuit. We've had an hour and a half's worth of running. Time for another hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
It's a Toyota 1-2 here in Sakhir, although their run at the top of the field might be slightly being compromised now by the Ferrari that sits in 3rd position. Toyota's threading their way by some middle-order GT cars on the straight between turns 10 and 11. They switched positions as well from the opening stint. Brendan Hartley, a slightly quicker pit stop to now lead ahead of Mike Conway. The gaps remained about a second, generally speaking. It is less than that, though, now, with Mike Conway starting to turn the screw through the traffic. 8 ahead of 7, therefore, and then the chasing Antonio Giovinazzi in car 51, the Ferrari that leads the championship. And that car, again, flashing the lights between turns 13 and 14, trying more than anything to warn the GT cars that he wants to get through with as little delay as possible. Peugeot are having a good race, fourth and fifth with their 93 and 94 cars, the 9X8s. Then it is Nicholas Nielsen in the number 50 Ferrari AF Corsa 499P. So that's great for a Ferrari manufacturer championship. Currently targeted to 239 points versus Toyota, who could indeed, in this current formation, jump ahead of both Porsche and Cadillac to finish second in the manufacturers championship. But that's if they can stay first and second. Marco Sorensen is 7th in the 009 Aston Martin, ahead of Will Stevens in the number 12 Cadillac. Phil Hansen's AF Corsa independently entered 499P. The 83 car is in 9th place, and in 10th it's Harry Tinknell in the second of the Valkyries, car 007. LMGT3 is led by Lynn Herdanius in the Iron Lynx AMG, car 61. That's the all-black Mercedes, as opposed to the 60 car, which is actually in third in the hands of Fran Rueda in the bright yellow. And sandwiched between the two German cars is the Acodis ASP Team Lexus, which that's not the pole-sitting car, actually. 87 started in fourth place, is now in the hands of Clemens Schmidt and runs in second. Fourth place is Zachary Robichon's Heart of Racing team, Aston Martin, number 27. Then it's Ben Keating in the 33 TF Sport Corvette. And Ben in for a second stint. He's the highest placed of the remaining bronzes. And remember, the tyres not really favouring the mid and the rear engine cars. So even more credit must go to the experienced Texan there in fifth. Ahead of Arnold Robin in his Acodis ASP team, Lexus number 78. Seventh place is Francesco Castellacci in the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari number 54. Ben Tuck's Proton Competition Mustang is 8th, number 77. Ahead of Yasser Shaheen's 31 BMW for the Bend Team WRT. And it's Eduardo Barrichello who took over from Anthony McIntosh at the pit stop in car number 10 for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. That's the Aston Martin.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
30 degrees Celsius currently in the air, and the Mobil 1 track temperature is almost 36 degrees Celsius.
Mobil Engine Oil. Exceptional protection for hybrid engines.
Joined in our global broadcast centre for this portion of the broadcast by Timur Bernard, fresh from the Porsche Penske Motorsport pit. And well, how's it going, first of all, down there? And how are you going? I haven't seen you for a little while. I think last time I spoke to you was in Austin.
Yes, exactly, John. It's always a pleasure to be here with you and talking to you and to the fans and about our wonderful WEC championship. And so we had I would say a good start in general into the race. I mean, car 6 came from last position and they worked their way up to P11 right now. And Julian started car 5 from P8 and had a bit of a battle, and now is just behind the sister car, so they're making their way up front.
How do you come into a race when you know that you've got a championship on the line, when you know you haven't qualified really, where certainly one of the cars where you wanted to be? How do you therefore look? Oh, let's just head down to the pit lane. Here's Bruno.
Are you still learning about the degradation? Was this expected or was it not?
Well, I think it's more or less as expected. I mean, Ferrari looked pretty quick in free practice, so I mean they are right there. But we are still ahead, so we just try to manage this position as much as possible. But it's all under, let's say, reasonable control. Car 8, we had a different strategy. Now it's not really working, but we never know with the safety car and everything. So let's see how it goes.
So the gamble was not to change the tires, and maybe are you going to change that strategy now after seeing this?
I wouldn't say it's a gamble, but it's just another try to see if it works or not. But it's a long race, so we never know how the outcome would be later. So let's see. But obviously Ferrari is
chasing car 7 pretty much. So yeah, we need to push more.
Yeah, fingers crossed for you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Bruce Giovanni there, not Bruno Senna. Sorry, Bruce. Timo Bernhard with us. That question then, when you have so much on the line, do you have to just forget about that in terms of what's going on in the team and just take the race as it comes?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when it comes down to, when you have all the pressure and all the expectations, I mean, when it comes down to doing the job, I think you need to really have a cool head and rely on the team, and I think that's what the PPM crew, Porsche Penske Motorsport, is very, very strong at. Engineers, mechanics, drivers, and how they work together. And I think as a driver, you're the one in the spotlight, but you need to rely on the people, and at the same time, you need to keep a cool head.
We were talking just as Johnny was doing the hourly update there about how brave it was for Toyota to double stint those tyres off the top of the race with Brendan Hartley, and that number 8 car now really struggling.
Yes, it is indeed. It is brave. I mean, watching the sessions. I mean, I guess I've never seen that anybody tried it, and for sure it was not on our radar to do that like this. I mean, you have certain scenarios if you change sides or rears. Obviously, 4 tires, but you cannot have, because you don't have tires enough to have every stint new tires. Otherwise, you would do it probably in terms of pace, but you can't. So you have to find a way to have all the best set towards the end of the race.
And are the medium tires an option when it gets cooler later on when the sun goes down?
Yes, definitely. I mean, when we've seen last year, I mean, there was different strategies amongst all the manufacturers. So everybody had his own strategy in a way, but I'm sure we'll see the mediums towards the end, when it starts to get dark across, the different manufacturers. But at the same time, what Kazuki just said, like maybe it plays out later, because now he only used one full set for 2 stints, so that means like he has at least two tires more for the end of the race, which could pay out. I mean, let's see. Right now he's losing a lot, Brendan in car 8, but it might play out still at the end.
Kaz Nakajima is off to drive a Ford Mustang Dark Horse next weekend in the Super Taiko finale at Fuji, isn't it? We're going to tempt you back to doing some driving. I mean, I know you haven't completely given it up, have you?
No, I mean, I did some GT Asia races last year and 12 hours of Sepang with a 911 GT3R, so I still love driving. I test my own cup cars, and I do a lot of rollouts and stuff with the Porsche Museum, 956s, 962, so the prime cars, I would say.
Awful job you have. Awful job you have there.
But for sure, the driving part I'm missing, the professional driving part, that's clear. But I'm happy to be attached to motorsport still.
New Cup car for next year, and that's going to take a bit of getting used to.
New Cup car next year, exactly. So a lot of details change. It's a completely new Cup car based on the 992.2 911 model, and so I think they did a lot of fine-tuning to make the car not only, faster, but I think more better to service also for the teams, for the engineers, for the drivers. And there was one change that in most of the championships will be ABS introduced, I guess, for every major championship in the Cup cars, which is new in history.
Yeah, we've had it in the States for the model life of this 992, and that was Porsche Motorsport North America basically having spoken to the teams and the drivers, realising, I think, that most of the team, most of the younger drivers are going to go on to drive a GT3 or a GT4 car, which has ABS, and the less experienced drivers, the guys who have more experience of life, not necessarily of driving, it makes it a little bit easier for them to get up to speed.
100%. I mean, in the past, like it fit well, I think, like with the non-ABS. But now, if you look, like all the majority of the championships that come after a cup a career, you have ABS, so it's also better for the new drivers to get up to speed faster, and necessarily don't need to spend like 4 or 5 years in the one make series. So I think it's a good step that helps new drivers.
Timo Bernhard with us in the Global Broadcast Centre. We're keeping an eye on what's going on the circuit at the moment. The Hypercar's working their way through the GT3 traffic at the moment. LMGT3 first and second for Lynn Hedinius and Fran Rueda. The AMG GT3s for Iron Lynx, 61 and 60, leading the motor race at the moment by getting on for 6 seconds. Back to Clement Schmidt now in the RCF Lexus. All the front engine cars at the sharp end. The interloper there is Ben Keating who's in behind Zach Robichon in the Heart of Racing Aston. Ben in 5th position for TF Sport, the number 33 mid-engined Corvette. Of course, they're working on that hard Goodyear tyre. At the front of the field, Toyota by 2 seconds. Mike Conway, who's just been on the radio asking what was going on. Ferrari 499P, Tonio Giovinazzi's worked his way through, used the strategy last time around. Took a little bit of time out of the leader, so that's coming down, that gap to the lead coming down. They are just over halfway through their fuel, or should I say energy now, Timo. That's something that we've had to get used to. Round about 2/3 through, 20 laps for Mike Conway, 21 for Tonio Giovinazzi. That gap coming down then, Mike Conway, he's asking about that. But we don't know how these cars are going to go towards the end of the stint, whether the Toyota gets better at the end of the stint, whether the Ferrari gets better at the end of the stint. And right now, barely 2 hours, not even 2 hours into the race, how hard would you be pushing if you were chasing the leader at the moment?
You really have to go. You really have to go by your feeling with the tires. I think you can overstress the tires because you might not get this back. So once you overstress the tire here at Bahrain, because it's a very aggressive asphalt, it's a very hot asphalt, you might lose the tire, and it doesn't matter if it's 10 laps into the race or it might be like 25 laps into the race. So you have to nurse it almost all the way through, and even more if you only change like one side or maybe just the rear. So, but looking at the speed of the 51 Ferrari, Antonio Giovinazzi, I mean that's super fast right now. Currently, 153.6. I think that's super fast.
And that was the quickest car in a straight line early on. That was the only car that I saw during the qualifying sessions. And Hyperpole top out over 300 kilometres now. It's 300.9 at the speed trap point. That might help when racing as well. But that suggests that car's running actually skinny, which you'd normally think would make the car slide around more.
Yes, and he did just the third lap in a row, like below 54, which is... not only very fast, it's like he's really coming close, and he's in the full view in the rear mirror of Mike Conway, so he will not be happy.
No, Conway with still, as I say, 9 laps to go. Meantime, Nicholas Nielsen in the other Ferrari, the number 50 cars, got Loic Duval right in front of him. He dodges out to the right-hand side, then back onto the red and white cars. Ferrari's looking good towards the end of the stints. Remember, they took 2 hard rear tyres at the pit stop 21, 22 laps ago, and that to me looks like a grip advantage from the Ferrari, because Nielsen there is moving around quite significantly behind that Peugeot.
Yes, I think Ferrari anyway is good on the tire average compared to the Peugeot. What we saw has a good 1 lap pace, but I think like the advantage for the just changing rears is that you have no matter if it's right or left hand corner, you have always the better traction, than if you just go four-sided.
Now Mike Conway has company at the front of the field because Tonio Giovinazzi has caught him. The gap is a visual one now, never mind the stopwatch, as that scarlet Ferrari has hunted him down. Exactly.
Saying hello.
He's saying hello with the... I'm going to ask you, I think I asked you this question in Austin. Do you flash the headlights? Did you flash the headlights when you were coming up behind
for sure.
them?
Yeah,
right.
With pleasure.
Yes. When you were in the lead or battling for position, when somebody flashed the headlights behind you, did it bother you at all?
It's annoying. It's like, okay, it's like more
annoying.
like it's annoying, and I have to admit, it's like if you're in a position like Mike is now, you will be like, oh, come on, man, give me a break, don't need to flash, you're too far away. So, but still, it gets your attention, to be honest.
So on to another lap, climbing the hill. This is far from a very flat circuit, despite the fact that we're in the desert here. Climbing up towards turns number 4 and 5 on the headlamp flash again. Tonio Giovinazzi closes in under braking, smashing corner at the top of the hill. That commit to it nice and early, run all the way out to the left-hand side. There's another piece of circuit there actually that goes on the long track, which we did race on once. It's called the endurance circuit. Oh, now through the traffic as well. One of the Ford Mustangs down through the S's, and that caused Giovinazzi some problems there. Lost a couple of 3 cars lengths.
Exactly. And Bahrain is so much different in terms of layout, but in terms of characteristic to any other track in the WEC schedule. So you need to be patient here. There are tracks where you need to be brave, where you need to, push through like Austin, the S's. you use the downforce, but here you have to be patient, and also the same in traffic. You cannot use the tire to the maximum because you won't have any left at the end of the stint. And the same is also with traffic, because the GT cars, they face the same issue.
So 2 battles on the circuit at the moment between Ferraris and Peugeot. Ferrari at the front of the field with the leading Toyota. For Nicholas Nielsen, he's not been able to get through. Coming through turn 11 now, another one of my favourite parts of this track. This is another slight undulation as they go up the hill. And coming through turns 11, 12 and 13. That is a commitment part of the circuit,
yes.
Isn't it?
It is, yes, definitely. And it's also a nice area of the circuit. Come up the hill, you have the fast right-hander, you need to brake in an angled corner which is closing, and then it's opening again, so you need to find the right turn-in point and to be at the apex with the best possible speed.
I always think the last corner here onto the main straight, it looks nothing when you see it on the track map.
100%.
But actually, when you drive it, and I've only done it in a road car round here, it's really quite a nuanced corner.
Yes, it's underrated because you always tend to go in too fast, then you have no exit, and you have to turn it around, all exit.
Yeah. So you've got to have a good front end at that
100%.
point.
100%.
That's really interesting. Here's that battle then. In fact, no, this is Peugeot versus Toyota.
It's Brendan, our friend, he's really struggling on the double stint tire. I mean, we see the gap opened up to the leaders, 14 seconds, He has a hard time with the double stint tire.
And Paul de Resta is going to be getting frustrated here because he's got a Peugeot with that Peugeot Total Energies number 93. That is clearly quicker. Here he is on the radio.
This lap, pick confirm. Box this lap, pick confirm. Driver change for Seb. Reminder to drink.
So that's interesting. They are bringing in Brendan Hartley 5 laps before the end of his stint. They're in the window. They're about 12 minutes early, but they're not too far away from the window. That's maybe not going to completely ruin that race.
Yes. No, I think they just have to stop it here because they lose too much time. They lose 2 seconds to the leaders, so that's too much. They have to bail out.
And Brendan started with a medium on the front right as well, so that's been on from the start.
Yes.
So no wonder he's struggling.
Yes. No, but let's see. how it plays out at the end. He has 2 tires more compared to the competition. Let's see. But now they have to bail out and have to change tires and driver. Yeah.
So they may have short-fueled that car on the last stint to try and give them a little bit. Yeah.
It's possible as well.
He's going to peel off to the right now. This will start the second round of pit stops for the LMH cars at the front of the field. So Brendan Hartley getting out, Seb Buemi getting into that car, and a new set of what we presume will be red sidewall tyres at the front of the field. His teammate Mike Conway in the car that Kamui Kobayashi heroically put on pole position, despite me picking him for pole, and that's normally the kiss of death for anybody. And he's still battling with Antonio Giovinazzi down through the S's, and they have got just a little bit of clear air between themselves and the next bunch of GT cars. And at the moment, they'll be counting the laps down. And Mike Conway again on his 25th, and Antonio Giovinazzi on his 26th. So they'll stop around about lap 30, lap 31. How much of that decision, he might have been short fuel, so there might have been an energy component to Brendan Hartley. But surely you've got to be talking, if you're going to come in 4 or 5 laps early, assuming he was fueled, to go 30 laps, it's a question of how much time you're losing. So there's got to be some conversation here.
100%. At this level of LMH, LMDH hypercar racing, there's constant communication between engineers and the drivers. So they will try to help him with different techniques on the driving, on maybe also on settings, for sure, on different settings of the systems, just to help him regaining more speed. But if you see that you're still losing 1.5 seconds, probably even more, then they have to bail out at one point. And then the engineers are talking and say, look, strategy, we have to shift. And
no surprise that it's 4 new tyres for Seb Buemi, and it was a short fuel situation. He was down to just 6% of energy. Yes. We've been in touch with the team, and they're telling us that. So thank you to for the information for the guys and ladies at Toyota Gazoo Racing, indeed from everybody up and down the pit lane, because we can't be everywhere. Alex and the rest of our pit lane reporters for the rest of the season cannot be everywhere at the same time. So it's an information exchange, and it's brilliant, the access that we get to bits and pieces. GT's coming back in again to start as well. That's TF Sports in and out. Ben Keating still at the wheel. Vista in with Francesco Castellacci in the 54 from third. The second Iron Lynx car came in. In fact, no, they've both been in. So Iron Dames with a slightly strange pit stop schedule because of that single puncture that they had earlier on when Cydia Martin was behind the wheel. That was contact, and the other car involved has been penalised 5 seconds for that. So the Dames are back out in front and working a completely different strategy now, with Celia out of the car and Rahel Fry behind the wheel. They've not had the best season, and as we heard from Michelle Gatting, they would like to go out on a high. Sometimes it doesn't matter what you do, Timo Bernard in there, both with us here. Sometimes it doesn't matter what you do. People say, Alan McNish used to say to me, there's no such thing as luck. You make your own luck by preparing. But sometimes things do, and I know what he means by that, but sometimes things just don't go your way. It's been one of those seasons for the Dames.
100%, yeah. I mean, myself, I had 1.5 years in the past, I didn't win a single race, or I had no high or whatever, I got crazy, and then...
What, because you'd forgotten how to drive, obviously? No, that's not what happens, is it?
Exactly. And then the next thing is, like, we won 4 races in a row, up to the championship here, which is like 10th anniversary, like 2015, as you remember, we won with Brendan Mark, myself. So it's like there's different phases you just have to accept and keep going. Which is hard, but...
Now, meantime, one of the Acodis Lexus has gone in. It is, let me scroll down and see which one's gone in. It is the number 78 car, Arnold Robin, and they were flying high earlier on. United, Sebastian Bowe now takes over the 59 car. Tom van Rompuy for TF Sport. They've both gone back out again. Roman De Angelis has gone out in the Aston Martin. The Heart of Racing Valkyrie, the 009, is in and out as well. We're still waiting for this pass for the lead, or will it be the pit stops where it takes over? Oh, and the 009 has come out, the Aston that we just mentioned there with Roman De Angelis, come out right in front of the leader. Let's head to the pit lane. Here's Brenton Hartley.
Down here with Brennan Hartley, that looked like a very tricky stint. Looked like there was a bit of a drop back due to strategy, but is it how you were not expecting strategy to play out, but were you surprised, and does that mean things are going to change for you guys?
Well, I think we were the only... Sorry, it's noisy. We were the only ones that did a double, so I kept the tyres. It was the plan going into the race, so the first stint I really tried to look after them. I think what it does is it positions us to have more tyres than everyone at the end. Tyre deck's so big here, and we saw last year that's actually how we won the race, by having 4 new at the end when no one else had it. So now, for the rest of the race, we've got 2 more tyres than everybody else. So that was the plan. Position-wise, I think we're more or less net P3. Let's see if we might get a bit of an undercut now, but that was the plan.
I guess the beauty of this is that you have an awful lot of history of how to win here, right?
Yeah, we won a few races here, but it's a strong track for us. We've had a bad season, so we're hoping to end on a high and finish the end of the season with some rose water or whatever it's called. But
What sort of car have you handed over? What information did you give when you handed the car over?
Yeah, just some of the settings. We can change traction control. We've got roll bar, so we can change mechanical balance, and just giving as much feedback as I could. Also, curb usage. You try and hand over to the next driver with as much information as possible.
Right, I can hear you.
Okay, right.
It's very loud, isn't it? Great, thank you. Good stuff.
On the pit wall with Brendan there. And that battle for the lead has still not gone the way of the Ferrari. Mike Conway doing a cracking job, considering he was losing 5-6 tenths a lap when the Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi was hoving into view behind. Timo Bernhard, exactly what we were saying, Brendan, there, putting it into perfect context about performance and tyres at the end of the race.
Exactly, and he also spoke about, he touched on how the team helped him, mechanical balance, etc., etc. They can move the bars, they can do other things, electronically. So this constant conversation and to try to make it better. And I think now he's happy. He took one for the team, and now they're might be in a better position.
He looked exceptionally fresh there, coming out of the heat of the day, and having done a double. You know him well. I've known him since he came into this paddock. Lovely bloke.
He is, absolutely. And probably it also shows he didn't have not much G-forces because he had to nurse the tires. So
is that what you said? I'll tell him you've said that.
Tell him, please. Yeah. No, he's a super fit guy and one of the best drivers on the grid for sure. Yeah.
Timo Bernhard with me, John Hindhaugh and Peter Mackay's keeping an eye on things as well here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre as we're coming down to the end of another race hour, and all of a sudden we're 2 hours into this, and it's Toyota Gazoo Racing with pit stops looming. Should be in the next lap or two, I reckon, as we're coming up. Yeah, lap 60. Anytime now. The first stint was 30 or 31 laps, 29 for the Aston Martin and the Alpines from memory. But there was 2 formation laps and getting to the grid as well on that, so we might squeeze another one out, maybe 31, 32 then. So we're not that far away from these battles. And we've got 2 Ferrari battles going on at the moment. One with a Peugeot, and that is for 4th and 5th position. Loic Duval and Nicholas Nielsen. Paul di Resta is in 3rd position in the 93 car. And then the Giovinazzi and Mike Conway battle for the lead. And into the pit lane from the lead of GT3, LMGT3, the Dames have come in. So Rahel is sort of squaring up with the rest of the cars. She's gone about 3 laps longer. So they've almost got themselves. They've taken one more pit stop for Celia Martin when she just did that short 5-lap stint, having got the puncture. Rahel got back into the car, or got into the car for the first time there. So they're coming in at roughly the same time, give or take a lap, but of course they're a full pit stop back in terms of how far they've dropped down. Now, how will that play out towards the end of the race? And again, there's tyres to be thought of in the LMGT3 as well. Giovinazzi being told we don't have to fight right now at the moment. They've still got the emerging Aston Martin. In fact, no, they've just got past the emerging Aston Martin. That's a lap down now. That's Roman De Angelis in the 009 car. Remember, he came out on cold tyres, as much as you can have cold tyres here. He's got a tyre advantage now, though, Roman, yes, on these guys ahead. That sounded to me, we're pitting any time soon, Antonio. If the Aston's quicker, let him bite.
Exactly, and he tried to unlap himself, the Aston, for sure. But this will play out differently now because the leaders will pit soon, and then he will be on the leading lap again. I think, we're 1 or 2 laps away from seeing the top guys pitting.
Just waiting to find out from our pit lane reporters what's going on with the Lexus, the number 78 Accordis Lexus. That car's been so quick this week. Meantime, Nicholas Nielsen, what a talent he is. Loic Duval, what experience he's got. That Peugeot with the wing on it now. And news coming in earlier today that at least a couple of the wingless cars have been bought up by Bob Burridge and Crichton Lendudis. And the plan is to run those in the Asian Le Mans Series when they become eligible at the end of next year, the 26-27 Series. He's the lead changing across the start-finish line. No, sorry, that's the Aston coming back through to unlap itself on Giovinazzi.
It's dangerous.
In traffic there. Giovinazzi just eased off to the left-hand side and let young Roman De Angelis go through. I think that was pretty smart. First 2 hours are in the book. Pit stops coming any second now. Mike Conway by 2 seconds now from Antonio Giovinazzi, who's been having his mirrors full of the unlapping Aston. Roman De Angelis in that 009 car, who'll now set off on in pursuit, rather, of Mike Conway. Third is Paul de Resta. Fourth, Loic Duval, the two Peugeots, about 5 seconds apart. And Paul 14 seconds away from that battle for the lead. And Loic Duval still has Nicholas Nielsen and his mirrors. Nicholas Nielsen's going to know the part number on the back of that wing of that Peugeot. So, yeah, John de Geese bumping into Bob Burridge on the grid. And we saw Bob Burridge earlier in the weekend, and John doing a bit of digging. Full stories on Sportscar 365. Crichton Lendudis drives one of Bob's, or bought up, I think, one of Bob's old cars, the Sauber Mercedes, and he drives that in the historic series that we cover along with Classic Le Mans, which we'll be back at in 2026. Now an annual event, that. Looking forward to that. And some newer cars now, right up to 2015. Porsche in the pit lane. He's the number 5, Julian Andlauer's car. Lovely to see Julian doing so well in the prototype.
Yes, no, he did a great job from his first year with Proton, with the privateer entry, where we saw, he has the potential, and then this year in the full factory outfit with Porsche Penske Motorsport, he did a really, really good job, and now he's one of the top runners there. So he deserves this. He deserves it. Yeah, and he's absolutely paid off the confidence shown in him. So Alex Lynn's taking over the number 12 Cadillac Hertz team. It's Robert Kubica still in the AF Corsa Ferrari. Lauren Heinrich gets his first laps in the 963 in competition, at least. 100%, yeah. That's so we witness now a rookie entry, the first race appearance of Lauren Heinrich in the top category in the WEC.
And fabulous that he's getting an opportunity. A lot of emotion tied in to this race for Porsche Penske Motorsport, the 963 from the Germany-based team. I'm not going to talk about the whys and the wherefores and what, but you cannot help to be, that whole team, you cannot help being emotional to see this the 50th, and for the moment, says Thomas Laudenbach, who I listen to, it is the last time we'll see those cars, and a car that's been successful.
Yes, yeah, no, for sure. It's it reminds me a bit, a couple of years ago when we had with the 919, we had the farewell, and for sure it's always emotional, but you have to focus on the race, you have to concentrate on it, and also to outline the highs, that this project was successful also in WEC, finishing second overall in Le Mans this year, winning the title last year, the Drivers' World Championship title, still being in a clinch to fight for the both championships here today, and the project continues in IMSA. So, these are the highs that we also have to highlight.
Is there there must be a slight disappointment that the car hasn't won Le Mans, and particularly with Roger Penske involved, because that's the glaring omission on his racing CV. He's literally won everything else except the 24 Heures du Mans.
When you go to Le Mans as Porsche with a factory outfit, there's always this pressure to win Le Mans, and also the expectations, and this is for sure right, because we won the most races in history at Le Mans, 19 overall. So, but on the other side, I have to say, if you finish on the podium at Le Mans, it's also a success. This we have to say this year was a great race from the crew.
That's Timo Bernhard who's with us. Let's go through with some of the tyres. The number 35 Alpine mediums, 4 new mediums.
It's early.
The track temp is still 34 Celsius officially at the moment. The number 50 Ferrari in and out. Miguel Molina behind the wheel of that car. Jean-Eric Verne has taken over the number 93 Peugeot. Ferrari, 4 new hards for that number 50. So remember, they only took 2 rear tyres, hard rear tyres on that car. So incoming new driver, generally speaking, would get 4 new tyres. Did you manage to spot what went on the 5 and 6? It'll still be hard at this point.
It'll still be hard, yep. Yeah. Still be hard, yep.
And a medium on the front right of the leading car, Mike Conway. So that's what they start the race on, the number 8. That's interesting. That is the tyre that is getting used the least, I suppose.
Yes, exactly. And maybe they have a little bit of an issue in front right lockup, and maybe that's why they choose in the medium compound there, because it's a different grip. It's a higher grip for sure.
So pit stops going through. We'll reset the running order for you in a moment with Timo before we let him go and get back to the team. Much excitement, of course, about WEC, which continues, and the 963 story will continue there. And the success, presumably, you hope will continue there. Yes. And in fact, I was saying this in yesterday's programmes. 2026 in IMSA starts next week.
Yes.
That is the start of the 2026 season with the test.
Yes.
No rest anymore.
Yes. Yeah, it's like it's full circle, but it's how motorsport is right now. And but on the other side, it's also great, that you can race with these cars on both sides of the sea, on the globe. And for me, it's really a highlight of endurance racing, which I love so much. Do
you remember when we used to finish in September, October, and maybe not come back till March?
Yes.
And I used to not see any of you, and we said, what did you do? Oh, we went off and did. Yes, of course, there was testing to do, but you had weeks off.
Yes.
Now you're looking to get a few days off.
Exactly. And there's sim sessions in between and stuff, but it's still a great job of being if you achieve as a driver, if you achieve being a factory driver in this championship on the top category. I mean, this is something to look forward to. I mean, yeah.
And that's whether that is GT3 or Hypercar. If you're a works driver, you are effectively playing in the Bundesliga or in the Premiership. You are the top of the top if a factory wants to pay you to drive their cars.
100%. And in GT, I mean, we always say, yes, it's a second category here, but in these GT3 cars, you can race around the globe, and in many championships, they're the top lineup, the top championship. So it's for these drivers in GT, the factory drivers, it's like they do even more races. And it's like a full year job, and very, very encouraging. I mean, for young drivers, if they listen to it, I mean, it's a great task to have, a great goal in the future to be there.
A moment or two ago, there was a bit of contact between Alex Lynn and Kevin Estre at turn one. I've never seen Kevin so upset as he was at the end of qualifying yesterday. Was that because of his mistake? Was it because he got in behind the sister car? Did you manage to speak to him?
Yeah, for sure we spoke. I mean, Kevin is for me one of the best drivers on the grid, definitely, but he's a very honest one. And if he does a mistake, he's very hard on himself, where you also, have to help him a bit. But he's, I think he was a bit angry about himself. And but yeah, things happen like this. But as you've seen in Fuji, I mean, he made up for it and brought the car together with Lawrence, obviously, and Matt, fabulously to P2. So yeah, that's how he is. He's a fighter, and he will not stop fighting.
The thing is, clearly, you have to be a critic of yourself as a driver, but it has to be reasonable criticism because you can go too far.
Exactly. Yeah, but I don't see the danger with him. I mean, he's like and I think you see with all these top guys, you see that they are very hard on themselves, but it's also that makes you better. That's something. It doesn't break you; it just makes you better. But I understand your point. Like, you cannot dwell on it too much. You cannot talk about or think about it now. That's for sure. But that you have, you look at it and say, man, I did a mistake, and I cannot do that again. And to understand what happened, that's important.
Is it sometimes better to blow off that steam like a valve?
100%.
And then it's gone.
I used to yell on the helmet. We're at Atlanta Petit Le Mans, and you're in the S's, and you have a bad traffic. You lose 2 seconds. You're like, just to get the steam off, and then you focus again.
Brilliant.
And continue, because there's so much more racing ahead. You cannot continue to think about the mistake or a time you lost. It's like another 10 hours, another whatever laps.
See, nowadays everybody's mic'd up and they've got the cameras in the car, so you can't swear.
Yeah.
You know it's going to come out. You can't actually say what you want to say, but you can scream a bit.
You can scream, but don't press any buttons.
Yes.
Because then they think something is on fire. So.
We said we'd reset, before we let Timo go, we'll reset the running order at the sharp end of the field. It's Nick de Vries now in that number 7 Toyota GR010. And that car, again with that medium right front there, leading by 2.5 seconds, near enough, 2.2, from Alessandro Pagidi, who is in the number 51 Ferrari 499P. And then the second of the Toyota Gazoo racing cars, Seb Buemi in the number 8 car. Remember, he's been out a bit longer because Brendan Hartley had to come in a wee bit earlier. The short filled that car, and the double stinted that first set of tyres. So they have got a performance advantage in tyres with Michelin going through the race. They've got at least a half a set more than everybody else at the moment. Then it's Peugeot, Jean-Eric Vergne, the number 4, the position number 4 for the number 93 car. There's a bit of a gap there. It's about 17 seconds. The top 6 made up by Miguel Molina in the Ferrari, another 2 seconds further back in the 50. So that little battle that we saw battling for 4th and 5th before with their previous drivers, that's going to set up again. And the Aston Martin Harter Racing team, Roman De Angelis, who got back on the lead lap, remember, because he'd stopped a wee bit early. Now, he is slightly off kilter because his stops have been a wee bit early. So he's a couple of laps at least worse off on his tyres. But that has cycled him through to his top 6 position in LMGT3, a Codis, the Lexus, the remaining Lexus, with still the 78 car in the pits, but it's the 87, Petru Umberescu, who is leading the race. Here's Alex with Mike Conway.
Here. To what extent are you feeling pressure from that 51 Ferrari, or is it a comfortable position and all about the long game?
Yeah, I think they're right there, to be honest. I mean, not much between us. I think they looked like they had good pace in the second stint, in the middle part of that. But they did have a different strategy on tyres. They just changed rears, so good for us to keep in mind what we're going to do for the future. And, so far the car's been good. Just trying to be tyre management, really. And it's a bit unknown. Even though you learn a lot through the practice, you still don't really know what's going to happen in the race. And just try to manage my best and not destroy the tyres in the first stint and have enough for the second part. So it felt okay.
What happens for you next? Are you back in for the end?
Yeah, possibly. Nixon now a double, Kamui a double, and then we'll decide what to do if we split it a different way. But yeah, it just depends on now the next 2-3 hours.
You can go rest.
Mike Conway there down in the pit lane. I see a good point, of course, because there's an extra 2 hours to think about in terms of your driver rotation. Do most teams have that already set out, or sounded there genuinely? We've known Mike for a long time as well, but it genuinely sounded like we'll see how the next 2 or 3 hours play out, and then we might mess around with it a little bit.
I mean, there are different views on it, but I think most teams or many teams look at from the work it backwards. You know which driver you wanna have in at the end. To fight, and then you look how you can fill the gaps. I mean, it sounds a bit theoretically, but it's what you do. I mean, most of the time it's like they're very close on the level anyway.
Timo, thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure, like always.
It's always great to have you here. You know, you're always very, very welcome in terms of coming to talk to us. Peter Mackay, who was listening into all of that first part before he took his break, says, if you're going to be doing stuff for the museum, can you actually get the RS Spider out and give it a run sometime where he can see it? Because he's literally written the book on it, and he's never seen one running in any kind of competitive area.
Yes, Peter will make it happen for sure. We'll give you a ring once we bring it out next time.
Okay,
for sure.
Well, that sounds like a road trip down to a circuit somewhere, maybe a test track somewhere to see you out in that.
You need to witness this car like live because it's such a wonderful car. As you heard it like 3-4 years in a row, like in America on all these wonderful tracks. But it's a car which catches your emotions.
I remember that season where you and I and Romain did all of the dealer visits in America, and we were up in Canada, and Roman describing the lap in the Spider, coming to the end of the Andretti Straight and going through turn 8 there.
Turn 8, yes.
Flat,
which is unheard of. It's unbelievable. You cannot. If you see the corner visually, you will not believe it can be flat in a quali lap.
And I was like, "What? No, really?" Actually, there is one more thing I want to ask you before you go. The lap of the Nürburgring in the 919 Evo. I spoke to you at the time, and something popped up lately where I was talking about it again. Do you have any desire to go and do that again? That is still the fastest lap around there, isn't it?
Yes. No, the record is still holding on, and no, I do not plan to go there again with such a beast. I think that's something you do just once in your lifetime. But it's funny, just 2 weeks ago on a karting track, I bumped into Toto Wolff, the current F1 team boss of Mercedes Grand Prix, and he asked me again as well these questions about the Nordschleife, because he loves the track, he loves obviously the onboard camera, and it goes on. Like people keep asking me about this lap. It's fabulous. And
is it true that you thought there might be a little more time left, and Frank Stefan Walliser said no, leave it as it is?
Well, we did the first proper lap with the 5:24, and I thought that there's more in, and we wanted to change the setup a little bit, and we had to fight with Andreas Seidel. We spoke with the engineer, and Andreas gave us the trust, and he said, yeah, you can have one more lap, but that's it. And then this famous 5:19 played out afterwards. So but then we all said it's enough, because we thought if we push it too much, it might end not
badly.
Badly, exactly.
Yes, not optimally.
It was a freestyle event, I have to say, and this is what catches my emotions. Not so much the lap time; it's just the speed and everything on that day.
Yeah, but you still wouldn't do what Roman does and go Pikes Peak, would you?
No, this I don't do. No.
I drove up it slowly once in a Jeep when I was covering it there, and coming down was even scarier than going up. I don't know how he does that.
No, but he really likes this kind of adventure. He's one of my long-term teammates, and I really love this guy. He has so much passion about motorsport, but that's really the Dakar. That's where my border is, and I say, okay, that's enough. I love rally, but not Dakar.
Take all the enthusiasm back to the team. Good luck with your own team in Cup next year, and hopefully we'll bump into you at a WEC event somewhere. Let's see you at Le Mans. Yeah. You'll be at Le Mans.
100%. Yes.
You will be at Le Mans. Timo Bernhard with us here in the Global Broadcast Centre. Thank you, Timo. Just pick up on a couple of things. Hards, by the way. Hards for both of the Porsches, as we suspected, coming in from the team. I wanted to quickly just finish off the rundown of GT3. Codice leading by about 9 seconds from Iron Links. That's the Martin Berry driven number 61 AMG GT3. Heart of Racing, Ian James, boss of the team, and logistics and everything else. He's incredible. He is in third in the number 27 Aston Martin. Then Iron Links, Andrew Gilbert, another 3 seconds further back. Ben Keating for TF Sport and the Corvette Z06 in fifth, and top 6 is Thomas Flohr for Ferrari in the Vista 54. Johnny Palmer.
Yes,
he's back on headphones in the other side of the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, watching as I am Ben Keating and Thomas Flohr having a bit of a scrap going on to the back straight.
It's terrific stuff, especially when you realise that these drivers, I'm pretty sure Flohr's been in from the start. Certainly Ben Keating's not got out of the 33 car yet either. So different routes again for the GT teams in terms of deploying their driving talent, where there was a side-to-side moment there. 2 General Motors outfits, Corvette of Ben Keating, I thought into the side of the Cadillac that it was trying to get through the traffic, and it is pursued by the number 6 Porsche. So that must have been Alex Lynn's Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car, which if it didn't make a glancing blow with Ben's Corvette, it was very, very close coming out of turn 11 and into 12. Hasn't interrupted Ben's flow though, and he's still very much in this ding-dong fight with Thomas Flohr as they head back onto the start-finish straight. But as you've mentioned, Petru Umberescu, Razvan Umberescu, is leading in the GT category in the 87 Lexus from Martin Berry's Iron Links Mercedes, and Ian James, who's been put back into the Heart of Racing team, Aston Martin, after a single stint from silver-rated Zachary Robichon. Slight mistake from Ian James a couple of laps ago where he ran a bit too deep into the first corner, but there is plenty of runoff there. So only a slight delay in terms of time and didn't compromise his position. So he stays third ahead of Andrew Gilbert's AMG, the bright yellow car. Still Keating and Flohr locking horns, and Flohr had the hint of an inside line then going down towards turn 4, or up towards turn 4, and they now plunge downhill through 5, 6 and 7 and towards the hairpin at turn 8. As far as Hypercar is concerned, this Toyota dominance has been broken up now by the 51 Ferrari, who are having a great race despite the pressure of trying to win a title as well as perform well in this 8-hour race in isolation. Nick de Vries drives the 7 Toyota, Sebastian Buemi into the number 8 car, but wedged in between them now at a gap of 3 and a bit seconds is the 51 Ferrari. It just feels like this car, John, is showing a bit more speed than it had in qualifying yesterday.
Not unheard of in Ferrari circles. Let's be quite blunt about that, JP. In terms of what we've seen before, they've got a job to do here, and the drivers have been reminded of that throughout this race, and their job is to get this championship for Ferrari, and then see what else can happen. Meantime, Ben still holding off the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, which is the silver car. Thomas Floor becoming the 29th driver to contest the 60 races, and joins Ant Davidson on that number in the FIA WEC, being passed by one of the Cadillacs going through there on the front straight. And by the way, that contact, Alex Lynn and Kevin Estra, that I mentioned down at turn 1, which was 20 minutes ago or thereabouts, that has been passed to the stewards now. It was quite... I said there was a little bit of contact. I was talking to Timo there. I got another chance to review that, and it was actually fairly substantial. So we'll see how that goes. Lovely to have Timo in. Thanks to the Porsche Penske Motorsport team for bringing him up here and letting us have a chat with him. We're going to try before the end of the race to get a word with Lauren Heinrich as well after his first run in the car. We can't talk to him now because he's actually in the car. As it stands at the moment, Manthey are taking the championship in the team's championship in GT3. The battle for second is really tight. Vista AF Corsa and a Codis 87. 2 points to the good now for the Ferrari team. So Porsche, Ferrari and Lexus represented in the top 3 teams in the LMGT3 Drivers' Championship. The Manthey car, that's the only championship that is actually done and dusted, JP, isn't it?
No, it's still, I mean, it's going the way of 92, yes, but there are 2 other teams that could potentially win, because the gap's only 11 points back to Alessia Rivera, Francois Heriot and Simon Mann. And when you consider you get 38 for a win, especially if that Porsche, point, for whatever reason, can't finish the race, the real outside bet is Charlie Eastwood, Rui Andrade and Tom Van Rompuy, who vaulted up the field after that win in Fuji. They had a good points score at Le Mans as well without winning that race. They finished third of the WEC entrance into Le Mans. So it's unlikely that TF Sport could do it, and the 81 car's not in the points at the moment either, in 15th place in this race, but it's still, up for grabs between the 92 car and the 21, although that Porsche is 2 places ahead on the road of the chasing Ferrari.
Yeah, I haven't been able to get a message to the Ecodis team, or at least I haven't had anything back. My apologies. I can't see their representative in the media centre behind me. When I get a moment, if necessary, I'll take a quick run out and head to the back of their pits myself and see what's going on. The 78 car is still in the pits, where it's been languishing now for some 16 laps, so you're talking well over half an hour, getting on for 40 minutes in fact at the moment. In fact, just over 40 minutes. That car has been in the pits. As soon as I get anything, I will pass that on. Hello to Arnage Rob. Up the Wednesday, mate. Great story, that. Both JP and I are big football fans, and the Sheffield Wednesday story is fabulous. Really is. He says, great having Timo Bernhard in the studio, and fabulous insight into the mind of a driver who, in Rob's appreciation, is one of the greatest sports car drivers of the 2000s. I don't think you'll get many people arguing with you there, Rob, to be honest. So I love the last bit too, the 919 Evo lap of the Nordschleife. He says, I watch that lap back once a month. It's special. Yeah. Yes, it is. 5 minutes of your time, 6 minutes of your time, just under. Yeah, that on board is that and Peter Dunbrek in the Neo EP9. Those are 2 of the most incredible laps
in terms of lap time to car 51 behind us. gaps are very stable.
So we're in a situation here, I feel, at the moment, JP, where we've had all the excitement and the elbows out racing in the first hour and a bit. We're now into hour number 3, more than 2 hours of the race gone. In fact, 2.5 hours coming up in 4 minutes' time. And there's a bit of consolidation going on here, and there's some tyre saving going on, possibly a bit of fuel saving. The Acodis ASP team, that number 78 car, it was Arnold Robban who brought the car in. They are putting the floor back on that car, I think. So I think the floor's been off. But there's some considerable work going on that car, JP. It's got the doors stripped out. And I'm trying to see what the hand into the mechanic underneath the front. I really need to be in my pit reporter guys at the moment and be right underneath there with me mobile phone torch. No, they're taking the bottom of the engine cover off the plate underneath the engine, the diffuser at the front. So that I don't think that's happening anytime quickly. That car coming back.
No, it's a real mystery, isn't it? Because it had been performing so well, mainly in the hands of Arnold Robban, led the opening stint. Then Mercedes just tried something a bit different, so that took the 78 out of the race lead, but it still had good speed. Has it just caught a curb in the wrong way and therefore disrupted something, or more substantial than that? Because it's been up on the stands for a little while now, as you say, 16 laps, and plenty of mechanics have descended upon that. One underneath, concentrating on the underside of the engine bay, like you say. But the point where they were trying to do that as quickly as possible has kind of passed now. They realise they've lost so many laps, and the priority is clearly to try and win this race still, but with their other car. And at least Razvan Umberescu, trying to burn his 2 hours and 20 minutes, is in the best place to do that, despite the relentless pressure from Martin Berry in the early stages. Now he is well clear, though, of the Australian racer, nearly 12 seconds better off than the 61 Mercedes. Both AMGs, though, featuring in the top 4 positions. So good effort from Andrew Gilbert as well, who was thoroughly chuffed with the performance of that car and his lap in yesterday's qualifying. And the fellow silver drivers then, who got the first opportunity this whole year for action in the qualifying phase, that was Lorcan Hannafin and Lynn Herdanius, who did laps to put the Mercs on 2nd and 3rd in the grid. Ian James, though, is 3rd right now between those two Mercedes. And Francois Heriot, further down the order, 9th place. So you do get points for that, but only 3, and their rivals in the GT field are the 92 Porsche, scoring 6 more than that in 7th position. But things really do have the habit of changing a great deal once the silvers sweep the field. We've had 1 or 2 silver stints. We've got a couple happening right now, in fact, with Gianmarco Liverato in his Proton Competition Ford Mustang, and also Sebastian Bowe in the number 16 McLaren, which is doing some silver drive time. But otherwise, the rest of the GT order still are bronze. 5 seconds the difference between Nick De Vries's race-leading Toyota and Alessandro Pierguidi in the Ferrari. And Lauren Heinrich, in his opening stint then, for the first ever WEC stint that he has done, Porsche number 5, with a couple of GT cars up ahead of him out of turn 8, they being the 46 BMW, which is in the hands of Ahmed Al-Hati, and the 81 Corvette of Tom Van Rompuy, 14th and 15th, therefore, in GT. 4:30 in the afternoon in Sakhir at the Bahrain International Circuit. This is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, live from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Time for another hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
Toyota lead the Bapco Energies 8 hours of Bahrain after 2.5 hours, with Nick de Vries on lap 78 currently in car number 7. He's enjoying nearly a 5-second lead over Alessandro Pierguidi's Ferrari from AF Corsa, the 51 car that started on the 4th row but has spent the last couple of hours, slightly more than that, working its way up the order. Little bit of work done at the pit stop as well to now get it in between the two Toyotas and scoring a big chunk of points from there. 27 at the moment going to the first of the Ferraris. Third position is the number 8 Sebastian Buemi driven GR010. Remember, we're waving goodbye to that car during this race event as well. A long-standing piece of equipment, and it would be a great way to sign off in style from this car to see it finishing on the podium. So first and third right now for Toyota. Then it's a Peugeot 9X8 for Jean-Eric Verne in 4th position, number 93. 5th place is the 50 Ferrari of Miguel Molina. And in 6th place, the 009 Aston Martin Tour Team Valkyrie of Roman De Angelis, brought back into the Aston Martin camp as this is a longer race, not being part of the 6-hour driving crew on the whole. Théo Pourchaire for his first stint in the Peugeot in race action. 7th place for car number 94, just heading out of turn 11 now. 8th place is the 83 car of Robert Kubica for AF Corsa again, but the satellite crew. Alex Lynn in the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota with their V-Series R is 9th, ahead of Kevin Estra's Porsche from Porsche Penske Motorsport. Car number 6 is 10th. LMGT3, the Acodis ASP Team Lexus for Razvan Umberescu is in the lead, car number 87, and has a reasonable chunk of a lead of 12 seconds over Martin Berry's AMG, prepared by Iron Lynx, car number 61. Then it's Ian James in the Heart of Racing Team Aston Martin, number 27, third. 4th position for Andrew Gilbert in the second of the Mercedes for Iron Lynx, number 60. Thomas Fleurs, 54. Vista of Corsa Ferrari is 5th. TF Sports, Ben Keating in his Corvette is in 6th place, number 33. Having a good fight with Ryan Hardwick, who's now up to 7th for Manthey First Form, and pressurising his fellow American for potentially a pass as Hardwick actually goes down the inside of turn 8 and makes it stick. So put Ryan Hardwick now ahead of Ben Keating into 6th position. 7th place Keating, 8th place 8th place Bernardo Souza for Proton Competition, confusing myself now, in 77. 9th place is Yasser Shaheen for the Bend Team WRT, number 31. And in 10th position, Gianmarco Liberato, who is the one of only a couple of silvers in the race, but only 10th in Mustang number 88.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
Actually easing off a little bit now, so track temperature is steadily cooling. We are about 15 minutes away from official sunset, and it's currently 32 degrees Celsius.
For long-term engine protection, Porsche Penske Motorsport trusts Mobil 1 engine oil.
5 hours, 26 minutes still to go in this year's 8 hours of Bahrain, the season finale for the FIA World Endurance Championship. It's Johnny Palmer, John Hindhaugh and Peter Mackay in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. We'll be talking to various guests as well, of course, through the remaining 5 and a bit hours. And thanks again to Timo Bernhardt for dedicating a good chunk of his race to us. Very insightful indeed. We're getting all the stories to you from the pit lane and the garages with Bruce Giuani and Alex Lugui. John sent me off on the wrong path on that as well now. I'd always been calling him Bruce to this point. As the Cadillac goes around the outside of Ryan Hardwick, that is the 12 car of Alex Lynn, I reckon. And Ryan Hardwick, having pulled off a fabulous overtake on Ben Keating, improves his position yet further. So up to 6th place now to score 12 points, and still the team's championship is going the way of the sky blue and black car for Manthey First Form. The 78 Lexus was on course to finish very nicely in the championship in 3rd place, but now that's been sitting in the garage for quite some time. So unfortunately, no longer a going concern. Even if it can return to the race, it's lost 21 laps on fellow GT runners. But thankfully for Akodis, the race is still in the hands of their sister car and Razvan Umberescu, who leads from Martin Berry. But highly annoying that in a race that they could have won, it's not even as if it's a few races ago when the Lexus was struggling for form. They were one of the favourites before that problem struck. So we've had a couple of pit stops for the LM GT3s already. They're pretty much pitting on the hour, whereas the hypercars can really only reach about 50 minutes or so. Sorry, no, they're slightly longer than the GTs, aren't they? I've got that the wrong way round, and that's because of the suggestion at the start of the race where it was as if the GTs might be able to do a bit further a distance, but they can't make the hour, whereas the hypercars generally are doing. The 009, though, is pitting slightly out of sequence. This is the Aston Martin, and there will be a driver change for the car that Roman De Angelis has just brought in. We're up to 80 laps, and Nick de Vries leads the way then over Alessandro Pierguidi. But Peter Mackay, as Mike Conway was saying not too long ago, he really does feel that this Ferrari is a major threat now for the race win today, and I'm not sure they necessarily suspected that yesterday.
I always think you can never write Ferrari off pretty much in any circumstance. They have a way of finding race pace. We've seen it many times before, and I'm not so surprised to see them forging to the front. I was surprised by their lack of qualifying performance yesterday. Interestingly, we may be at a tyre switchover point. The Alpine at the last pit stop was one of the first to go all mediums. Well, when you take the 12 Jota Cadillac, which started the race on mediums incredibly. But the Aston Martin 009 has, with Alex Riberas jumping on board now, has gone to all mediums. So we'll keep a watch on these hypercar pit stops coming up. But track temperature 31.8 degrees Celsius, our Mobile 1 track temperature. It could well be that we see more medium tyres starting to appear, albeit maybe not all round, but maybe more starting to appear.
Yeah, that's going to be the general trend towards the end of the race, we've been thinking. But some teams might be just trying to observe others that make the jump ahead of them to see whether it's worthwhile. Then again, a tyre can behave on one car in one way and completely different on another. So that's why the free practice sessions are so valuable. 93 Peugeot's just come in with at least hard tyres on the left. I'm pretty sure they've been doing the same tyre selection on all four corners. Rears to be replaced on Peugeot 93 and just the rears. So that looked to be two fresh hard tyres for 93 car, and it is on the move again. John-Eric Verne staying at the wheel. And at the pit lane entry end, the number 60 Mercedes is now in for a stop as well. Terrific effort from Andrew Gilbert. And now Gilbert got out, didn't he, of the number 60 car. They certainly put Fran Rader in one of the cars, and that was the Gilbert car. Fine. So I was just about to say, we've had 2 hours and 38 minutes. So if he'd been in from the start, he could easily get out now because you've only got to do 2 hours and 20. But because he's only done stint 1 and stint 3, he will need to stay at the wheel for a little bit longer. I suppose now that the conditions are just easing a tad, although the air temperature is still almost 30 degrees. So those that have decided I probably can't do the 2 hours and 20 in one go, would you take them out again? There seems to be a lot of driver changes having been done after only just over 2.5 hours of running.
Well, I think it depends if you put your silver driver in at the end of after the first stint or not. I mean, for example, Ryan Hardwick and Ben Keating have been in since the beginning, so they are now just going past their minimum driver time. Driver change for the number 46 WRT BMW Ahmad Al-Harti. Now there's a good point. Is Ahmad Al-Harti getting out just before his driver time? Because Kelvin van der Linde hasn't been in the car yet. Valentino Rossi getting in, who's the silver. So Ahmad Al-Harti have WRT made a strategical blunder here and brought their driver in No, they haven't. Excuse me. It's 2 hours 20, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, sorry. I was thinking it was 2 hours 40. I do. That was the surprise in my voice. There's no way that Team WRT have made a mistake.
Well, I was reading 5 hours 20 and thinking, well, that's the time to go. But for some reason, I was thinking we'd only had 2 hours and 20 minutes of running. But actually, it's fine in that it's 20 minutes the correct way, the safe side. So if you've been in from the start and you're going to take your bronze driver out now, they've done more than enough, as it turns out. This is actually letting the drive time sit more towards the energy that you need to put in the car. So rather than making the pit stop as soon as those 2 hours and 20 minutes are up, you actually allow the car to run out of fuel a bit more and then make the change, because these bronze drivers are more than comfortable to do a little bit extra if it fits from a better perspective in terms of strategy. And Ricardo Perez is going to take over. We heard from him not too long ago, talking to Alex Legui, and he seemed reasonably comfortable, saying, OK, we're not in the points at the moment, but we do feel like the conditions will come towards us later in the afternoon. Another 10 minutes or so will be official sunset time. The sky coming out of turn 13 is just glorious. I mean, Heindhoff's already made the point that the sunset's very quick here, and I know the photographers are desperate to get the necessary shots that are at the event as that sun goes down. It doesn't make particularly comfortable driving conditions with the sun right in the cockpit, but at least with the sunset being quick, you only have to grin and bear that for a short time. But if you are a bronze, a lot of them are having to deal with that right now, like Martin Berry, who is cycled to the front of the class. Ian James second, Thomas Floor third, and Ben Keating fourth. They're all bronze drivers, but nearing the end of their stints, if they've been in from the start. The answer to the question about the 60 Mercedes, by the way, is that they did do a driver change, but they put the other silver in this time around. So Lorcan Hannafin getting a stint under his belt a little earlier than, well, compared to others, because that's one of the teams that have been through all three drivers now, whereas some cars have only had one driver from the start of the race.
That's interesting, because then you're potentially putting a new driver in not on new tyres, because you can't throw tyres on at every pit stop. So if you are cycling through your drivers a stint at a time, that is sometimes not great, because you could put a new driver in on not new tyres, which can sometimes be a little bit disconcerting. There's the Heart of Racing team filling up their Aston Martin GT3 machine, the Vantage GT3. Ian James, his driver time now complete. Likewise for Ben Keating, a super stint for him. He's jumping out with the driver time complete for the season here for the World Endurance Championship. He will jump out, and I would imagine that will be Johnny Edgar getting in.
We've mentioned about tyre allocation in Hypercar. It's actually exactly the same in the LMGT3 category as well. So 26 individual tyres for a GT car. That's significantly different from a championship like the European Le Mans Series, where the tyres in GT in the LMS are bottomless. In effect, you can just keep putting tyres on those cars, and you don't have the worry, therefore, of needing to double stint them. But this is considered at least one level up on the ACO rule set ladder, so it has to be more difficult. You've got a lot of factory teams, or at least teams that have had long-term factory contracts with their relevant manufacturers, so they are well versed in strategy, and it needs to be a significant challenge after the change from GTE to GT3 rules that happened last year, really to open the window to a lot more manufacturers. But so many of the teams have stayed to be part of the modern-day WEC. So Ben Keating, that's not the first time he's been in from the start of a race, gets his 2 hours and 20, in fact 2 hours 40 done. Looks as fresh as a daisy, P-Mac.
He's a very fit man. He's done it. He's been racing a long time now, and you think how many 24-hour races he has under his belt, how many 24 hours of Le Mans and seasons here in the World Endurance Championship. He's works really, really hard at his motor racing, and runs an incredibly successful car dealership group as well. I mean, how does he find the time? I don't know. Now, an update on, we saw a bit of contact between the number 12 Jota Cadillac and the number 6 Porsche. with Alex Lynn and Kevin Estre on board respectively. The number 12 Cadillac has been given a 5-second penalty at the next stop for that incident.
Okay, so we'll have to remember that. I mean, the 12 car spends a little bit more time in pit lane, and that's not the first car to have a 5-second penalty heading its way, but still severe penalties. Most teams have managed to avoid them so far. Driving standards, or more to do with track limits, that is assessed per driver these days. Each car's got 3 drivers, but you have so many chances before the penalties start to creep in, and can start with a 5-second added to the pit stop, but then more severe than that. Every time you burn another chance after that, it can be a drive-through, it can be a stop-and-go penalty, getting steadily more and more severe. 81 Corvette comes in for TF Sport. Hard tyres, well, obviously it's a lot easier for us to identify the tyres in GT because there's only one slick compound to worry about. And the fuel, the energy is slowly being replenished. Have a new fastest lap of the race set completely out of the blue for, mind you, is on our timing system. That is a genuine fastest lap of the race, isn't it? I was thinking that the Aston Martins are in their own category at the same time, but it does come from an Aston Martin, and a 151.4 is, yes, the best that we have seen to date from Alex Riberas. He's down in 17th position, but it will definitely count. Quicker than the fastest time we'd had to this point from the Toyota, as one of the McLarens goes very, very wide coming through turn 12 and 13. That's the 59 car, which is Sebastian Boe. That may well have been an in-lap. Yes, it was for Sebastian Boe. And they're just checking that the suspension hasn't been damaged by that, but it is going up on the dolly jacks nevertheless. Therefore, to be wheeled into the garage, PMAC.
Oh, it's good when you see a packet of dolly mixture, but it's never good when you see a dolly jack. That's what the last thing we want to see, certainly in a race scenario, into the garage. And of course, don't forget, this is the last race for United Autosport with the McLaren LMGT3 program. Of course, they step up to Hypercar in the near future, and Garage 59 will take it over. So this is not the way they'll want to finish this off. What a shame for Sebastian Boe, for James Cottingham as well in this machine, with Gregoire Saucy, who hasn't even had the chance to get in the car yet.
Yeah, that will come, all being well, but there'll be a lot of head scratching down at United because the car seemed to be quite a bit faster during the free practice sessions than this. They are 16th and 17th, but they're only not occupying the final 2 positions because of the dramas for Lexus number 78, which still sits in the garage. So a couple of GT cars not currently ticking off laps. One from the Lexus crew and one now is one side of the United Autosports garage. Thankfully, Sean Galale is able to continue, and his on and out lap in the number 95 McLaren. Iron Dame's Porsche running third now for Celia Martin, and working her way through the left and the right of turn 11 and 12. Remember that they are somewhat off-kilter in terms of strategy after that puncture that affected Celia's second stint. And Rahel Fry's been in the car for, I think, a single stint. As earlier on, the BMW and the Aston Martin 31 and 10 were having a good fight. But we can now catch up with Ben Keating in the garages at TF.
I am next to Ben Keating, driver of the TF Sport number 33 Corvette. Ben, a fantastic, heroic drive, 3 hours, and you feel fresh.
I feel good. It was a lot of fun out there. It was fairly hot at the beginning, but everybody has so much different strategy. It's a long race. You have to double stint tires, and so everybody's doing a whole different combination of things. I'm really proud of the TF Sport guys because I think they called it really well. And I had a lot of fun. I mean, it's mayhem out there is what I would say. I think I had contact 5 or 6 times, but it was beautiful because we all kept it straight. We all kept on the track. It was the kind of racing that is fun and you enjoy it. here's hoping for the end.
We are starting to see the strategy working out because we're moving forward into the race, and it looks like it's paying off what you've been doing.
I hope so. So I was saving fuel a lot because it was also saving the tires. So we were doing longer stints than most of the other cars and trying to save my tire for the second stint. And I was pretty happy. I did a decent lap at the very end of my the double stint. So the strategy was good.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Time for a drink.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Always a big smile on Ben Keating's face. And, it's been a tough season at times this year. Taken a little while just to get that 33 car into the Hyperpole sessions. And I remember at least a couple of meetings where he was describing the balance of performance as just so far off because he would have his foot to the boards and was still being overtaken on the straights. And when you're in that situation, there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. But they started the year well with a win in Qatar, the maximum 38 points in round one. And it might be that they can bookend the season with two very good results. But they have struggled otherwise, even though, general consistent point scoring and that win at the start of the year meant that they came to Bahrain as the fourth best team out of the championship hunt, but nevertheless 66 points put them fourth and ahead of Aston Martin number 27 and the Lexus Cruise as well.
Love the bit of strategy here from the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing team, where they've, at the moment when they came in, they had a medium on the front right and then hards all the way around the rest. All that they changed there was the front left from a hard to a medium. So that they've now got mediums on the front and hards on the rear. I mean, I know Toyota are pretty dominant in the World Rally Championship, but this is rally style, switching tyres around on each corner. And I love it. And they seem to be going a little bit of a different way. And might having those mediums on the front give them some really good front grip without giving too much away in terms of overall degradation. Meanwhile, also 38 Toyota Cadillac on all mediums at the moment as well, with Jenson Button on board. So we're now at that switchover point, it appears, Johnny.
But at the start of the race, the better placed of the Cadillacs, car 12, did that start the race on mediums as well?
It did, and then it went to hards. Thought, that wasn't such a good idea. Let's go back to hards.
Right. Okay. I just wonder again. Cadillac has a name for treating its tyres rather well. Maybe mediums at 2 o'clock in the afternoon was a bad decision ultimately, but perhaps it was worth rolling the dice. They kind of only had one car in the fight. Jenson Button leaving the WEC at the end of this race after many years of loyalty towards it and in different cars as well. Remember a couple of years ago at the 24 Hours of Le Mans being in that NASCAR. So that was drawing so many fans in the centenary race, and welcomed into the Cadillac fold at Hertz Team Jota after that. But the helmet that he has very specially designed for this weekend is replicating the helmet from his karting days back in the 1980s when he was a little bit of a younger man. As he pointed out there to Alex Legui, still only 45, so plenty of life left in the older dog yet, but he's happy to step away from motor racing at the end of this 2025 season. Fully focused, though, on the road in front, and nice for him to have some clear air as well to concentrate on. 13th position, yes, but the road is opening up for him, so there's a chance to try and reel in at least one of the BMWs next, which is in 12th place, Dries Vanthoor's number 15 car. Ferrari's up to second and third now, I've noted, so that's coming out of the pit stops. But so the 8th Toyota, way down, 15th position.
Has just stopped, though.
Oh, fine, okay.
So there's only a handful of hypercars that have taken their third stop, which is the number 8 Toyota, the number 93 Peugeot, and the number 009 Aston Martin, which of course has gone on to all mediums. So I wonder if there's some crews that are deciding to pit a little bit earlier because they feel the switchover point is there for the tyre, and there's an advantage to get the mediums on, at least in certain parts of the car, if not all the way around, to then get going. I mean, for example, Jenson Button right now on the 38 Toyota Cadillac, he's got all mediums all around. So it will be fascinating to watch what the others do. Do they all put new mediums on, or do they put mediums just on the front? Lots to figure out.
With the strategy we're going to do on taking rear is the first 2 laps you will have on the steer, but then the rear grip drops away and the car is balanced.
So a little voice in Jenson Button's ear there. No need for a response, but some advice or just an update on their plan within this segment of the race. Steering to full lock as he works his way through turn 8. And now down towards the tricky approach to the next hairpin.
I love the black and yellow striped helmet that Jensen's got for his last professional race, harking back to his original helmet design, which his dad designed for him to scare other drivers in karting, which I would think, judging by his lap times alone, would have been enough to do that. It's a great looking helmet, a great memento of his final pro race. I can't believe we're here already. I mean, 2009 F1 World Champion. Probably, what are we now, 25 years since his first F1 races? What a career. One of Britain's best.
Yeah, it's been epic stuff. I remember his days in British Formula 3 as well. A championship I don't think he won, but did it.
He won the festival.
Ah, okay, yes. I'm pretty sure it was a second place finish, 97, 98 maybe in British Formula 3, but Formula Ford Festival, one of those things on the CV. And, yeah, that car then has settled into its stride. Manufacturers' Championship still going the way of Ferrari, particularly is now because of the slightly better positions and slightly out of kilter positions, which I caught at the wrong time, because the 8 Toyota stopped. The 7 Toyota has not yet. And whereas they were pitting just a lap apart earlier on, the 7 car has been able to stay out. I just want to check how long that stint in terms of laps completed that was for the number 8 Toyota, and whether it was an early one. So Buemi took over 32 laps for a Buemi stint prior to that, though, as well, which was about an hour, so that is bang on the money. Whereas the number 7 Toyota began its stint at 5 past 1, not 5 past 1, 5 past 4, and will continue till about 5 past 5, therefore. So another 5 or 6 minutes, as we are 2 minutes away from another race hour being ticked off. We started conveniently for my brain that we started on the clock hour as well. Sometimes we don't in certain venues. But beginning at 2, ending at 10 p.m. tonight. And we've just passed the sunset time as well at 4:51. So at 4:58, the track is not by any means in full darkness. Plenty of floodlighting allowing the track to be picked out, but deliberately some of those floodlights aren't in use, just to allow the headlights on all of these cars to do a little bit of work. Still the haze in the distance after that sun has set as you come out of turns 13 and down towards 14. Still quite bumpy along there, mind you. Alpine up against Porsche into that final corner. So
yes, Lauren Heinrich on his debut for Porsche Penske Motorsport, debut in the Hypercar, and both the Alpine, the 36 of Mick Schumacher and number 5 of Lauren Heinrich come into the pits. Now, what will they do? The Porsche at the moment on hards. Are there any yellow-sided Michelins waiting? As Heinrich hits his marks perfectly. His first stint as a Hypercar driver, all done. Now, the Alpine, was it the 36 Alpine? No, it was the 35 that did have all mediums on already. Try and get a look to see if the 36 Alpine is going for the same thing, as Mick Schumacher's going to stay on board of that machine, waiting for the fuel to go in. That must be an agonising wait for the mechanics, trying to hold it. Got the wheel gun in one hand, the heavy wheel and tyre in the other. The huge strength required to do that. Looks like it is mediums that were on that car already for the Alpine. Ooh, interestingly, Porsche staying on hard. Rear left being changed. And now, Johnny, was that just a rear left for the number 5?
May well have been. I know you were keeping a keen eye on it. I was trying to keep my various screens up to date. But we might get another chance to view that. I'm reminding myself, because I think I stepped away when all of this happened, but the reason why there's now such a big gap between Brendan Hartley's pit stop, the Buemi car, and the race leader is because they short-fueled it, didn't they, to try and give it a bit of road position. So the second stint for the number 8 Toyota was only 50 minutes, when these hypercars across the piece are generally able to do the full hour. So there's about a 10-minute difference now between those Toyotas stopping, and therefore there will be a situation where the 8 drops well down into traffic. There's scope, of course, for Buemi to lose time when that happens, if he gets bottled up behind the 20 BMW, for instance, of Sheldon van der Linde. So are they losing a good position here to maybe finish with both cars on the podium just because of the way things have panned out? 84% of energy remaining with the Toyota, whereas we're down to 8% for the race leader, car number 7. And now the Toyota of Buemi having a good fight with the number 38 Cadillac. Jenson Button is in at the end of this lap, though. And a great swathe of other cars have come in, including the 83 Robert Kubica-driven Ferrari. Alex Lynn on this lap as well. Whereas Nick De Vries in the race-leading Toyota and the 2 Ferraris in behind of Alessandro Pierguidi and Miguel Molina stay out.
Same average as Toyota. Let's focus on the second stint now.
And Robert Kubica being told to focus on the second stint now with an update of what was going on around him. On the absolute limit, the number 60 AMG, because that is under pressure from Ricardo Pera now, and in fact has been overtaken. So Lorcan Hannafin trying to hold back his fellow silver-rated driver. But Ricky Pera, when he's got the crosshairs firmly focused on the bit of road in front, hard to hold back. Here's Bruce Giuani.
The Peugeot garage, and next to me I have the British ace, Alex Quinn, who has gone up the ladders of the Le Mans Series, LMP2, and now tomorrow stepping in the big one in the Hypercar. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, obviously really excited for my first Hypercar experience. I've come from a silver driver up my way through LMP2 in the European Le Mans Series, Asian Le Mans Series, and IMSA as well. So now to take this next step and to get the opportunity of Peugeot to drive in the rookie test is really special for me.
It's great to have you here because I know you have a lot of backing behind you of the people saying that you're flying and you're extremely fast. But how do you prepare for that, and do you have a lot of pressure for tomorrow?
Look, there's no pressure. I just want to show the team what I can do. It's a good opportunity to do that. But yeah, there's a lot I need to learn. Obviously, with the systems on these cars, it's a big step compared to the LMP2. But at the end of the day, we're still driving a race car, and that's what I enjoy doing, and that's what I'm looking forward to. So, yeah.
Excellent. We're glad to see you here. Welcome to the WEC, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Alex Quinn with a whole load of LMP2 experience, but with Peugeot Total Energies this weekend. An exciting day tomorrow, and good for him to say there is no pressure. I want to show what to the team what I can do. They're interested in potentially my services in the future, and you can't let the pressure get to you really, because then you're just going to cramp up and not show the best of yourself. Beauty is he's got the full day really to experience a car like that. And as he said, it comes with its own complications. Just trying to know what you are able to do and adjust on the fly in one of those cars, and deal with the hybrid as well. It's both harvesting of power and redeployment too. So Ferraris are pitting again before the Toyota needs to come in. So Pierre Guidi in from second, Miguel Molina in from third position. I think they would have taken this, though, P-Mac, 3 hours into the race to be running second and third and comfortably getting enough points to win the manufacturer's title.
They're looking good right now. Yeah, they don't have to win the race, but they'd love to, I'm sure. And they're looking very, very strong right now. Both 50 and 51 Ferrari. It's going to be rear tyres going on for the number 51. And off it goes, just rears only for that 51 with Alessandro Pierguidi on board. So going into a second stint then with just new rears. there going for hard compounds. What's it going to be then for the 50s? The fuel's just going in. Last bit of fuel. On goes the air jack. And very, very slick pit work. 2 new hards on the back. Off the jacks, off they go. Quick as that. So both Ferraris, 50 and 51 in Hypercar, are on 2 new rear hard tyres.
So away they go, and back into the action, which in their part of the race has settled down a little bit. Race leader on pit lane though now as well. So Nick de Vries pitting a full lap later at the end of lap 96. And in he comes. Remember that the 2 Toyotas are on completely different strategies. John Elkann, the president of Ferrari, is here in Bahrain as well, with a number of people clearly to have conversations with, but he is willing Ferrari on to win the manufacturer's title versus Porsche, who will not be a Ferrari competitor next year. It's going to be interesting, just going back to the Alex Quinn interview that Bruce just did, to find out what his future is likely to be within the Peugeot setup. Could he be testing tomorrow the 9X8 with a view to get involved in the privately entered Peugeot 9X8 in the Asian Le Mans series, which will not be until the following season? So Hypercars as an additional category, not going to be the case for 2025-2026, but the 2026-27 season will welcome them in. And it could be that Alex Quinn continues the partnership with Crichton Lendudis, who he's been racing with in the European Le Mans series at Algarve Pro Racing, but into a Peugeot 9X8. That latest suggestion and story is on Sportscar 365 for you to read. Bob Berridge, who's, whenever I wander into Algarve Pro Racing, is sort of a permanent fixture there and always good for a chat and a story. And Bob has bought at least 2 of the older wingless cars with a view to run them in the Asian Le Mans series. So presumably Algarve Pro going to be involved with that effort as well.
Change of tyres on the pit stop there for the number 7 Toyota, and interestingly, unlike the sister car, which has gone for medium tyres at the front and hard at the rear, the number 7 brand new mediums all around. So a switch in strategy again for the 2 Toyotas, much like we've seen a bit with the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars, trying to run different ideas and see which one comes out on top. Kind of not much point the 2 doing exactly the same thing. They can basically place more bets with those 2 front-running cars. Meanwhile, number 20, Shell Helix BMW in, and it's brand new hard tyres going on all the way around. The WRT crew really working hard to get that pit stop done as quickly as possible. Unlike the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, where the tyres are changed at the same time as the fuel going in, if you are changing tyres, it is additional after the fuel is going in. So the pit work, the time that takes, is absolutely timed, lost and gained. So great work there from WRT, getting their car out as quick as possible.
Also in on this lap is one of the McLarens, that's Sebastian Boe. Now, that's the car that's been in the garage for a long time, is it not? So finally re-emerging. I'll just check that car's not been featured in the race. Yeah, 21, nearly 22 minutes in the garage for that stop. But thankfully it is running again. Sadly, the same cannot be said for the number 78 Lexus that Arnold Robin brought in after 50 laps. So nearly 40 GT laps ago, and that's looking more and more like our first retirement, sadly. The Acodis Lexus crew, though, putting all of their eggs in the 87 basket now. Razvan Umberescu, who remains at the wheel because he hasn't been there from the start, so still having to put in the necessary drive time for car number 87. And let's just have a look. It was Petru in for the first 50 or so minutes, Clemens Schmidt in for the next stint, then they put Petru back in again for another 50-minute stint, but he still wasn't, of course, there at that point. Got to do 2 hours 20 minutes. Should have that completed by the end of this stint, which he began half an hour ago. So it's going to be another 20 or so minutes. They probably let that fuel run out, the energy run out in car number 87, and then finally get the Romanian out and hand it back over to the silver and the platinum part of the lineup in 87. Clement Schmidt and Jose Maria Lopez, who is part of the Toyota family still. Remember, he's driven the GR010 recently and back into his usual seat now with Lexus as the platinum part of the order there. So he'll be dealing with the final couple of hours. Just 2 and a bit laps away from the... In fact, that's 98 laps ticked off now for Nick de Vries. So just a couple more to go before we get to the ton. And still only 3 hours and a bit into the race. So we're going to be well north of 200 laps by the end of this. Nick de Vries leading by 4.2 seconds over Sebastian Buemi and Alessandro Pierguidi. But Buemi finds his way back to second position after that car pitted about 10 minutes before the sister machine. But back to a Toyota 1-2, and they would like the checkered flag in a number of hours' time to fall when they are in the same formation. But the fact that the number 8 car is slightly off strategy could be more difficult to arrange. If things end this way, Toyota still looking very good to finish second in the Manufacturers' Championship, something that looked very unlikely just a few races ago.
It's a big turnaround, isn't it? But it really depends then where Porsche fit in and how strong a finish they have. At the moment, they're in 9th with their leading car number 6. Car number 5, Lauren Heinrich, is in 14th. So they have got a bit of work to do to score some points. So they really need both of those cars in the points. And with if Toyota finish 1-2, that's going to be very, very difficult to stop. That is a huge chunk of points to score at the last moment. And of course, we saw last year Toyota at the very last minute winning the manufacturer's title here in Bahrain. So that it's a happy hunting ground in Bahrain for the Toyotas. Yeah,
great result last year as well. They didn't get both cars on the. They didn't get to first and second finish at least. No, not 2 cars on the podium either. But it was a win for the number 8 car 12 months ago. Work is still going on, by the way, for the number 78 Lexus. I admit that was some footage from a little while ago. It remains to be seen whether, unfortunately, that's just a bit too much to ask for a Codis, but there were several areas of attention when we caught sight of the car in the garage not so long ago, including a mechanic lying flat on his back on the concrete floor with the electric drill in hand. So various panels were being unscrewed in order for them to gain access to other areas, maybe the base of the engine. A wonderful sight this Sakhir circuit makes, though, at this time of day. 5:15, sunset well and truly done now. But lots more racing still to happen. Can only dream of being halfway through it in 45 minutes' time. Nick de Vries and Sebastian Buemi then are back to a controlling position, leading by 8 seconds over Alessandro Pierguidi's number 51 Ferrari. Jean-Eric Verne in the number 94 Peugeot is the best of those 2 French cars that for the opening stint ran 3rd and 4th. One's dropped back a tad though now. Théo Pourchaire taking that over, number 94, and he is in 7th position. But we're seeing the first stints of what could be many next year for some new names, which is very refreshing to see as well. Pourchaire amongst them. Lauren Heinrich in the number 5 Porsche as well, 14th place. And plenty of new names to be cycled through. Very different cars in the rookie tests tomorrow as well. GT still sees a Codis Lexus in command. Martin Berry, though, back into the 61 Mercedes for his next stint. And he, like Razvan up ahead, should be sorted in terms of his drive-through at the end of this stint. Zachary Robichon will be eyeing up the possibility of closing in on those 2 cars before these stints end. Robichon the silver for Heart of Racing team. Ricardo Pera, his rise up the order has been very impressive. We spent much of the opening, or I spent most of the opening hours saying 92, still not in the points. No, still missing out. And all of a sudden, the car is 4th, PMAG. they could very easily finish on the podium here, way ahead of their rivals in the championship.
Quite possibly, yeah. But it's been an amazing job so far by Manthey Racing, number 92. They looked all at sea through practice and particularly qualifying. But Ryan Harvick did a top job, did all of his driver time without mistake, particularly when there was lots going on.
Great job. I'm proud of you, man. And now let's keep pushing.
That is team radio to Alex Riberas in the number 009 Aston Martin Valkyrie, who at the moment is putting Jean-Eric Verne in big pressure now for 4th place. We saw the first ever podium globally for the Valkyrie at Motul Petit Le Mans in October. Might we see the first podium in FIWEC competition? A big ask, Johnny, with the way that the Toyotas, the Peugeots and indeed the Ferraris have been today. But if they could, I mean, you couldn't really do it against stiffer competition.
That's true. I mean, it's a wonderful thing to get you through the winter period, isn't it? To think we beat some of the best runners, the highest paced runners in the final, one of the longest races of the season. It will really give them a fillip heading into a few months of development. There's not really... big off for the 54 Ferrari. That looked like it may be coming out of turn 3, perhaps, but it's hammered into the barrier on the right-hand side. Car 54, this is the closing stages of Thomas Fleur's stint, who's the bronze. How did this happen? There were other cars involved. He was surrounded, and it was contact with the Cadillac, doing battle with Cadillac Hypercar. So
I don't believe it.
It was coming out of turns 1, 2 and 3. BMW Hypercar to the right, and I think Fleur was aware of not getting in the way of the BMW, but didn't necessarily know that the Cadillac was over on the left-hand side. So I'm just trying to work it. Was that the 38 Cadillac?
Yeah, it was Jenson Button in the 38.
So Jenson on the left and Sheldon van der Linde in the BMW on the right. Thomas Fleur, thankfully, is able to open the driver's door himself because the car has made contact. We're going to go virtual safety car now. That's very interesting because virtual safety car has to be followed by a safety car period. But Thomas Fleur, nearing the end of his bronze drive time, is thankfully able to walk away, and that is the most important thing. It's the right-hand side of the car that has hit most heavily into the tyres, and thankfully that's not the side of the car that he was sitting. But nevertheless, you get to nearly half distance, feeling like you're in a good position, and then something like that can happen. The one saving grace is that the car that's still in the championship hunt for Vista AF Corsa is not this one. But nevertheless, just a horrible situation. I don't think the first time the 54 has been involved in an incident this year, not of its own making as well.
Yeah, no, what was Thomas Fleur supposed to do? Was holding it straight. The two hypercars were battling away with one another. Van der Linde went on one side, 38 Jota Cadillac went the other, and yeah, just a misjudgment there. Complete misjudgment from the hypercars coming through, and you know it's a very, very tricky one because the closing speeds are huge between a hypercar and an LMGT3 car, albeit it did seem to happen at a relatively slow speed part of the racetrack. So the two hypercars, the BMW Van der Linde and the Cadillac, maybe the door might have just closed a little bit on Jenson Button potentially as they came out of the S's, but no, I think there was a bit of room. Yeah, what do you do if you're the Ferrari GT3 there, if you're Thomas Fleur?
I just don't think Jenson can put himself there and expect no contact because the Ferrari has to take the racing line. That's what they say in the driver's briefing. The slower car will take the racing line, and it's down to the faster car to find a way by, but safely. And when you've put yourself to the left-hand side, he was over the curb and, you know, almost off the track, and that is naturally where the Ferrari is going to go. It's a shame because, you know, we're big fans of Jenson Button and we know that this is his final race, but for me that was a slight error. It just shows you how much Jenson was desperate to not lose the position, though, to Sheldon van der Linde. And you get to a point where the Ferrari is blocking your way and have to make a quick decision. We can catch up with somebody else, though, elsewhere in the GT field, the current championship leader.
And also just let us know what the impact is, now that we've just had that safety car, how that's going to change things you feel for this next stint?
Well, I'll respond to your first question first. The start of the race was really a lot of fun for me. It was a bit unexpected. We were definitely on the back foot after qualifying. It's disappointing, but man, my hat's off to our team. Incredible team and engineers. They were working all night trying to figure something out with the car, and we made a massive improvement with the car. So it was a pleasure to drive, and I'm not gonna lie, it was a lot of fun out there. So it's gonna be a tight race. Obviously, come down the end. The 21 Ferrari is our main competitor, and they're right there around us, as well. And your second question, the safety car, I really don't know what this means. I feel bad for the 54 Ferrari. I mean, I think they caught up something that was really uncalled for, but feel bad for them. But I don't really know what it means. I think everyone will pit. I'm not sure it'll change much of strategy. So it's going to be a long race, and I think a tight one down to the end.
Thank you. Yep. Best of luck for the rest.
Thank you.
Well, it's wonderful to hear Ryan Hardwick say it was a lot of fun in the opening stint, despite the fact that he was mainly duking it out with two McLarens for 16th, 17th and 18th places in GT. He probably knew that better things were to come, just had to keep the car straight at the end of the day, and he did precisely that. Let's fully explain what a virtual safety car phase allows you to do, because this is one of the few cautions that does not close the pit lane. So, generally speaking, the race director, Eduardo Freitas, and his team will allow the virtual safety car to run for 2 laps. It's an 80 km/h speed limit still out on the racetrack, so safe as a full course yellow in that respect. The difference being that the pit lane remains open for a VSC and it does not for an FCY. But this should allow everybody 2 attempts to do a pit stop. So if you think that the pit lane's a bit too busy on the first run around, you'll get a second opportunity to do it. And then the order that, it might be a new order, a refreshed order that the cars come out of their pit stops in, that'll all then be bunched up behind the safety car. There'll then be the opportunity for a pass around as the number 6 Porsche was potentially released into the path of another car there. And that, I'm sure, will be looked at as maybe an unsafe release. The recovery of the number 54 Ferrari is still ongoing. And then they've got to look at the tyre wall as well and how badly that has been damaged. But, yeah, all the field will close up. Then if there are any GT cars out of position, i.e. between the safety car and their class leader behind, they will be allowed to go through. But it's down to the engineer to work out whether they are eligible for the pass around or not. And you can make a very costly error in doing that as well. So you've got to be 100% sure that you are eligible for the pass around. That'll all be done. And then we can go racing again, PMAC. But what it means is that any of those gaps, and some of them were significant towards the sharp end, will no longer be there.
Now we're going to see who's got the switch on pace. And that we don't really know yet, because it's been a continuous run. We've been green flag all the way for 4 hours and 25 minutes, or 4 hours 20 minutes. So 3 hours 20 minutes, excuse me. So it's this is where we're going to see who's quick on those early couple of laps. Everyone taking the opportunity, understandably, to come in for service. Variety of service in Hypercar. Looks like the majority of cars just taking fuel. The Porsche number 6 was just fuel. The both works Ferraris 1551 was just fuel. So yeah, there's it's a little bit different. Whereas in LMGT3, a lot of the cars are coming into pit are taking at least 2 tires. For example, the 31 WRT BMW.
54 Ferrari about to be lifted from its resting place. I think Thomas Floor knew pretty early on that car wouldn't be able to rejoin the race, and he stepped out of it with no doubt significant suspension damage as well as the superficial stuff. It removed the rear wing, the door mirror went as well. I haven't really caught sight of the right hand side of that car to see how badly damaged the panels are, but I think it's more about what's happened underneath, which will has prevented him from continuing. So once you come out of the 60 km/h speed limit in the pit lane, you've got to remember then that you're not allowed to go back to full speed. Yes, that rear right wheel is well out of alignment. Might have done a drive shaft as well. Just could not have continued in the 54 car. Lamoni might have thought a bit differently, particularly as he was if he'd been towards the end of the lap. And you can hear the V8 of Jenson Button's Cadillac in the distance here. So he's side by side with Sheldon van der Linde. Ferrari up ahead of him are Thomas Floor. Sheldon goes right, Jenson goes left, and just a tad of a touch from his perspective, just a little bit of corrective steering necessary. Actually, from the viewpoint of Jenson Button's car that time around, I want to give him a bit more slack, because it was only just a little jink to the left to go around the Ferrari. But you've got to think further ahead than that. And that's the sound of the Ferrari connecting with the barrier, by the way. There has to be a bit of preemptive thought into that. Just go, right, where is Thomas Floor? Where is he going to need to go next? And that was precisely where the Cadillac was. And it's very difficult to adjust the line of a heavy GT car. We're talking 1,400 kilos there, which doesn't change direction in the blink of an eye.
Certainly changes direction a lot more cumbersome, in a much more cumbersome way than a hypercar will. The prototype will always be able to change direction quicker, although it's carrying more speed. But there was time to plan that out. And like you say, where does the Ferrari go?
Yeah.
Is every race direction briefing, they tell the slower car to hold your line, to drive predictably, and that's exactly what Thomas Floor did. He wasn't on a vastly different line to what he would normally be. And if you go, that's always the risk in traffic. One prototype one side, one prototype the other. You know, the funny thing is, though, Johnny, those sorts of things will happen probably once a lap.
Yeah.
That we don't see on camera. Those things happen all the time. I mean, I think what was it, the word that Ben Keating used? It was like chaos or bonkers or something to that effect. He said it was just carnage in traffic, trying to stay out of trouble. And Thomas Floor could not, when he goes to bed tonight, he'll think, I will do the same thing 100 times out of 100 there. And it was just one of those unfortunate things.
Yeah, he will have known how many cars were behind him, but in trying to make it a relevant enough amount of space for one car to go through, he's then been compromised on the other. You try your best as a GT driver to have eyes absolutely everywhere, but like you say, these are split-second decisions that have to be made, and probably once a lap as well. And a man of his experience, he cannot readily be blamed for that, I would suggest, but they will check it. It might even be called a racing incident, which is a real shame for 54, of course. It's a shame regardless.
81, except at T3, could you please pick up the pace? You're stalling everyone behind you.
By the way, the safety car has been deployed, although interestingly, the second safety car, Pedro Coutero's car, another fellow Portuguese, is still parked in pit lane. So is that Yannick Dalmas's safety car, therefore, that is currently circulating? Oh no, here it comes. Right, so we got the deployment message actually before the safety car had been released from pit road, and Pedro Coutero's name on the side of that car. So Yannick Dalmas at the start driving the lead car, and now Pedro, who will be full-time taking over as the number 7 Toyota then leads the field. One of the cars that should be eligible for the pass around will be the 85 Iron Dames car of Michelle Gatting, because she's right in behind the race leader, and therefore her opportunity to catch up with the LMGT3 field is compromised if she were to stay there. In the past, everybody was locked in and we just went with a restart like this, but slowly and surely the rules have been changed through much conversation with the teams as well to make it a little fairer for those GT teams caught in the wrong position. This happens at Le Mans as well with the pass around, even though we have 3 safety cars at Le Mans in certain points of that race.
Maybe time for an early update, Johnny.
I think it is at 5:30. Bang on, PMAC. Thank you.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
A good time for an hourly update to fall as well, because everybody is locked into position with no overtaking allowed behind the safety car. We had a couple of laps of virtual safety car to allow those that wanted to pit to do so. Pretty much everybody did, actually, to take on fuel, if nothing else. And it's left the two Toyotas out front on lap 105. So Nick de Vries in car number 7 from the fellow GR010 of Sebastian Buemi in car number 8. Then behind is Alessandro Pierguidi in the number 51 Ferrari for AF Corsa. Jean-Eric Verne's Peugeot Total Energies 9X8 is in 4th place, number 93. Ahead of Alex Riberas' 009 Aston Martin Tour Team Valkyrie. Miguel Molina in the number 50 Ferrari, looking to finish as high up as possible to ensure a manufacturer's title goes the way of Ferrari, together with the driver's title, but not for that car, instead for the 51, which is 3rd. 7th position is the 94 Théo Pourchaire-driven Peugeot. 8th place for Kevin Estra's Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. And then it's Ross Gunn in the 007 Aston Martin, 9th. Ye Yifei, the Chinese racer for AF Corsa in the privately entered number 83, completes the top 10. And after 3.5 hours of running in the LMGT3s, it's the Acodis Lexus, the sole surviving Lexus, that leads. Now with Pachito Lopez at the wheel for his first stint, number 87. Maxime Martin, a fellow Platinum racer, is in the 2nd placed Iron Lynx Mercedes number 61, the all-black car that Martin Berry started. Ian James still driving the 27 Heart of Racing team Aston Martin, in need of a bit more time, therefore, to do his 2 hours and 20 minutes. Ricard Leitz for Manthey First Form, on course for a title and the 2nd in a row for Manthey Run Porsches after Pure Racing took the title in 2024. So car 92 with the fully professional driver now is in 4th place. Ahead of Johnny Edgar's TF Sport Corvette number 33. Simon Mann, the sole surviving Vista AF Corsa Ferrari number 21, is 6th. Andrew Gilbert's Iron Lynx Mercedes number 60 is 7th. Then Timur Boguslavski for the Bend Team WRT BMW 31. Bernardo Souza's 77 Ford Mustang for Proton is 9th, and the other Proton run Mustang is in behind for Stefano Gattuso, still driving it as the bronze number 88, 10th position.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
Change very much, still 27 degrees. We're now down at 29 Celsius. And that's 13 degrees down from the start of the race.
Mobil 1, the world's leading synthetic motor oil.
And if you are just joining us, you're missing no action at the moment with 4.5 hours to go. We're behind the safety car. We'll keep an eye on that. Gives us the opportunity to speak to another guest here in the Global Broadcast Centre. And welcome back to the airwaves for Adam Carter from Aston Martin Racing. How are you, Adam?
I'm good, thank you, John. I'm good to see you.
What a season you've had in the World Endurance Championship and in IMSA with this new Valkyrie.
Yeah, it's been great. We had modest expectation coming into the season. We've always said competition in the championship is world class, and that's why we're here, because we want to race against world class competition. And we've slowly but surely been building on the programme, and we're starting to see some results come together.
Are you, as a group, are you even surprised at how quickly this has happened? We've already had a podium in IMSA. We've seen pretty much session on session in IMSA when I've been watching it. You're getting closer to the front of the field all of the time. And you're up against people for whom these cars are in 2nd, 3rd years of development.
Yeah, I'd say we're on the sort of higher end of our expectation. Ian James, as team principal, made it be known that if we scored a podium by the end of the first year, that would be a great result, and we've done that. So, and we saw that as like a stretch target, so we've hit our stretch target.
Very good. And where have been the challenges? I mean, just getting the car to the track in pretty double quick time, to be honest.
Prepare for the pass around. Prepare for the pass around.
That's Eduardo Freitas, so we're just going to get the cars that are out of position.
Start the pass around. Start the pass around.
Going to get those cars. You're not told your number, by the way, so you have to know this yourself, otherwise there's quite punitive penalties. Just getting the car to the grid and then deciding to be the only LMH rules car in IMSA, where were the challenges, Hannah?
Many along the way, John. Many along the way. The real thing is, people have asked, performance has increased in the Valkyrie program, and why is that? And ultimately, it comes down to having more and more bandwidth to be able to study on, sort of focus on performance. So you picked up on there just getting to the track, brand new program, brand new organisation, brought a lot of experienced people together, a lot of great talents together, but it's about small margins. It's about getting those people to work together. You're also it's about building the cars, but it's about getting the spares. It's building it all, getting everything working in harmony. So once you get through that, and really Le Mans was a pivotal point in the program because of everything's building towards there. Have you got enough parts? Have you got all the people? Are they working together? And then after that, you've kind of got that formulation working, and then you start leaning more into looking in where you can extract more performance from the car. Because you're resource limited. You only have so much bandwidth, so you have to pick off things in order.
Extraordinary to me that so much has happened in such a short time. Ian James said to us, I think, in the pit lane during the race at Petit Le Mans, by the way, what a character Ian is, how he juggles that many balls in his life, in his business life, in his work life, in the racing team's life, in the charity's life, I have no clue. And he doesn't have a PA either, he does it all himself. But he said that week the WEC cars were testing in France, and something came up that they thought might be useful for IMSA, so they tried it on the car, and hey-ho, it worked. That's the kind of thinking you're talking about there, that inclusive thinking, that it's one team. It might be 3 cars in 2 different championships.
Yep, but it's that common thread of engineering. So whilst both championships have different demands, the core of the car is the same. So, and ultimately building on that core performance of the car can be contributed from both sides of the Atlantic.
Next season, I keep saying this to people, the IMSA next season starts next week. Well, literally next week, because 2026 first test is at Daytona next Wednesday, Thursday, isn't it, of next week. What have you got to improve? What do you want to be doing? What do you want to find out before you get to Daytona in January?
Well, there's lots coming, isn't there? There's new tyres coming through as well, so understanding them is going to be really important for everyone. And it's just to keep building. We're seeing that positive trajectory at the moment, and we will start to roll off in terms of what opportunities within the base car, but we still got work to do, and that's what we've been doing. Throughout the year, we've allowed the FI, IMSA and the ACO to do their job, to run their process. They're running through, and we've just been getting on with our job until we start to see the results today. So.
That clearly is the top of the mountain, the pinnacle of the Aston Martin endurance programme. But of course we have customer cars in GT3 all around the world, in GT4 all around the world as well. We see more and more of them. They're getting more and more competitive. We see them at the Nürburgring now and trying to pull in some good results there. Do you set yourselves goals as a group and a unit for your customer, your more obviously customer-facing side of things?
With the GTs or the Valkyrie?
Well, actually both, yeah.
With the Valkyrie, we're concentrating on the works program with the heart of racing. That's the goal, and obviously we want to become more competitive and hunt down results in the future.
Yeah.
On GT3 racing, Aston Martin program is a customer program. We've got great partner teams, and they deliver great results. And we're always looking to expand that opportunity across the globe. But where we're delivering results with the teams we've got, really pleased.
World Motorsport, World Endurance Motorsport at the moment, Endurance and GT, but particularly with the World Endurance Championship, with the convergence that we had a few years ago, which allows you to use the Valkyrie here and, of course, in IMSA. We're in a good place. We're in a very good place. I get slightly worried about that because I've been around long enough to see the cyclical nature. You as the manufacturers and as a manufacturer group with your competitors have to work together. That's quite unusual. It certainly was amazing to see it at the start of convergence. Is that collegiate attitude still there?
Yeah, it's said in discussion, it's about competing on the world stage with world-class competition. We all need each other to compete. It's no point beating anyone if they're all the same people, so all the same level of competition. So we want to put ourselves up against that competition the same as the other manufacturers do. So we all have to work together to make sure the platform delivers what it needs to in the technical arena, in the entertainment, in the marketing position. We all have to make sure that we're on a common goal.
Now, you straddle, of course, the endurance side of things and Formula One.
Yeah, I don't directly work with the Formula One team anymore. I operate out of the same organisation, and it's same for them. Looking at how they develop that formula going forwards, all the manufacturers, it has to work for everybody.
Yeah, so there has to be that. It's all very well being competitive on the track and saying we want to beat that car, we want to beat that team, we want to beat those drivers. But ultimately, to have a successful sport, you have got to work together.
Yeah. It's about competition. Yeah. It's always about the competition. You know.
So where are the challenges going to be in the next? Because we're talking about a new rule cycle now, Adam, and I know that the working group, the technical working group with the FIA and the ACO for endurance racing are sitting down talking about it. Is there a consensus? Are we moving in the right direction, do you think?
I think we're moving in the right direction, and of course people have come with different requirements and different views, but I don't think the room's too diverged. I think we'll get to a good place with everybody, and FIA, ACO and IMSA have to be applauded for what they've achieved in this regulation set to see what's here. So we also need to make sure we don't completely blow up the recipe.
So could there be an evolution and should there be an evolution rather than a revolution? Because you clearly don't want to throw away your car and start again, and probably some of the other manufacturers the same.
Yeah, the new rule set's a long way off in terms of time. It's not a long way off in terms of car development and especially powertrain developments. So we need to get moving on it, but we also need to encourage to be measured in how we approach new rule set. You know, global economy needs to be considered as well, and also where the automotive industry is heading as well. So there's been a lot of changes in the last decade in terms of where the automotive industry has gone, and it's coming out from that now, and potentially some varied views. So we just need to make sure we're calm and measured in how we move forward. And
make sure everything's appropriate to what you're doing in the business world, because that's, you do it to sell cars. Adam, thank you very much indeed. Great to have you. We're going back to Green Flag Racing. Thanks for the entertainment that you've given us and that glorious Aston Martin V12 sound that we've had this year.
You're more than welcome. And if I don't see you again, I'll see you in the new year in Daytona.
So, Merry Christmas.
Take care.
Happy New Year. Adam Carter with us there as we go back to Green Flag Racing. And as you might have realised from the uptick in the noise, we are back with 4 hours and 17 minutes to go. And it's still Toyota with Seb Buemi and his Nick De Vries in second. Now, they've switched around because it was 7 from 8 when they restarted. So Buemi, the 7 car, did come in the lap after everyone else for its pit stop. Peter Mackay watching that restart with interest. The Aston Martin of Alex Riberas in third position, and that's actually worked out rather nicely for them because they were 21 laps into their stint. They had by far the most laps on their Michelin tyres of the leading runners. So that's worked out nicely for the 009. Iron Links, Maxime Martin resets the fastest lap. The GT3 race after the restart. It's a Codis and Jose Maria Lopez from Maxime Martin in second and Ian James in third position. Then Richard Leitz, Manthey first form in fourth, and TF Sport in fifth. And somebody's dropping down there. I think that was Johnny Edgar making up a position on Simon Mann. Corvette against Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, the remaining Ferrari, the number 21 car after that incident, which is being looked at. And also a total power issue as well for the Ben Team WRT BMW number 31. At the head of the field, though, 8 from 7, and the 7 under pressure as far as the Toyotas are concerned. Nick De Vries with Alex Riberas looking to upgrade from 3rd to 2nd position, Peter. Down the front straight. Riberas, jinks right, jinks left, jinks right again. Halfway up the car. And goes down the inside. Takes 2nd position for Aston Martin. Well, that's, as I said, he's got the better tyres. Everyone else around him who stopped was for fuel only. But this has worked out very nicely. Now on the same strategy as everyone else. And down towards the far end of the circuit for Ferrari, with the number 5 Porsche right in behind it there. So it's BMW, Sheldon van der Linde and Lauren Heinrich in his first run, and just losing a position there in the 5 Porsche, with the front part of that car all signed as well. John de Geese, sports car 365, alongside me. Well, there's been plenty to talk about here already in the first half of the race. We're coming down to half time here with 13 minutes to go. The situation is that Alex Riberas has really taken advantage of that change of tyres in that safety car and is only 1.3 seconds from leading the race.
Yeah, I think this is the most competitive form we've seen with the Aston Martin Valkyries in WEC. Obviously coming off the podium finish at Petit Le Mans, but they've topped sometimes in the time charts earlier in the weekend, showed some really good one-lap pace, and I think we were wondering how it was going to transform over an entire stint. And as we're in darkness now, I think maybe it's sort of coming to the fore for them.
McLaren down the inside of a Ford Mustang, which means that is the Stefan Gattuso Proton number 88 going past Sean Gelael in position number 12. Personal best lap for Alex Riberas, and now fastest lap of the race for Alex Riberas at the front of the field, and the gap between first and second is a couple of cars' lengths. Adam Carter there from Aston Martin Racing saying that they had achieved basically their furthest expectation. They'd hoped for a podium. It's already happened in IMSA, but that's been an extraordinarily good first season in both IMSA and here in the WEC. And now to see Alex Riberas, albeit with a grip advantage and a tyre advantage here, but you play the cards that you're given, John.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've really been impressed by the progress they've made. And I think we keep saying it over and over, but this is a brand new car, a car built to a completely different set of regulations, a subset of the LMH. It's a production-based car. Sure, it's a non-hybrid. It's a little less technologically advanced as the other hybrids, but this has still been a monumental effort for everybody involved with harder racing in Aston Martin.
Early on, we saw the Peugeots going well as well. You picked up on a story. My old mate Bob Burridge has been here this weekend. I saw him at Qatar talking to some people at the start of the season. I didn't put 2 and 2 together as you did this weekend. And this is exciting news. We'll keep our eye on the battle for the lead here, but I don't think Alex is going down the inside into one. Might try the run up the hill. Exciting news. A little bit away, about a year away at the very least. But for the Asian Le Mans Series, this could be very big news indeed.
Yeah, we have not had any confirmation of a team, or at least an intention for a team to take part in the Hypercar class in the Asian Le Mans Series, which will start in 2026-2027. So not this upcoming season that starts at Sepang in December.
Team radio. No, that was Buemi. And there's the lead changed. basically, Buemi, this is not his fight. The lead has changed, and let me say this loudly and clearly, Aston Martin, Heart of Racing's Valkyrie, leads an FIA World Endurance Championship event on lap 113 of this race with 4 hours and 10 minutes to go. That is the culmination of an awful lot of hard work. John de Geese with me here, Sportscar 365. So a couple perhaps of Peugeots at least acquired by Bob Burridge, which are the wingless cars, I hear.
I believe he might have both versions. He wouldn't tell me exactly how many he's purchased, but I think there's
That's because he's a good salesman. He'll want to know how many people want to buy one from him.
Exactly. So I'm thinking there's north of at least 3 or 4. He indicated that they could run 2, but they have one with a gentleman driver, Crichton Lendudis, obviously from racing in Algarve Pro Racing over the years, an Asian and European runner-up in the Pro-Am LMP2 ranks the last 2 seasons. Interesting that it's Alex Quinn, who's his co-driver in ELMS, and he's actually going to be testing the 9X8, the current 9X8 tomorrow in the rookie test. So it sort of connects the dots of what was going on there.
And Crichton and Bob know each other because Crichton bought a Sauber Mercedes that he races very successfully in Peter Auto Historics.
Okay.
One of the Silver Arrows type cars. My goodness, that thing is rapid, and it's got that low rumble from that V8, which sounds absolutely great. The whole concept of hypercars in Asian Le Mans Series, I'm still struggling with it, as into the pit lane comes the mighty 38. This will be Jenson Button for his stop and go for the incident that caused this, the previous safety car, when he got into the Vista AF Corsa number 54 Ferrari and put that right into the barrier where Roman Grosjean had his nasty accident a few years ago. Just squeezed him enough. It doesn't take much when a hypercar's going through, and that was big impact. I have to say the good news is Thomas Floor extricated himself from that car. So there's the stop and hold being served for the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota machine. John de Geese with us in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. So, 009 is leading for Alex Ribeiro still. 2.3 seconds now. 2.8 seconds to the good. They have used more tyres than other people. They've had new tyres at the last 2 stops. So that there may be a price to pay for this piece later on. But let's finish off this Asian Le Mans Series. How is that going to work? Because at the moment you can't have a bronze driver in the WEC or at Le Mans racing in a hypercar. So is there going to be an invitation for the winner?
Unfortunately not. I spoke to Pierre Fillon this morning, ACO president, and he confirmed to me there will be no invite to Le Mans for the class champion in hypercar, and insinuating I think it's because that bronze drivers, like you said, are not allowed to race at Le Mans or in the WEC in the hypercar class. So this is kind of, I think from the ACO's perspective, a bit of an experiment maybe to see how this works. We've seen bronze mandates in LMP2, I think, appear in Asia first before Europe. And maybe this is something that could sort of evolve maybe into the hypercar class in WEC in the future. But as it stands now, there's no link between the two classes or at Le Mans. Obviously, same technical regulations and everything, but since you need a bronze driver in the car, that sort of throws it out of the door for a Le Mans effort.
There wasn't huge hopes for it in the first years, maybe 2 or 3 cars is what the organisers were saying. It was my understanding that at least the 2 or 3 cars that were probably being talked about would probably be Ferraris in the AF Corsa. So if this is another couple of cars potentially, Christian Reed's got a couple of cars that maybe he can't race in the WEC. This could be a much bigger launch of that class next season. It's a year from now, let's not forget. It's going to be December 2025 into February 2026.
December 26th to 27th.
Yes, sorry.
Absolutely. I think there's around 5 or 6 cars they're targeting right now, which will be a good enough grid because you already have, I think, 48 cars for this upcoming season. they're at a super capacity between an increased LMP2 grid, LMP3 cars, and GT3 machinery. So I don't think they need a lot of hypercars to make this a success. 5 to 6 is what I've heard, but certainly there could be some additional ones coming in the pipeline too.
The only thing that I can see is a stumbling block. I'm all for more classes in multi-class racing. That I'll put my hand up and say that straight away. The only thing I can see could be a stumbling block is bronze drivers in hypercars against pro drivers in LMP2 cars. Where's the differential coming from?
Exactly. Bob brought up a good point with me when we were talking about that. He said that he believes that there's an initiative right now to perhaps speed up the hypercars to prevent that from happening. Because the LMP2s run, I believe, in Asian Le Mans a little bit at a higher level than they do, same level they do in ELMS, which is at prior to the LMP2s leaving WEC. They were detuned a bit, so
I they are when they come back to Le Mans.
Exactly,
as well.
yeah. But in ELMS and Asian Le Mans, the reins are sort of unleashed, and the idea is not to detune the LMP2 cars as of now, but maybe to speed up the hypercars to some extent to create that little barrier, between the categories.
It's a big story. Well done for getting across it, and thank you for all your help this year, John. You and the team. The paddock notes, I know I've told you this before in private, but I want to say it in public as well. Your paddock notes are absolutely essential for us doing the job. Sometimes when we can't get out the booth and get round to speak to everybody, you do. And I know the listeners like it as well. Thanks for being with us, mate. I know you've got lots to do as we come to half distance.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me on.
John de Geese with us, always a pleasure. Peter Mackay, been a little bit of a change in strategy from Peugeot Total Energy. Both the 94 and the 93 car have come in for tyre changes.
That's right, yeah. The Peugeot is clearly feeling this is the right time, just before half race distance, coming up to 6 p.m. local time in Bahrain. And they've gone from the hard tyre to the medium into the pits now for championship contender number 6, Porsche Penske Motorsport machine of Kevin Estre, who just got past the number 12 Toyota Cadillac, Hertz Team Toyota Cadillac of Alex Lynn. Now, that number 6 Porsche, had been on hard tyres. Are they going to make the switch now as well, like the Peugeot did? So we'll need to get a look down in pit lane to see what the score is, or indeed we'll get a look when the car comes out of the pit lane. The good thing with these Michelin tyres is it's very clear to see between the yellow sidewall for the Michelin and the red for the hard. Very commentator friendly.
We like that. We like that an awful lot. So, try not to fade myself down whilst I'm still talking. So they've tried it and it's not working for them. Track temperature has come down significantly since we started the race, but right now that tyre change just didn't. That tyre change rather, is it the time then to go on to mediums, and who will follow them? That's the other thing. Timo Bernhard, who was in the Ford Racing Global Performance Centre earlier on, was saying you don't want to really go at the mediums until it gets dark and that temperature comes down under 30 degrees now, and an opportunity perhaps to start that change of tyres. You don't have to put the same tyres on all 4 corners, and indeed Toyota were running the mediums early on the right front. The battle in LMGT3 continues. Manthey, the team leading the championship, the number 92 car. Manthey first form, Ricard Lietz behind the wheel of that car in 4th position at the moment, and therefore in championship clinching position, but with still, in 59 seconds time, half of the race to go.
Move there for Richard Lietz up onto the podium positions, makes a move. Oh no,
he
did. He had made a move, not quite. I thought Ian James was leaving the door open saying, yes, after you, Richard. But no, and now the door opens wide open again, and Lietz goes through using that braking performance of the Porsche 911 GT3R. But Ian James has got the grunt of that V8 Aston Martin. They're side by side on the brakes. They go, and through goes Lietz now. Can he make it stop as they come through the very, very tight left-hander down at turn 10? But Lietz has finally got it done then. Up onto the podium positions. I have to say, John, after the qualifying, I did not expect this. What a job from that 92 Manthey crew.
Alex Riberas is under investigations, the leader for VSC procedures, virtual safety car procedures. Oh my goodness, this could turn a great story sour very quickly indeed. The car that has set the fastest lap of the race by a good 0.2 of a second. Alex Riberas coming in after they were right in the window for the full service stop when the safety car, the virtual safety car, and the safety car that followed it. That would be a disaster. Not sure what they could have got wrong there. I'm pretty certain that the situation is that the pits remain open in a virtual safety car. And Johnny's the king of that. Down the inside, Ferrari again at turn 10, and Porsche but runs long. So this now the battle further down the field. In fact, that must be that must be Matt Campbell's car.
Both have just taken a pit stop. Yeah, so they've literally just been in the pits, the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. Extra switching over to Matt Campbell. Antonio Fuoco and now into the number 50 as well. Now the question is, I couldn't quite tell, the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine, has it put on mediums? It was on hards. The two Persos have switched to the mediums, but we'll once we get a shot of it in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, we'll confirm that. Jenson Button out of the number 38 Jota Cadillac, unfortunately not an event-free stint. Could that well be his professional racing career complete now? There's big smiles around the garage. 4 hours to go. That may well be taken on by his teammates. Have we seen the last racing laps for Jenson Button? I feel privileged to be part of the commentary team for a moment of really one of Great Britain's very best racing drivers.
This place has become the end point for a number of quality drivers who, and I think I said this before, but it bears saying again, whose career I've watched from the start to the finish, and I had Mark Webber to that. Saw his first race in the UK in Formula Ford when it was on the British Touring Car schedules as well on the undercard. And Jenson Button I commentated on in karting when bizarrely he was using the same colour of helmet as he's chosen for this weekend, one that was designed by his much missed father and rallycross ace John Button. Down to the pit lane.
Car 50. Ferrari is looking pretty solid out there. That was a good stint. But I'm interested because it feels like there's been some interesting, maybe some surprise strategies out there. And I also wondered from your perspective how strategies changed as a result of that safety car.
Yeah, for sure. As soon as it came the virtual safety car, some teams, I think, risk a bit, and that's normal. We stay into our plan. That's what we need to do. Now the car feels good. I think it's quite. We did a quite solid pace, and the car was behaving good. So that's a positive. Still 4 hours, so let's see. Now Antonio's in the car, and we will see what we can do. But so far we are happy. And we, as we know, we need to stay out of trouble to achieve the goal that we have. Thank you.
Yeah, and that was an interesting bit of strategy from that number 50 car. It's Antonio Fuoco who's got in 2 hard left, yes, but 2 medium right, PMAC, on that 50 499 per.
I think that's a great call. If you're going to go, you've either got one shot or the other. Do you put 2 mediums on the front and 2 hards the rear, or do you do 2 hards and 2 mediums on the right hand side? And the reason why they put the hards on the left hand side is that's where it's that's what gets a much higher load on a clockwise racetrack. And of course the rear left is the one that gets the real pounding from not only the wear in high-speed corners, the load in high-speed corners, but the repeated longitudinal load from the acceleration which comes in, and indeed braking, of course. So that's interesting. There's other manufacturers who've gone to all mediums quite early. I mean, Alpine went to all mediums very early. So the Ferraris, they're feeling that that's the right, or the 50 Ferrari crew feel that that's the right call at the moment. Time will tell. Everyone's throwing different cards on the table right now. I love it.
There's something about a tyre strategy race, whether it's here in the WEC, we'll often see it even in some of the shorter races in the Michelin Pilot Challenge in IMSA, where it's a 2 tyre stop, a 4 tyre stop, a no tyre stop, and sometimes in the shorter races you'll roll the dice with that as well. It just adds another dimension to the calculations that are going on within the pits and on the pit wall, and what has to be thought out by the drivers in concert with their engineers, of course.
Contact. Sorry,
and
John.
all coming together.
21 Ferrari championship contender colliding with a 33 Corvette. Oh, dearie me. So that's Johnny Edgar in the Corvette.
Simon Mann and Johnny Edgar.
Yes, Simon Mann having a go at it and getting it all wrong there, trying to go up the inside of Edgar. Edgar left the door wide open. Simon Mann says, yes, please, and then, can't get it turned, bang, right into the side of the door there. And that, of course, that 21 Ferrari is in the hunt for the championship, and oh dear, that's going to be a slam dunk penalty, surely. Oh dear,
That's
oh dear,
both
oh
of
dear.
the Vista AF Corsa cars that have been involved in incidents. He comes from a long way back. Low percentage lunge. It was hopeful from Simon Mann.
It seemed to be a late decision.
Has to be looked at.
It seemed to be a late
Coming
decision,
down
I would
the
say.
hill. Down the hill to the final corner, Peter, isn't it?
Yeah. So
have they both continued?
They have.
They
yes.
have.
Remarkably.
In the same positions.
Yes, they have. So I would think, though, that Simon Mann will have a penalty coming his way for that one. I mean, that's probably the easiest decision that race control will have to make all day. It seemed like a late decision because Johnny Edgar took a wide line, took the normal racing line, and I think Simon Mann thought, there's a gap, let's go for it. And it was just a little bit miscalculated, or quite a lot miscalculated there. And penalties like that's a dream for number 92 Manthey Porsche, who sit in the podium positions at the moment.
You called this one, Porsche, Penske Motorsport number 6, 10 seconds to the next pit stop for an unsafe release in the pit lane. Almost put them out. That was better part of 50 minutes ago. Almost put them out into the side of the 36 Alpine that was coming in at the time. Pit lane speed limit for Sebastian Bowe in McLaren number 59. That's going to, that's never going to be overturned, really, is it? Antonio Fuoco's team manager in Ferrari AF Corsa number 50 has been asked to go to the race director immediately, and that was from a little incident that we saw earlier on as well, and I've got no doubt that incident that Pete has just described to you a few minutes ago will be being looked at and referred to the stewards as well. That was down at turn 8, by the way. I think I said it was the last corner. And here's the other one that we talked about, Peter.
Yeah, the 009 Aston Martin Valkyrie drive-through penalty for virtual safety car procedures. So, the race leader by 11 seconds, Alex Riberas, using those new Michelin medium tyres to full effect. Now, other teams haven't put the mediums on yet, maybe because they feel they're going to wear them out, but we know the Aston Martin Valkyrie is very good on its tyres, and Riberas is getting the maximum performance out of them. And a drive-through penalty, and that's a long drive-through here at Bahrain too.
He has got 3 times by after it's been shown to the team. So that would be this time and 2 more before he has to come in. And I'll suggest at the moment, with the pace he's doing, which is a good second quicker than anybody else behind him, they will leave him out for those 3 laps.
Well, while he's got this sort of pace in the car, don't break his rhythm. Just say, box in 3 and, get the very best out of him. Riberas is driving beautifully. Meanwhile, battle between the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine and the 15 BMW. This is looking like it's a battle for the win. It's not. It's the battle for 15th between Matteo Giamini and Marciello. Raffaele Marciello in the BMW shows Matteo Giamini the edge of the track. They nearly rub on the straight, and Marciello, is he going to hang on as they come down into sharp right-hander? Oh, no, Giamini is just going to get in front there. Wow, as they come through the S's now into Sector 2.
I thought for sure they were going to come a cropper as they went side by side up the hill to turns 4 and 5, and somehow I think there was a little rub. I saw the bodywork sort of just bending from both cars. That was so tight there. Now onto the back straight. That pass is made. Who's that behind them? I think that's the race leader behind them, isn't it? As the
will be, yes, the red accent
11.
Valkyrie.
Yeah, it is the red accented 009. So this will be second time by. The only thing they don't want now is a safety car. They don't want a full. They don't want a full course yellow. Actually, no, they don't want anything like that, because that would delay them, and a safety car would close the field back up again. But Riberas is looking to put another second. He's going to get, if he can get somewhere, he's still going to lose the lead, but at 15 seconds ahead, he's going to end up about, I think it's about a 30-second delta through here. He's going to end up about 15 to 20 seconds behind the 2 Toyotas. He's come into the pits now.
Tires are really good. Rear axle feels more stable now. Everything feels fine.
That's Alex Riberas talking to the team. So let's wait for Toyota Gazoo Racing and Seb Buemi to go through. Nick de Vries following in close company. Halfway down the pit lane now. The next car to come through will be Alessandro Berghini. There he is. Goes through across the start-finish line. The 009 comes out behind his teammate. So Ross Gunn directly ahead. 2 pit stops to the good, by the way, on his teammate Ross Gunn at the moment. Running a slightly different pit lane strategy. He'll be due into the pit lane within the next 2 or 3 laps, actually. Obviously, he's had some yellow in that, but he's got 30 laps since he was last in.
I think it's just 1 pit stop, John, because of the drive-through.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, you're absolutely right, Peter. 4 to 3, 5 times down the pit lane for the 009. 8 yellow flag laps for Ross Gunn in his 30. And so that will probably give him another 2 or 3 race laps before he has to pit. So they're slightly different on what they've done. Tom Gamble did a single stint after a double from Harry Tinknell. Ross Gunn, this would be the end of his first stint. I mean, you can't take it away from particularly Alex Riberas, who's been flying in that car. He is 7 seconds behind his teammate, and he did come out 18 seconds. I said between 15 and 20. He came 18 seconds behind the new leader. And we'll see next time around if he continues to lap in the 52s. It's 53s, mid-53s, low 53s for the 2 Toyotas. So let's see what Alex can do once he gets back into some clean air and whether he can start making up those positions. The problem is, as Peter rightly pointed out, they have used a couple of extra sets of tyres compared to those around them, I reckon.
Yeah,
Full dark here.
That's interesting, though.
4 hours to go.
That's interesting because they seem to be getting the medium tyre to work better than others. So do they actually need the extra sets of tyres? Actually, can they make can they get good pace out of the medium for longer than the rest? Is that why a lot of the others are on either a mixture of hard and mediums or have only just switched to the mediums? So this, although that is heavily annoying for Aston Martin with the Valkyrie there to lose 30 seconds with a drive-through penalty, I don't think they're out of this race victory battle just yet.
Oh no!
Because if they keep working that medium tyre the way they are, I think they've got a really good package underneath them. Just confirming as well, Porsche, they've switched their number 6 car to mediums now as well, so they're the next manufacturer to make the leap. The Ferraris still on a bit of a mixed bag. So is that because they feel they're going to wear the medium out, or does the car just feel better on it? We'll see.
Well, here's Alex coming to the line. He's in Sector 2 at the moment. Sebastian Boe in the McLaren number 59 from United. Their last race with McLaren in GT3, of course. Garage 59 taking that over for next year in the WEC, leaving the Yorkshire-based United to concentrate on the new McLaren prototype. Here's Alex coming to the line in a minute or two. There's Ross going through, and about 5 seconds, 6 seconds behind, 53.7. So he is faster than everybody ahead of him, but not by quite as much this time. Getting back into the feel of it. 6 seconds behind his teammate Ross Gunn. And that, I think there'll have to be a bit of team orders there as Peugeot fights on the back straight with Porsche. And that is then 12th and 13th position. Paul di Resta versus Matt Campbell, the 93 Peugeot Total Energy and the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6. As it stands right now, Ferrari win the Manufacturers' Championship 227 to 171. As it stands right now, how often are we going to say that in the next 3 3/4 hours? Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, partially here in the Media Centre, Bahrain Sakhir Circuit, Bahrain International, and that battle for... I mean, you can scarcely believe it that these two drivers of the calibre of di Resta and Campbell are going across the line now, battling for a position as if it was the win at Le Mans, and they're not even in the points at the moment, Peter. Oh, is it JP? Sorry.
Yes. This global broadcast centre is vast, isn't it? So you can lose.
I should have looked over a bit further. Yes,
indeed.
Yes.
Me for a little segment at least. And you're right, though. I mean, this could very easily be the lead of the race. It is that fraughtly contested and so important for the 6 Porsche to find its way back to the top 10. The 2 Peugeots, well, their descent out of the top 10 has been intriguing to watch. I can't think that they've done a great deal wrong, other than Paul di Resta's mistake over the curbs on one lap at turn 13. But whether the change of condition and the change to medium tyres just hasn't suited these Peugeots, but they were for a long time, in the opening couple of stints, 3rd, 4th, occasionally 5th, and now they're down in 11th and 12th places. Different strategies being utilised, I realise, but that only goes so far to explain their positions at the moment. Porsche have been up against it since the start of the weekend, arguably, and remain 13th and 15th. The ideal positions for the 2 Toyotas, and therefore they are scoring the maximum points of 38 and 27 for first and second, but they were too far back to be able to leapfrog Ferrari, even if Ferrari score no points in the manufacturers. But that's the good thing that Toyota are doing, is getting to second place and getting ahead of Porsche and Cadillac. You just mentioned 171 points. Well, that would be Toyota's total at the end of today to finish second in the manufacturers, with Ferrari still only with currently have 1 car in the points, but it is a crucial one with a podium right now potentially for the 51 car.
Yeah, it's a good point you make there, JP, because the number 83, the yellow car with Eiffel behind the wheel at the moment, that isn't registered for manufacturers' points in the overall, because that is what's called a World Cup car, isn't it? That's the privateers car. They've clinched that with only Proton as their competition this year, after the elevation of Jota to Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, but that they don't score manufacturers' points. That's the key issue there.
Yeah, not only do they not score manufacturers' points, they're also invisible when you actually apply the manufacturer points.
Well reminded me.
So, yeah, were it to finish ahead of any of the factory cars, you don't count that. So that actually means that Cadillac, for instance, who was 7th on the road, are scoring 6th place points in the championship with their number 12 car at this stage. We don't have to worry about the 99 at this stage because that's down in 17th, so isn't in the way of any of the other cars scoring points. It's a real shame because at times that 99 car has looked quick through the season, but they are struggling, arguably more so than the Penske 963s.
Slightly fewer resources, I would suspect, being thrown at Christian Reed's team, and that I'm not being detrimental at all to the happy band that is Proton and Christian Reed's outfit. But very much a privateer entry there. The 007 has finally peeled into the pits. Ross Gunn comes in from a point-scoring position and dropped out of the top 10. He was in 4th position, wasn't he? So that elevates Alex Riberas, still 16.5 seconds away from the lead, having been a good 13-14 seconds ahead of the field before that drive-through penalty. And what did the Aston do then? 27 laps, I think, for that car. Let me just check, because I don't think that information is up to date with those 8 full course caution laps in the middle of that stint for Ross Gunn. I'm just interested to see what he managed to eke out of that car, as the GT race is always exciting, and BMW number 46 having to take to the side of the circuit there in the battle with the Mustang right ahead of it. Bernardo Souza, and who is in the 46 at the moment. It is indeed Valentino Rossi, the doctor, trying to make house calls there, but couldn't get through. Ross Gunn did 36 laps. So they were normally putting in 29. So those 8 full course caution laps gave him seven laps extra. That's okay. That's interesting. That's very interesting. So that car must be really efficient on its safety car speed limiter. Mistake by Bernardo Souza at turn 1. Through goes Valentino Rossi, and following him through was one of the McLarens there as well. Now, is that is that Sean Galale coming back through there?
It is most likely to be, unless it's Sebastian Boe.
No, it's the car that, the one that's dropped a bit of time.
Yeah,
it was in the pits earlier, wasn't it?
Yeah, 20 odd minutes with a fix for that car, and has 16th position, I reckon, displayed on the display panel. These square LED, very informative panels that are new for this year, detailing where a car is in its classification, and then it has all sorts of different things that it can display when the pit stop's happening. But Bernardo Souza and Vale Rossi arriving into turn 11 together. That all started back at turn 10, actually, with Souza getting him saying, no, you don't, to Valentino Rossi. Not going to take the place away from me that easily. He ran a bit wide at the start of that lap into turn 1, which began it all. But it was still going many, many corners later. So has it now finally got the place? And Sebastian Boe, although not improving his position, has leapt ahead of Bernardo Souza, who is still in the car as the bronze. They must have been through a number of their different drivers, I'm assuming, in car 77, because this is a long way into the race, 4 hours and 24 minutes to still have a bronze driving that car. So Souza's been in
Rossi
it, Ben Tuck's been in it, Rossi's coming in the pits, as is Bernardo Souza. So I speak about how long he's been at the wheel of that car. I think he's probably going to be taken out now. Yes, having done 2 hours and 46 minutes, so that's 26 minutes longer than was necessary, but has to fit into the fuel mileage, though, as well. Valentino Rossi, meanwhile, in car 46, I think they've been keeping it a little more simple. Yeah, it was actually 3 stints in a row for Ahmed Al-Hati. Fair play to him.
46 is going in the box.
Yeah.
It's going in the garage. So I wonder...
No, they were just readjusting it, actually. So that's strange, because there wasn't a car in front or behind it. So it wasn't as if it had come into the bay slightly out of position. It does have to be in the quadrant in order for work to commence. And clearly they thought it was just a bit too far out and didn't want to incur the wrath of the stewards.
Well, we're coming up to another half an hour. We'll do the hourly update in a moment. But before that, let's have an initial chat with Felipe Nasser, who's joined us. How you doing?
I'm good. Yourself?
Yeah. What was it like out there then?
Well, I just asked you if you've seen the purple sectors, out there.
How much are you having to save tyres? I mean, we talk about this every year here. And it seems to get, in some respects, it seems to get more difficult every year. Is that the challenge here?
It is. It's been the biggest challenge over the weekend. And obviously I'm here as a reserve this weekend, but just, hearing what the drivers and the team were, probably challenging the car, was just trying to keep the tires alive, especially the rear tires. But you can see the tarmac here is so abrasive. And I think last time I drove here was probably back in 2015-16 when I was back in Formula 1. And it was still the same. You have this one huge peak lap where the tires are able to keep on, but then you have to manage the tires so well. And I think that's been the biggest challenge so far, how to set up the car. Obviously, you get the temperatures cooling down now. That helps the whole balance of the car to be, in a better window. But yeah, let's see. We still got how many hours here?
Well, nearly half the race, 3.5.
Yep.
It's been a decent season over in IMSA for you.
It's been a pretty good season. Yeah. Some big wins with my mate Nick Tandy. Good season. Yeah. Some big wins with my mate Nick Tandy in the car. Yeah, especially the first part of the year was phenomenal.
It was pretty much a perfect start, wasn't it? Let's be honest. The 36 hours of Florida, as we call it, and you tick them both off.
Yeah, that was incredible. And to get Daytona back-to-back in so competitive series and be able to win Daytona, and then we went to Sebring, of course. What if we win Sebring as well? And we managed to do it, so... down to a flawless job from the team. Nick, Lawrence, myself, everybody in the car really cooperated on that one, and it was just a incredible win. Like I said, that beginning of the year was phenomenal, something we don't see very often in sports car racing, and one that I will never forget.
So is there a slight sense of disappointment? I know it was your teammates who you were battling with for most of the season, and Matt and the other car had a fantastic second half of the season. Is there still a slight disappointment that after such a great start?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in the end of the day, for sure you want to win the big races, but then you put yourself in contention for the championship, and then we saw that go away pretty quick. And it's, if I look back at this season, right after the middle point after Detroit, not trying to blame Nick here or whatsoever, but I just feel like we could have controlled some of our results a little better. Nick unfortunately had that accident in Watkins, which put us 11th in that race, and then there was the race in Road America. Well, we got a pretty harsh penalty as well. When Nick was battling, I think the 10 car on track, and then we just, again, had a drive-through plus a stop and go, which put us 11th again. And then we go to Indy. We had 2 other contacts, again finishing 11th. So that's how we lost the championship.
Yeah,
there. Right there, those 3 races.
You can barely have one bad weekend
exactly.
now, and 3 back-to-back.
All we needed was the consistency, and unfortunately it's slipped that way. still, happy for the team. 2 years in a row, winning all championships. We won the endurance championship. We won the manufacturer. The drivers obviously went to Matt and Jam, who did a great job on that second half of the season. But, now...
I'm going to ask you a tough question next.
Okay.
About the championship. Just keeping an eye on what's going on the track. And we've got BMW versus Alpine at the moment. And that's Sheldon van der Linde and Mick Schumacher. In fact, just peeled off into the pits in the number 36 car. So the 8th position goes to the BMW M Team WRT M Hybrid. So that's good. Keeping an eye on that. Actually, do you know what? Maybe I'm wrong, actually. It's showing him in the pits. Is he catching up with Charles Mallacy as well? We'll keep an eye on that, because definitely there's 36s in the pits. Let's head to the pit lane.
With Michel Gatting, you just jumped out of the car. Can you tell us what happened? First, there was some progress, but also there was a bit of a story, some contact.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wasted way too much time behind the bronze driver of car 60. It's difficult to overtake here, especially when a driver is braking 20 meters too late in every corner. In the end, I'm not going to risk my race to crash with a lower rated driver. So I took my time, but to be honest, it's a lot of frustration, because in the end, it's also not fair, when you're next to a driver and they just turn into you. And you have to back off, because else I'm going to end up in the wall. I don't think that's fair racing. So I was very frustrated, and I lost way too much time, because the pace was good until I got stuck there. So a bit of frustration.
You made some progress. That's good. And I'm sure Rael is going to keep on pushing and going back up the order.
Yeah, we will keep pushing. Now, for sure, we have all the fast drivers in the car, also towards the end. So it's going to be a different scenario. It's going to be some better racing and some more fair racing for sure.
Excellent. Well done on your driving.
Michel Gatting, not been a great year for the Iron Dames. Felipe Nasser with me just before we go to our hourly update. Honestly, you never want to lose a championship. Is it better or worse that it went to your teammates? Come on. Because they're the people. There's a friendly rivalry, isn't there?
It's hard to say, because still looking back, I can't just say it was, of course we want to have it all. That's what I'm a racer, and nothing frustrated us more than knowing that we had it under control and then we just saw it slip away. But hey, looking back, we still got the big wins of the season. Comes Daytona and Sebring, we were on top. And that's what, to me, shows the strength of Porsche Penske Motorsport. And we couldn't get it, but happy that teammates did it. And for sure, you get that frustration, as any driver will do, but at least it's within the house, and
good point.
We go for the next one.
Don't go away. We're going to take the hourly update now. The lead has come down to very little. It's the two Toyotas, but any second now, Nick de Vries should be coming in the pits, and in fact, he does that. That's perfect time then for us to take our hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
For that, as we have got just under 3.5 hours to go. It's Toyota Gazoo Racing, the number 8 car of Sebastian Buemi, that leads by 11.5 seconds. Team car just pulling out a second into the pits, so therefore will drop down. It's Ferrari and Alessandro Pecchini behind the wheel of the 499P, the number 51 car in second, and Yifei in the Ferrari number 83, the AF Corsa privateer car in third, 25 seconds near enough away from the lead. Cadillac Hertz Team Toyota has Alex Lynn behind the wheel of the number 12 car in fourth, then Sheldon van der Linde for BMW M Hybrid V8 in fifth position there. In sixth, well, they've all dropped down, and Alex Riberas, who was leading, then had to have a drive-through for a VSC, a virtual safety car, infringement. Cost him 30 seconds down the pit lane. And he's now come in for a pit stop. That is early for Alex. He's only been out 11 laps. So that's something we're going to need to get across as well. Cameron Kobayashi, by the way, has taken over Toyota Gazoo Racing, number 7 now in 7th position. He's behind Theo Porsche, and the top 10 made up by Paul Di Resta in the second of the Peugeot 9X8. That's the number 93 car. 9th for Matt Campbell in the 963. Number 6 and 10th, Antonio Fuoco for Ferrari in the number 50 car. In the LMGT3 category, it's the remaining Iron Lynx car, or the better place rather for 2 Iron Lynx cars. Lynn Hodenius in the Mercedes AMG, and that number 61 leads by only 4 seconds now. Clement Schmidt in second for the Lexus RCF LMGT3 of Akkodis. In third position, it's Manthey first form. Richard Leitz doing I think he's done a double actually in that car, and still looking good for the championship. Yeah, he's just gone on to his second stint, having done a 28 lap stint, and just come out and done a couple of laps on a new set of tyres. I would have not actually probably double stinted them at this stage. Dennis Olsen is in fourth for Ford Mustang and Proton. They've stealthed up the order to fourth position in the number 88 car, and the top 6 is made up by TF Sports Johnny Edgar in the Corvette number 33, and the Heart of Racing Zachary Robichon for Aston Martin in the number 27 is
keeping you up to date. The hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobile One.
Well, it's dropped down massively, well over 40 degrees Celsius at the start of the race. Temperature stayed the same, still nearly 27 degrees Celsius, but on the track it's 27.6 degrees.
Mobile One, cutting-edge lubrication technology for high-performance vehicles.
And as we get back to racing down at turn 1, the side-by-side action. Antonio Fuoco and Matt Campbell going at it. Matt just couldn't hold him back now. Tries to get a better drag out of the first corner and heading up the hill towards turn number 4. Comes out the slipstream. Ferrari jinking across to the right-hand side of the track. That car's already had a warning for weaving. I don't think it was Antonio behind the wheel at that, but Matt's gone side-by-side with him, and this is getting very tasty indeed. Just can't make it stick down through the S's as they go into the braking point at the bottom of the hill at turn number 8. Matt Campbell trying to force the Ferrari into a shallower line, and therefore a less good exit. There's traffic ahead as they crest the rise at turn number 9, and that difficult downhill braking point as you're turning at the same time into turn 10. That's got to be one of the most difficult braking points anywhere on the WEC roster. Now, I've got Felipe Nasser sitting alongside me, who's reserve here this weekend. What does a reserve driver do then? I mean, you come and talk to me, but what else are you doing?
Well, you basically, if I was here just in case Julian didn't feel so well in Petit, if you guys remember that, right. And he ended up not doing the race. Lawrence did a double stunt there for us, so I was here in case something, if he wasn't feeling well, but he recovered pretty good and he's doing a fine job. But my job here is also to help and filter the team and all the information, everything I see. It's always nice. I mean, I always try to get more involved with the team and try to get them to feedback on what I see on the track, especially in practice, and helping our newcomer Lauren as well, trying to give him as much advice as I could in driving the Porsche 963 for the first time and debuting here in Bahrain. So for him, it has been quite a big weekend, and he's doing well. Yeah, he's doing pretty well, and I'm always open and trying, because I know how some important, feedback and notes you can give to newcomers are always pretty appreciated.
Just had the Toyota Gazoo Racing number 8 car, which was leading in its pit stop on the 5th round of pit stops. Ryo Hirikawa has taken over that car. It's dropped in just in behind its teammate Cameron Kobayashi, who is now in 3rd position. So some of those positions that I gave are going to change now because we're into this next round of pit stops. And indeed, as I say that, EFA dives into the pits for the number 83 car. Felipe, we'll let you go in a second. But you're back to work straight away this week. Effectively, your 2026 season starts on what, Wednesday?
Next week, yeah. Next week we got the Daytona official preseason test, and I'm curious to see, how. I'm sure everybody's bringing a step forward on everything. And
any changes to the car? No, all the cars had to go up to the wind tunnel to be re-homologated.
Correct. Yeah, we're bringing a few minor updates to the car, but from what I could test a couple of weeks ago, it's all pointing in the right direction and trying to push the 963 even to a better window of performance.
But it must be like sharpening a razor blade right now, because the cars have been developed for quite a long time. So you're making tiny little changes to what, for performance, for drivability, what?
I think mainly for, I would say, the aero map of the car, trying to get something a little bit more linear. We always had the difficulty to balance the car when it came to medium-high speed and the balance shift you get to the low speed. So trying to get a better range between all of them. You won't see any visible changes when you look at the cars. But there are a few bits here and there that are helping us to give the car a better platform control when it comes to that,
operating a wider window.
Yeah.
It's incredible to me, because when these regulations were written, we looked at them, everybody looked at them and thought, actually, those aero regs aren't really that aero-y. The cars aren't moving as much as the old LMP1Hs did, and therefore maybe aero won't be quite as important. But getting the balance right has been super important.
So
the rake of the car, particularly for your car, has been super important.
For sure. And I have to say, it's been one of the hardest cars to drive, especially to be in that window all the time. Such a small window, but like I said, we made a few steps forward, and I expect the competition as well to be pushing forward as well. So let's see. It'll be the first taste of that, but I'm excited about it.
Do you still enjoy the challenge, Felipe?
I do. I love it, and honestly, I've been having the most fun ever since I joined the sports car world, really, because ever since I've been doing, before that, I was all into the single-seater racing all my way up to Formula One, and then sports car racing has really given me a smile on my face, and for sure I want to achieve more. And I'm really happy to have joined forces with Porsche and Penske. They gave me the opportunity early on to be part of the project. So I'm really pleased what we're going through, and one part of me is sad to see the WEC team go away, but I know we're putting all our resources now in IMSA to even, push it further.
It's been a pleasure watching you driving sports cars down through the years.
Thank
I
you.
enjoyed watching you in single-seaters as well, but it's been great to get to know you better. Thank you for
so
coming
much.
to talk to us. You've always been a gentleman to us when we've stuck a microphone under your nose in the pit lane, some in good times, some in bad times, and we appreciate how difficult that could be.
There'll be
Felipe
more.
Nasser. There will
Thank
be more.
you so much.
And I'll see you at Daytona in January.
Likewise.
Felipe Nasser, Porsche Penske Motorsports. Let's take some team radio. No tyres left, says Paul de Resta. And that's going to be a problem because he is 7 laps away, I reckon, possibly 6 from his pit stop. Actually, a bit more because there's some yellow in that. Johnny Palmer and Peter Mackay with me, John Hindhoff, in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, and overtaking under yellow. I read that as cars 8-2-46, and I'm thinking, hell, that must be most of the field, who's 8 and 46 JP that have been pinged for overtaking under yellows. That'll be Toyota Gazoo Racing, and of course the Valentino Rossi WRT BMW.
It's certainly an efficient way of rolling out several cars if it was the case, but thankfully it's not the whole of the field or half of the field included within that message. Peugeot having a really good tussle with Toyota. Yes, they might be on different strategies, i.e. the Peugeot that's driven by Théo Pourchaire will be due in the pits in due course, but on lap 141 there's a 0.3 of a second gap between new boy at Peugeot Pourchaire. Leading Kamui Kobayashi is one of the most experienced drivers in the World Endurance Championship. And Toyota on this, not quite an out lap, but only a handful of laps into Kobayashi's stint. He's been at the wheel for 10 minutes or so. This will be compromising Toyota a little bit towards the sharp end. Ryo Hirakawa developing as well in this queue. Now, has one of the Toyotas got through? Yes, it finally has. So Kobayashi able to pick off the Frenchman coming out of turn 8, that right-hand hairpin on the infield section. And now wanting to sort of box that the Peugeot in a little bit to allow Ryo Hirakawa to get through as well, as he's frantically flashing the lights. But this serves as a minor delay for those two Toyotas, as further back, Paul Di Resta, who's already complained about having no tyre life left, is about to be picked off by Matt Campbell in the number 6 Porsche, up as high as, well, soon to be 5th place in actual fact. Can he get that done on the brakes? No, Paul Di Resta doesn't want that to happen at turn 11 and takes the wider angle. How's that fare into the next sequence of corners, which are both right-handers? The Peugeot lives a little bit longer in 5th place, but it might be that the days are numbered there, Peter Mackay.
No, I don't think we've got PMAC at the moment. What I was going to ask Peter a question, actually, but I'll ask you now, Johnny. Two things. One, I'm not quite certain how we've got so many cars off kilter, given that most of them stopped in a safety car period at the same time. But there's been quite an interesting difference between, clearly, the efficiency of cars running behind a safety car and maybe that's done something. And secondly, JP, how good is it to see that was another overtake on the track for the lead of the race? Now, I know it's tyre affected, but how good is it in endurance racing to see, if you haven't looked after your tyres or you've maybe had to use them up too much, to see the difference in performance that is bringing these fantastic battles where people are having to decide, do I defend or this is not my battle right now? It's been brilliant to watch.
Yeah, there's been a lot of context that we had to weave into this as well, and sometimes a fight out on track looks very important, but it might be a quiet word in the ear from the engineer to say, no, that's not the car we're fighting, and you're potentially going to lose more time than gain it by fending off a rival. It's an interesting point you raised, though, because when we had that virtual safety car followed automatically by a safety car, that lined everybody up, it seems, around about just beyond the 100 lap marker. So Nick de Vries on that occasion took over. He'd only been in a 7-lap stint, if I'm getting that right point of the race, and he came in then to top up the fuel, as did both Porsches from Porsche Penske Motorsport, I think I'm right in saying. Kevin Estre was at the wheel at the time, and he's since handed over to Matt Campbell. Jean-Eric Verne as well, but there were some short stints in there, and I'm trying to recall whether then more caution came out, but we haven't had a full course yellow, and of course that would lock you out of the pits anyway. So, yeah, there was some short stints from, for instance, the 94 Peugeot, the 50 Ferrari of Miguel Molina only did 15 laps before then handing over to Antonio Fuoco. Jean-Eric Verne did a 12-lap effort. So it's ended up with us having the Toyota number 7 laps into its stint, whereas the number 94 Peugeot, having pitted last time just under an hour ago, and that car will be fine until about 5 to 7. So another 6 or 7 minutes before I'd expect the 94 Peugeot in, probably the 50 Ferrari as well, which is running in 3rd position at this stage, the second of the Peugeots as well. So those cars that are a little bit off the strategy include the race-leading Toyota, James Calado's 51 Ferrari. He's very early on in a stint, which the pit stop was 10 minutes ago for that Ferrari. Alex Riberas and Ryo Hirakawa also making recent stops as well. There's still no let-up in the fight between Paul Di Resta and the chasing Porsche car number 6. So they are still hammer and tongs. The 6 car did not get through turns 12 and 13. Matt Campbell But clearly he is the quicker car of the two. And now joining the fight is Ross Gunn in the 007 Aston Martin. So that's 3 cars now, all fighting for 4th position.
This brings PMAC back in to this, Peter. We've been revelling in these tyre differentials. The difference in grip, yes, and say that some of those overtakes that we've seen, stunning overtakes, stunning battles, have been affected by that. But I say bring that on. That's the essence of endurance racing, isn't it?
It's superb. Yeah, because here comes Ross Gunn now, making a move on the medium tyres and similarly equipped number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine of Matt Campbell. Has nothing to say about it as they break down, going down the gearbox from 7th to 1st gear for the first corner, and through goes Gunn then up into 5th position. And with the feedback that Paul Di Resta was giving over the radio a few moments ago to say that he's got no tyres, I don't think it'll be long before Gunn makes his move. But yeah, this is what it's all about, having 2 tyre compounds, either medium or hard, yellow or red, and a limited tyre allocation. I think it's a fantastically well-balanced rule. You know, chucking new tyres on at every stint takes a whole... It's not just a thread of conversation, it's a whole woolly jumper.
6th car of Campbell behind Ross Gunn, and how far up then can Ross Gunn get? He's going to go to the high side of the Peugeot. That would have been a crazy manoeuvre into 9 and 10, because that's really only single file. Also, another car involved in this fight is James Collado early on in his stint, so this car will be full of energy, full of fuel as well. Aston Martin versus Peugeot, a total drag race down the straight between 10 and 11, and eventually won by Ross Gunn, up to 4th position. So as PMAC was suggesting, Gunn is on a real tear in this part of the race, and with half the energy still to go, can stay out for a fair portion of this race as well before, well after, in fact, Porsche and Fuoco, which are the next cars on his list, are due to pit. But a great bit of variation, as John was pointing out. The 1st and then the 7th, 8th and 9th place cars all pitted at about the same time. But in the next few laps, we'll see the Peugeot in 2nd, number 94, the Ferrari in 3rd, number 50, the 2nd of the Peugeots in 5th, number 93, and the number 6 Porsche, all due for a pit stop. Ferrari are halfway housing it in terms of tyre choice for this stint, and Fuoco, by the way, because the lefts are hard tyres, all the way down the right are the mediums, so a 50-50 split for the non-championship fighting Ferrari number 50. 7th place for the 51 car, so at the moment in behind its championship rival, although that's just changed. So Collado gets ahead of Matt Campbell just as I say that. And as I mentioned, Collado joining the queue, it's not taking him too long at all to get ahead of the white pinstriped Salzburg-type livery of Matt Campbell. Didn't seem to have a great deal to fight with either on very second-hand tyres, I'm guessing, for the Australian.
And this is the first stint, of course, that the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport team has switched to mediums. So are they, like the Peugeot, struggling to make those mediums work, whereas other manufacturers seem to be making them work? Toyota, for one. Toyota definitely seem to be getting the mediums to work, and of course the Valkyries have been very strong on them as well.
And Collado's quickly cleared Paul Di Resta as well, who has nothing beneath him for the tyres on that car. Kazuki Nakajima we'll be hearing from very shortly down at Toyota, because it is a number 7 Toyota that leads the race by 7 seconds.
This race has thrown everything at you. Seb had quite a roller coaster stint there. Paul Rio's now dropped down to P8. The cars are looking very strong, but it does feel like the dice has gone up in the air a little bit. What's it like from your perspective?
Well, up until a few minutes ago, it was all looking good. I mean, despite the Ferrari has a very strong pace, just like us, so it was not easy, but looking good. But then, unfortunate penalty for Seb, and then, it put car 8 in a difficult situation. But anyway, the gap is still, not too big, so hopefully we can fight back to get double podium.
What's the feedback been, and what was Seb's feedback from the car? Do you feel like it's got the pace and the balance to be able to climb up through the pack?
Well, actually, I think Seb was a bit struggling with the car balance and the grip, considering his tyre situation. And the difficulty now is everybody has a different strategy, and it's all mixed up. So
we can never relax up until the checkered flag.
Good, it's just to make things a little bit more interesting for everybody. When Seb got out, he looked like he was struggling a little bit. What's his response physically?
Well, I think physically he was totally okay. Just with the struggle with the car balance and the grip together with possible. I think at that time he was still under investigation, but he, I think, was quite worrying about it as well. So I think it's more about, let's say, I don't say mentally, but not physically. Physically he's totally okay.
Fair play. Right, power's on.
Yeah, so the 8 penalty referred to there by Kaz will have had clearly a dent into its position. That was the last stop that Ryo Hirakawa had to, or did come in for, 27 seconds or so, which was the drive through. And we've had 1 or 2 other penalties as well, which may go some way to tell us why certain cars appear to be relatively early on in their stints, and actually they're not for a fuel stint. Not allowed to refuel a car, of course, when you're serving a penalty. We were making the point, John and I, PMAC, that the safety car, or immediately, the virtual safety car prior to the safety car period, evened the strategy up a great deal, as in everyone pretty much took fuel, regardless of where they were in the stint at the time, and that evens things up. And yet we seem to have different routes through this stint, but it's deceptive just looking at their last pit stop, because it may not have been a standard stop.
Not at all, no, because there's a mixture of what happened. Some people took tyres, some people didn't, and that's playing out quite dramatically now. At lots of points on the racetrack, the Porsches on the mediums in Hypercar are just dropping like stones. Likewise, the Peugeot 93 of Paul Di Resta, who's just switched over driver, really struggling to make those tyres work. So maybe could we see them going back to hards on the left-hand side and mediums on the right, or potentially hards on the rear and mediums on the front, because at the moment they don't seem to make the mediums last, and even if they get some good performance in the first part of the stint, it just seems to drop off from nowhere. And they're sitting ducks really, but it looks like Peugeot down in the pit lane are going to they're taking new rear mediums there for that 93 car.
So that car was expected in. Théo Pourchaire's pretty much on the same strategy. His stint began at 4 minutes to the hour, 4 minutes to 6. So I'd expect that car in shortly as well for fuel, probably the next lap afterwards. Sometimes it is the choice of a team not to pit both cars on the same lap, just to simplify matters, and if one has a drama, the other one then isn't involved in it. And Théo Pourchaire, on the very next lap comes down pit road. That will unleash Antonio Fuoco into second position. And that car has been at relatively close quarters to Théo Pourchaire for a lot of that stint. And again, that car should be coming in as well, maybe on the next lap around. No, beg pardon, 50 car. I think I'm right in that it's done 30-odd laps so far. Started its stint, about an hour ago. So the 50 Ferrari is due for some energy as well. Also in on this lap, the number 6 Porsche, which has Matt Campbell at the wheel. Tyre change on the Peugeot, and at least a medium being taken off the front left, possibly replenished with the same as it goes away. Mediums all around, I'd say, for that Peugeot number 94. And the number 6 Porsche, which has been running on medium tyres, letting off a lot of smoke from the front brakes in particular, showing just how hard this place is on braking. And they're going to change the left side tyres on Porsche number 6. Mediums off, 2 mediums on. Was there a problem? There was a slight problem on the front left there. I don't think it was fully tight, so that's torqued to the right setting and sent away. So left side tyres only, mediums for Matt Campbell's Porsche.
Did they do the right rear as well?
I didn't see that, but I'm willing to concede that as well.
I think they did. Yeah, I think they did. put a right rear on there as well, which would make sense because the front right is the least loaded tyre.
Yes.
So, and the rears do get a bit of a pounding, of course, nearly 700 horsepower going through the rear tyres. So that might be an interesting call. And if they're struggling to make the tyres last with it the whole stint, then that might make sense. Still, though, interestingly, the 51 Ferrari has still got hards on the left-hand side.
Yeah, so Ferrari not feeling like they can go the full change to mediums. A reminder that it's 26 individual tyres that are included in an 8-hour race allocation. So 6 sets plus an extra 2. But remember, you've got to do 8 hours. Hypercars tending to be able to do a full hour, mind you. So with 3 hours to go, they will be back timing the route to the checkered flag now and saying 2 more stops, 3 more stints, keeping the best set of tyres maybe for the closing couple. What we don't know, without having full access to the RFID information, is whether tyres have been put back on.
Laps. They will box 10 laps. Stay safe. Stay safe.
So message to James Collado in his Ferrari that the Aston Martin is going to pit in 10 laps time. Stay safe is the message to the driver of the 51 car who is pursuing Ross Gunn. And despite the speed of Ross Gunn's Aston Martin, he was showing that, passing cars left, right and centre just a few laps ago. That Ferrari, on balance, looks quicker than the Valkyrie. But they're pretty much saying, just hold station, James. You don't need to overtake this car, and it's going to pit in a matter of laps anyway.
3 hours to go. Johnny Palmer, Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Dan Harper's just joined me. This time last year, he was getting very excited about jumping into the BMW prototype and hasn't stopped smiling since. Is that about right?
Just about a couple of days, maybe. But no, yeah, obviously it was a great day, great experience. First proper test in the Hypercar. I'm a bit sad to see I'm not going to be doing it tomorrow, but very happy for my fellow teammates that are getting their first taste, and I can see their excitement already, so I know how it feels.
So what are you here doing for BMW? Because I didn't see your name on any list early in the week, and you've just said it was a late call for you.
It was, yeah, so I was at home enjoying my my hot chocolates. Christmas time, you know, it's coming up fast. But I was enjoying some time off, but got a call on Tuesday, I think, to come and just help and support a bronze driver that's testing the BMW for, I think, the first time or second time. So try and give him some help and guidance, and yeah, get us some more sun.
Yeah, absolutely. James Collado and Ross Gunn having a bit of a battle there, and James Collado has gone through and therefore takes second position for Ferrari. It's been a heck of a year for you, Dan, to be honest. We've watched your career come up through the BMW junior program, and have you had a good year? Have you enjoyed it? And you know, what could have been better? What would you
results
like
can always be better.
Well, that is very true. Yes.
No, we have had a good year. My main program was over in America doing the IMSA for the first time together with my usual teammate Max Hesse, and we had some great success. We won the endurance championship in the end for our first attempt. We had two race wins in Watkins Glen and the season finale, Petit Le Mans, and 2 other podiums in Sebring and Indianapolis. So
just listen to the names of the circuits you've just trotted out to me there. It's something else over there, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It was unbelievable.
And I mean, you cut your teeth on the Nordschleife, so that there's no harder circuit than that. But some of those tracks in the States, you as a driver, you must love that because you can really make a difference.
You can, yeah. It's more old school, but more like home, what I'm used to, Brands Hatch and Croft and Thruxton. So it was really fun, to be honest. I really enjoyed it. And yeah, would love to do it again.
And do you know what you're doing next year? Yeah, am I allowed to ask that?
You're allowed to ask, but I can't give you an answer.
Okay.
I don't know, to be honest. There's a lot of.
So are you going straight from here to Daytona?
Yes.
Okay, so the test on is it Wednesday, Thursday, or Thursday?
I think is it even Saturday, Sunday?
Right, it might be.
Yeah, I don't know.
So you're going out there?
I will be there.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of work to do for BMW in the States because obviously change of team that's running the car.
Mm-hmm.
So you were working with Rahal Letterman Lanigan. That's now passing over to WRT, who, of course, you know from over here as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, let's say WRT definitely have their hands full. Starting off early doors next week. I think, to be honest, they've done a great job to gather some very strong crew in such a short period of time. Obviously, they're one of the biggest and strongest teams in the world or in Europe, so it doesn't surprise me. But they definitely have a lot of pressure, and it's going to be difficult at the beginning. But if anyone can handle it, it's them.
Have you been able to follow the race?
Yes,
much?
Yeah, I have.
We've just been saying how incredible it is, but particularly in the hypercars, with how much the tyre deg is giving us some great racing. Obviously, performance in tyres against all tyres is massive, but it's mega for us. Team Radio
is turning in earlier and V-shaping more, turn 10.
Bit of coaching to Rio Hirikawa. It's given us some great racing. It must be hell for the drivers who are trying to double stint, mind you.
Yeah, it's not fun. At the rookie test last year, I got a brief experience of it, and I can only imagine how annoying it is for the drivers, especially even double stinting or even longer than that. So, yeah, rather them than me.
This track is I've heard it described as the hardest on tyres of anywhere we go, certainly in the WEC, which probably means anywhere, to be honest. So it was noticeable even in relatively short runs when you were doing the rookie test here last year?
Yeah, I mean, we had a tyre test even the day after, so we got some more running than just the rookie test. So we did full stints on that day. Obviously, the rookie test, there's not loads of mileage you can gather, especially I was sharing the car with Max, so it was split 50-50. But we did full stints on the day after, and the difference at the end was incredible. So I can only imagine having the double stint it.
What, as a driver, can you do to mitigate that wear and then to drive around, I guess, the degradation of the tyre? And by the way, we're not criticising Michelin, that they're building the tyre. The abrasive nature of this circus, but what can you do to try and stop it happening? And then when it has happened, what do you do to try and keep your lap time up?
Well, the crucial bit is the first 3-4 laps of the stint. If you go out, then it's quite tricky because you can be told that you have to go out and you're going to be fighting a car, and it's quite important maybe for the track position. So in those first 3-4 laps, you have to be more aggressive on the tyre, maybe especially scrub the front a bit more than you would like to, and that's the hardest bit on the tyre is how you bring the tyre up to temperature. If you can go out and you maybe have a gap behind, so you can focus a bit more and not over scrub the tyres and bring them up. Even it could be one lap difference of getting on pace, and that can just change the stint.
And particularly when you've got no tyre warmers either in this championship, that just adds an extra dimension to it, I guess.
Yeah, big time. And that's all. After that point, obviously you still have to manage everything being as smooth as possible with all your inputs. Trying, I guess, in the hypercars, your best to try not to lock up and get a flat spot. But yeah,
had a smiley face when you said that. Suggests you did.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take it with pride as well.
No, well, you absolutely should. So, bit of testing at Daytona coming up, and then is that you for the year? Have you got some more duties to do?
No, I think that's pretty much it. Unless there's another late call like this week, but no.
Just think of the air miles.
Exactly. There's been enough this year, though.
I'm sure there has. I'm sure you've qualified top tier, have you?
Yeah, for every airline, I think.
It's great to have you. It's great to see you enjoying it. It's been a real joy watching your career, Dan, and we wish you all the best. Wherever you rock up, I'm sure you'll be wearing the BMW roundel with the propellers on it when we see you again next year, whether that's here in the FIA WEC or back in IMSA. It's always great to have you on board. You know, you're welcome in our booth anytime.
Thank you very much.
I'll say hi to Max for us as well.
I will do.
Yeah, tell him we're asking after him.
I will.
Cheers, mate.
Good man. Thank you
have
very
a
much.
One. Good Christmas
Cheers.
as well.
You too.
Dan Harper with us here. Just want to cover a couple of little things that we square the circle on, and then we'll get back to what's going on in the race with just under 3 hours to go. Peter Mackay found out that the VSC infringement for the Aston 009 that took it out of the lead, let's not forget, for Alex Riberas and the drive-through, although, he's now 38 seconds away from the lead, but that was speeding under the VSC. And Peter, you were watching some of the stops there on that last cycle, and again, there doesn't seem to be any consensus between the manufacturers and the teams over which way to go on the tyres at the moment.
No, I'd say the outlier are Ferrari. They seem to be the manufacturer that have kept hards within their package on the car more than others. It seems that pretty much everybody else has gone to mediums. Some have been on mediums for a while. But the fact that the Ferraris are still keeping some element of hard tyres, whether that be just on the rear or, for example, the 83 is hards on the rear and medium on the front, whereas the number 50 that's just stopped has put brand new hards on the left-hand side, keeping the mediums on the right. So, whereas the Porsche, they have kept mediums on, but they put new tyres on just on the left. So it's a real mixture of strategies of who's got what, which is making our job quite challenging right now in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, Johnny Palmer, to actually keep on top of who's got what. And, we saw a burst of pace from the 009 Aston Martin, and we think, oh, here we go, it's the finally the Valkyrie's here. But that was on brand new medium tyres, and it seemed to work them very well. But now that's kind of coming back to roost a little bit. So it's really hard to get a picture here on who has got what.
Totally, and on the balance of play, how do the various packages fare towards the end of the race? It might be that one or two decided to go with the advantage at the start of the race, hoping that we wouldn't get a caution at all, and that's negated when the virtual safety car comes out, followed by the safety car automatically. And one or two then might be regretting the approach to the race, but it's also trying to judge these conditions in real time, in race, as the sun has clearly set a number of hours ago now. We've started to lose some of that track temperature, which was north of, it was about 38 degrees, wasn't it, a few hours ago, the Mobil 1 track temperature, dropping now to 27 currently at almost 7:15 in the evening, racing until 10 o'clock tonight. Every lap covered right here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Johnny Palmer and Peter Mackay now for this segment, as the Toyota that leads the race works lap 155, leading by 25 seconds over James Colado's 51 Ferrari. Just done a little bit of totting up regarding the newer positions for the Toyota, having witnessed the Ryo Hirakawa drive-through that he needed to take. That's put the number 8 car down to 5th place, and therefore they're not scoring enough points to take second in the Manufacturer Championship any longer. 6 fewer points than Porsche would have, even though neither of their cars are scoring right now. They would score points theoretically for 13th and 14th, because remember, the 83 car that's ahead of them on the road isn't counted at all, apart from the fact that you don't get any points for those places. And whereas it looked a bit brighter for the two Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s an hour or so ago, both out of the points doesn't help them. Certainly not in terms of winning the Manufacturer Championship, but they could still finish second on 165. Toyota are scoring 159 currently, so not enough to elevate them to second, but they would finish third ahead of Cadillac. The 5th placed Toyota comes in now with Ryo Hirakawa at the wheel. The windscreen visor light, which flashes red when the car is charged with hybrid electricity, is flashing yellow as it does in the pit lane, and drinks bottle being replenished there, fuel going in as well. Tyres come in on mediums. They're going to do the right side, they're going to do all 4 corners in fact, and it is a new set, pretty new set, not sure whether they were stick-it or lightly scrubbed set of medium tyres for Toyota number 8, and Ryo Hirakawa, well, we're very grateful for that, not having to double stint the tyres. This is a Christmas present for him, P-Mac.
Yeah, Brendan Hartley took one for the team earlier on, quite literally, didn't he? Because he
he had to take the pain of double stinting when others were taking at least 2 new tyres at that first stop, and he really suffered. But they do have that little bit of an advantage in their hands with being able to put extra tyres on in this last portion of the race. How effective will that be? Well, they're going to need them to try and get back that drive-through penalty. I mean, that's really, really punishing. We've seen how punishing it can be to the 009 Aston Martin. If you're still in the hunt, but could be in such a stronger position, that will really sting, that speeding under the virtual safety car. The sleeper here, or the snake in the grass, to use the saying of our colleague Ryan Marine at the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, is the number 83 Ferrari. They are still very much in the contention for the championship, and if they win the race, the number 51 Ferrari has to finish second to beat them. So winning the race for number 83 Ferrari does actually give them an opportunity to be world champions here. And they've just kept quiet all day, but have they been quiet because they've been keeping tyres up their sleeve? You need pretty big sleeve to fit a Michelin in there, but you get what I mean.
I do indeed. I didn't know that Ryan Marine was such a fan of UK comedy series This Country, because I would associate that phrase with Kurt and Mucklow. Actually, he uses snake in the grass. The one connection, though, weirdly, is that Ryan Marine's a Bristol Rovers football fan. And I had a lengthy conversation at Daytona this year as to precisely why. But he's a fan of the Pirates. Who knew that? Needs to see.
Do you know the reason why?
I can't remember. I think you were part of the conversation. Go on.
Yes, it's because him and his friend loved the FIFA football games, and they wanted to try and go to the Champions League with a, shall we say, lower division team, and they landed on. They liked the logo of the Pirates, and they've been diehard fans ever since.
Fair play. I did say that next time you come across the pond to watch a game for real, then I am there. No question about it. So, Ryan Marine, who's been very much part of the coverage on RS2 IMSA Radio this year, and a very welcome addition too, likes a bit of lower league football in the UK, which I just love, frankly. Anyway, back to the matter in hand. Norman Natto's got his hands full in the Cadillac, running in 8th position with the 36 Alpine up ahead in 7th spot, Jules Gounon. And the other Alpine is a place ahead, but about 11 seconds in front. So, Paul-Luc Chattard, Jules Gounon, they are doing a lot better in the race, the Alpines, than they threatened at any point for the previous 2 days. I don't think they are false positions either. I'm just trying to work out where they sit in their pit stop run. But, pace-wise, not quite to the point where they were at the 6 hours of Fuji, but doing a lot better. And whether that is down to just a bit of luck here and there or some adjustment made, they are pretty much level pegging with the cars ahead and in behind them for stint length.
They were one of the first to go onto the medium tyre and stay there.
Yes.
In fact, they were the first to go onto the medium tyre and stay there. We need to take the number 12 Toyota Cadillac that started the race on mediums, which is just bananas, and then very quickly jumped off them back onto the hard. But the cars that went onto medium and stayed there were the Alpines. They were the trend setters, shall we say. And it took a lot of other manufacturers longer to go onto them. I mean, Ferrari still aren't on full mediums yet. And with a track temperature of 26.8 degrees Celsius, I don't know how much more it will cool from that. Will they ever actually run the car on full mediums, or are they happy with where they are?
Is the question. I mean, once you make an early decision like Alpine did, there is a risk that you jump too early, but they've been committed, and it does look like they're heading in the right direction, although the 36 car did seem to be scrabbling for grip coming out of turn 11 on that occasion, and Norman Natto was able to comfortably get through. So Jules Gounon, I'm guessing, double stinting this particular set, and they are right on the edge of their performance window now. Obviously there's going to be more of a drop-off with the softer compounder tyres. Important that you treat them well in certainly the first half of a first stint. Make sure there's still some meat on the bones towards the latter portion. And with 20-odd laps done for car 36, what's that in terms of time? Still got another 10, 11 minutes to do. if he's hoping to get to 7:30 before the next pit stop for his Alpine. It'll be 36 in, 2 laps before 35, I make it. And then a couple of laps later will be the 83 Ferrari, which is in 5th position. That's also working its way up the order slowly as well. Remember, it's got to outperform the 51 car, though, to be in with any shout of taking the Drivers' Championship. And as the 83 makes progress, so, frustratingly for the trio in 83, does the 51. And we've already made the point that with this being an increased number of points available, the gaps between each available point set is more as well. 233 is the estimate for Ferrari at this stage, so that's a second place car, and the 50 car is in 11th. Well, make that 10th actually, because you treat the 83 car as invisible. So yes, it's scoring 27 plus 2, 29, takes it to 233, and comfortably manufacturers' title winners therefore.
Yeah, something strange would have to happen for Ferrari to certainly to lose the manufacturer, but which Ferrari is going to win the Drivers, I think, is still very much up for discussion. And there could be a lot to play. There is the 87 Lexus RCF, which has just been running like a steam train all day, and a well-equipped steam train at that, running really strongly at the front of the field, has come in for pit stop, as does the 007 Aston Martin. I think you have to say the 007 like that. Ross Gunn jumping out, Harry Tincknell jumping in, a driver with huge amount of success in prototype machinery. An obvious choice for Aston Martin for this prototype programme.
Ross Gunn put in for qualifying duties yesterday, and when you consider he's not been the main driver of the year in the WEC at least, joining Harry Tincknell and Tom Gamble, I know he was very frustrated with the lap time he eventually put in. So in his mind, got some making up to do during race day. I hope he's happy to this point, because that 007 car was in 4th position as it made its pit stop. Aston's 3rd and 4th prior to these latest stops. That in turn, whilst the 007 is in pit lane, will give Ye Yifei another spot in the 83 Ferrari, but only temporarily. So James Collado keeping Kamui Kobayashi in touch, but well, the patience has paid off. He had a radio message, Collado, to say, don't worry about the Aston up ahead, it's due to come in. And Collado is now getting the rewards for that patience. Also in the GT field, the championship leading 92 Porsche coming in from 2nd position. And Ricard Leitz was really hustling on to try and usurp Lynn Herdanius in the 61 Mercedes, but they eventually pitted together, as has Zach Robichon from 3rd position. So Johnny Edgar, as he exits turns 14 and 15, has a clear track in front of him and has the benefit, or has the beauty of leading a lap for a short spell. The 33 Johnny Edgar driven Corvette. Remember that Ben Keating did all of his drive time in one go with 3 separate stints, but got it all out of the way as early as he could. Now Johnny Edgar doing the silver drive time, and Danny Juncadella being left to close things out in the remaining time. And we've got just over 2.5 hours still to go. 6 minutes and we'll do you another full hourly update.
Quick pit work from both Iron Lynx with their Mercedes and Manthey with their Porsche, both coming in, both for full service, driver changes and tyres, and identical on the stopwatch there. These pit crews are so impressive, and you know, they get no rest, they get no break. They've just got to keep on trucking and cannot afford to make a mistake. You think the resource that's involved in running a car in the World Endurance Championship now, whether it be an LMGT3 or a hypercar, there's a lot at stake. There's a lot of people wanting that car to do well, and as a mechanic you cannot afford to make an error, even more so than the drivers actually, you could argue, and they just ace it nearly every time.
Yeah, and there's a lot of moving parts, literally and metaphorically, in a pit stop. your duty might be reliant on the other person successfully completing their bit. And it's not necessarily about rehearsing, assuming everything's going to go right. You've got to also put some stuff aside to say, well, if that goes wrong, then we do this, rather than just assuming it's all going to go like clockwork. Great tussling again out of the pit stop now between Lynn Herdenius and Richard Leitz. So someone who's very new to the World Endurance Championship versus one of the old-timers.
It's Ricardo Pera.
Pera, he's gone back in that car. Beg your pardon, thank you.
Yeah, I was Leitz is out, Pera in.
But still Herdenius in the Mercedes, yeah. I was scanning the timing screen just to make sure I was right with that, and also keeping an eye on the battle itself. So Leitz has got out. Pera, who is not quite as experienced as Leitz, but as a silver racer has got lots of WEC action under his belt, regular in the European Le Mans Series down through the years too. So one driver who's got his eye in, the other one has been out of the car for a bit of time, but it doesn't take Ricardo Pera to become accustomed to the latest conditions. I don't know whether can you remember whether they gave that Porsche any tyres?
Yes.
They did. So that tends to be the way of things. New driver and an additional set of tyres, or maybe reacquainted with an older set that Ricardo Pera knows, therefore, the state of wear. There's nothing to stop you taking a set of tyres off and then reapplying them, because they'll be checked by the RFID chips that all the tyres contain, and you can't go beyond the allocation of 26 tyres in total. So that's going to rage on with one different driver, but Herdenius staying on board. Clemens Schmidt in the 87 Acodis Lexus leading LM GTE. And Danny Juncadella, yes. It's strange because he's almost got an eyeline and a nose similar to Ben Keating, and I thought, now I know Ben's enjoyed his day, but surely he's not going to go back in that car, and he hasn't done. It's the Spaniard, Danny Juncadella. For his first action, I make it.
I would think that Ben will be very flattered about that, and Danny maybe not, given their difference in life experience. But anyway,
I didn't mention wrinkles, mind you. I mentioned just lines of nose and the eyebrow. But yeah, I think there's one that will be far more happy about that comment than another. Point taken.
I had a similar experience travelling for business years ago with my father to the Far East, and I looked quite like my father, but he was 30 when I was born, and we were asked if we were brothers on 3 different occasions, of which he enjoyed very much, me not so much.
Yeah, you head in hands going, not again. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Ferrari up against Peugeot out of the final corner, and the 50 car then on the boot lid of Malte Jakobsen's 94 Peugeot. Ross Guns recently got out of the Aston Martin, and we can catch up with him.
I'm here with a very hot Ross Gunn of 007. That was quite some stint. What is it about Bahrain that's clicked so much for the Aston Martins?
I think the track is obviously very high in degradation, and it seems that we're looking after the tyres better than some of our competitors. But yeah, we've just, throughout the year, been gradually improving. I think as qualifying showed yesterday, getting 2 cars into Hyperpole for the first time was a really good step. And yeah, I had fun out there. You know, that was what we're here for, is to have fun, and really enjoyed my stint.
It's very nice to hear that, to actually hear a driver talk about the sort of the pleasure of a stint like that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're so lucky to do this as our job, and yeah, it's great to be back in the WEC paddock. I haven't been here since Le Mans, so you know, to be out there with the Ferraris and the Toyotas, and yeah, it's just great fun.
Right in the thick of it. Good job. Thank you, Ross.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
.29 past 7 o'clock in the evening, and the number 7 Toyota leads after 163 laps, with Kamui Kobayashi still at the wheel of that. 20.5 seconds to the good over James Colado's Ferrari number 51, on course for a first ever World Endurance Championship title for Ferrari in the Hypercar era. and they will easily seal that with second place because their nearest rivals in the Drivers' Championship are a couple of cars back behind the Alex Riberas 009 Aston Martin, which is in third position. Fourth place is then the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari with Ye Yifei at the wheel that he shares with Robert Kubica and Phil Hansen. Fifth place is the 12 Cadillac for Norman Nato currently, within a minute of the race leader, and then just outside the 60 seconds, but on the lead lap still, is sixth place, number 20 BMW of Robin Freins. Malte Jakobsen a further 30 seconds back in the number 94 Peugeot, but he's having a good scrap with Antonio Fuoco and Ryo Hirakawa in their 50 Ferrari and number 8 Toyota. Paul Di Resta is 10th in the number 93 Peugeot Total Energies 9X8, and of the Porsches, 11th and 14th currently, slightly better than that as far as the points are concerned, because when you take out the 83 from the mix, that will put the 5 car back into the points, but still only a couple of points for finishing in 10th position. LMGT3 is led by Lexus. There is only one Lexus left in the race after the early demise of the 78 car, which had completed just 50 laps when it came in for substantial work, and we realised fairly quickly that we wouldn't be seeing that car again. But the 87 car leads in LMGT3, the Acodis ASP team car, leading by a fairly decent margin over Lynn Herdanius in the Iron Lynx 61 Mercedes. Ricardo Pera plugged into the Manthey First Form Porsche as the championship leaders, taking over from Richard Lietz in that pit stop number 92. Mattia Drudi in the 27 Heart of Racing Team Aston is in fourth. Then Gianmarco Liberato in the first of the Ford Mustangs of Proton, number 88. Fran Rader in his Iron Lynx number 60 Mercedes is in sixth place. Timur Boguslavski for WRT and the Bend car, the Bend racetrack in Australia, South Australia, and the 31 car is in seventh position. Danny Juncadella in the number 33 TF Sport car is eighth. Eduardo Barrichello in the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin is ninth. And Ben Tuck for Proton Competition, the second of the ponies, is in 10th place, which is car number 77.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
It continues to tail off a little bit. The warmth that we had in the track earlier on has now gone, dropping well over 10 degrees from start to this point with 2.5 hours to go. Currently, 26 degrees Celsius.
Mobil 1. Cutting-edge lubrication technology for high-performance vehicles.
And the racing between Peugeot and Ferrari is seeing no let-up. Malte Jakobsen surely knows that he is embroiled in quite a scrap here between he and Antonio Fuoco. And as they are not going necessarily as fast as they might be were to be on their own, then Ryo Hirakawa is also not that far away from being involved, 2 and a bit seconds further back. So that's a fight to keep our eye on. And also it's close outside of the top 10 positions for Mathieu Jaminet and Harry Tinknell, less than a second between those cars. Otherwise, the intervals are fairly large, 20-odd seconds first to second, a further 7 seconds second to third. It's 27 seconds, I beg your pardon, so actually nearly 50 seconds first to third all told, as the 009 Aston Martin of Alex Riberas comes into pit lane. Now, if you're pitting at this point, it's more of an awkward route to the checkered flag, PMAC. Generally, you want to be seeing cars pitting on the hour, seeing as the Hypercars seem to be able to make 60 minutes quite comfortably.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward, isn't it, there for the 009 Aston Martin. All new mediums again for that car. Off they go. Got a strong race car, very strong race car, but this defensive performance right now for this is for 6th position from Malte Jakobsen in the 94 Peugeot, became a Peugeot Hypercar driver for the 2025 season, and he's holding off Le Mans winner Antonio Fuoco. Quite remarkable for the guy who only quit his full-time job a year ago this month. Quite remarkable.
I'm in the Bsky Motorsport garage with Lauren Heinrich, newcomer here on the number 5 Porsche. I wanted to speak to you since you got here this weekend. We finally have a chance. How did it go for you, that very first experience?
Yeah, it was extremely exciting. Actually, that was my first ever full stint in the Porsche 963 straight away in WEC race conditions. So a lot to learn for me, straight into the cold water, I would say. I'm quite happy with my first stint. That went really well. The second stint, I struggled a bit. We only changed the rear tires, which was new to me. Still on the hard compound and the cooler conditions, so I could not really make the tires work in the way we expected, but still a positive day for me, and the race is not over yet.
No, it's not over yet, so you're happy with what you've done? Tires, how is it going to go? I think everybody's struggling with the tires at this time, so can you read the end of the race and see roughly where the strategy is going to bring you?
I mean, now it's clear the medium is the way to go. Honestly, for me, it's still very hard to read because also I've never been to the circuit. I did my first ever laps around here in the first pre-practice this weekend, so I let the engineers do the maths. They're on top of their game, and let's see. I mean, we're a bit on the back foot, also in terms of pace, but we don't keep pushing. I think in WEC, with all these tires, what's going on, there's still a lot to play for.
Well, congratulations on your start in WEC.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's genuinely over the moon, having done a good job getting that one out of the way. Well, it might have been a few sleepless nights leading into this weekend, because despite having much success in other championships, this is a totally different ball game, getting behind the wheel of a full factory hypercar. And good that he can sort of make a name for himself with Porsche. It's just a shame for him personally that any seats in this championship won't be available next year with Porsche stepping away. But there's always the scope maybe to get involved in the odd IMSA race moving forward. And this is a great shop window. It always is this time of year, P-Mac, whether you're in the race itself or in the rookie tests tomorrow. Other factory teams are always going to be looking.
Well, it's. I know he's very well thought of at Porsche, and for very good reason. I mean, won the IMSA GTD Pro Championship in his very first season, and then comes here to Bahrain. I mean, I didn't realise he'd never been to the circuit before. New circuit, new car, first time putting new tyres on, and not on the second stint. It's just amazing. He's a really impressive young man, is Lauren Heinrich. Really nice guy, and yeah, I think Porsche have got big plans for him in whatever their programs are, and yeah, he deserves those opportunities for sure. Likewise, I mentioned Malte Jakobsen holding off Fuoco in that Ferrari, and we know how quick the Ferrari's been today, and Jakobsen using the attributes of that Peugeot very well. It seems to be very slippery in a straight line. It seems to be able to hold off the Ferrari, particularly in the mid-range of performance as well, pulling several car lengths on the Ferrari through 4th, 5th, 6th gear. And that is just giving him enough to keep Fuoco at bay. Fuoco's all over him in the more technical stuff, but Jakobsen defending very, very well. Super impressive.
Clearly likes the car moving around a little bit, or maybe that's just the situation he finds himself in. But on the odd occasion, I'm catching sight of his car from Antonio Fuoco's viewpoint. Coming through turns 11 and 12 after that back straight, it certainly looks like he's got a fair bit of corrective steering that is necessary, but it's very comfortable with that, having had a tremendous year in European Le Mans Series a handful of years ago in LMP3, where he was unstoppable in qualifying in normally a category where you get several different pole sitters through the course of a year, but he pretty much sealed them all, and on towards a title then with Cool Racing, and is now a mainstay in LMP2 as well. But getting this opportunity with Peugeot, and here's some team radio from him.
So also the Toyota behind is for position. He will have to defend from the Toyota. Now Fuoco will also have to defend from the Toyota.
Yeah, so
this good news and bad news.
Yeah, true. Yes, this is not a deliberate ploy from the Dane. As I've mentioned, that his car in this phase is not as quick as the 50 car, but it's served to slow down the 499P in the hands of Antonio Fuoco, and now Ryo Hirakawa is very much with them. So the job, for Fuoco's point of view, becomes doubly difficult. He's not only got to try and get by the Peugeot, but he's got to keep a watching brief on the approaching Toyota in 7th position. Further back, and not an issue at this stage, is Paul Di Resta in the second of the Peugeots in 8th place. But 3 cars as one will cross the line at the end of lap 168. They also, well, at least one of them, Jakobsen, thought about diving down the inside of the number 77 car of Ben Tuck. There wasn't the chance to do that. Should be able to pick off the Ford Mustang on the exit of turn 3. And 1, 2 cars are able to do that. The Toyota could just about squeeze through as well as they arrive at turn 4. Although, interestingly, picking up the speed coming out of that corner, the Mustang initially had the pace there and got very, very close to the back of Ryo Hirakawa's Toyota before the Hypercar then finds warp speed. Meanwhile, on pit road, the other red Toyota is about to make a stop. Has Ferrari, thank you. Has the 50 Ferrari got a good run coming out of turn 8? No, but did draw level with the Peugeot. So, yes, the Ferrari 51 actually pitting from what is the race lead, because we've already had the stop for Kamui Kobayashi in car number 7. So Collado in on lap 169, and was that the full hour? I'm going to assume it was, for the British driver who has sealed a new contract moving forward. 1 hour ago, more or less to the minute. That is an hour-long stint. So bang on schedule for James Collado, a total of 31 laps.
And what are they going to do tyre-wise, the 51 Ferrari? Looks like it's going to be hards again on the left-hand side, is it? Yes, it is. Hards again on the left-hand side there for James Collado. Yep, both front and rear left side hards and mediums on the right-hand side. So Ferrari still keeping an element of hard tyre in their package. BMW have up to now on their 20 car, but are they now going to take the opportunity to switch in at this pit stop, or are they going to keep going with hards on the left and mediums on the right? Malte Jakobsen, for such a young man, showing so much defensive prowess beyond his experience in years, and traffic management and risk management as well. He's trying to hold on to that top 5 position, and he's ducking and diving through traffic. And the thing is, Johnny, in the corners, Ferrari of Foco has got more performance underneath it, but on the straights, that Peugeot is a rocket ship.
And that's certainly something that he's got to consider, isn't it? It's slowing down the Ferrari in the right places of the corners, knowing that then on acceleration, coming out of turn 8 or coming out of turn 10, the tighter hairpins, then the Peugeot should get the slingshot. But there have been a number of times over the last 2 or 3 laps where the cars drew level. A situation similar to Thomas Floor, actually, with 2 GT cars entirely surrounded coming out of turn 3. Thankfully, no risk of contact there. But that was the yellow Mercedes number 60 being pursued by was that Mustang involved as well, and getting absolutely surrounded, swallowed up by the hypercars. Peugeot ahead of Ferrari. Didn't change the order, but could very easily have done as they work their way towards turn 4. Ryo Hirakawa might be in the strongest position here because he's working out where disaster might potentially strike, and will make sure that the Toyota's not in that location as or if and when it does.
And the longer it goes on, the more frustrated Antonio Fuoco is going to get, because this must be really annoying for the Italian right now.
These tires now only need to do the rest of this stint. You can open Tango if you want, if it'll help.
Open Tango, that sounds good. That's Ryo Hirakawa's engineer saying, set phasers to full blast, you can go for it.
Yeah, I like the terminology, and it will be music to Rio's ears as well. So getting the okay to try and take the fight to these two. I mean, he was doing that anyway, but will there be some scope of being able to pick off these 2 cars? As Jakobsen, did he run a touch wide coming out of turn 4? Doesn't look like it's affected his straight line speed, but it takes something to affect the Peugeot down the tubes, as we've been alluding to. Tad more curb from Fuoco's Ferrari that is still running in 4th position. By the way, the 83 yellow Ferrari is now shuffled to the front of the pack. Ye Yifei enjoying a rare time for that car to lead everybody else, but he will be due in earlier than the chasing Toyota. Just trying to work out how far into the stint Ye Yifei is. 33 laps, so if not at the end of this lap, it'll be the next one around. And in fact, here he is, right on pit road now. So that will open the door once again to Kamui Kobayashi, who pitted just under 10 minutes ago.
So there is a little bit of an offset then. So the number 7 Toyota will potentially need a little bit more. So if we stay green all the way to the end of the race, in that last final short pit stop, the number 7 Toyota will need a tiny bit more fuel, about 10 minutes worth of fuel, than the 83 Ferrari will. So we've got to keep that in mind. So yes, the number 7 Toyota does have a bit of an edge at the moment, but potentially a longer stop at the last, a little bit more time at the fuel pump required between now and the end of the race.
Yeah, and it'll probably be important to work out who's leading in 15 minutes' time, who's in the best situation, because that's a relatively simple then extrapolation. With the hypercars pitting on the hour, it should be a similar position, a similar situation. This might be the game up for Malte Jakobsen, though, finally. And it's been a tremendous fight from the young Dane to fend off the chasing Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco. But finally, he makes it stick coming out of turn 4. And that will put the Ferrari and the Italian racer up to second position. And the danger is here that if the tyres are falling off a cliff for Malte Jakobsen, he may not be able to fend off the Toyota of Ryo Hirakawa either. He did into turn 9, but now the inside line at turn 10 is all the Toyotas. Drag race over the second set of grid hatchings on the back straight. But there's that straight line speed again from the 9X8, waving goodbye to Ryo Hirakawa and staying in front in third position.
Peugeot power in the straight line. It seems to be doing the trick for Malte Jakobsen, but Michelin grip around the fast left-hander, giving Hirakawa a little bit of an edge. Jakobsen just manages to sneak back through again as they come back onto the back straightaway, because Hirakawa just got a little bit hampered there behind some LMGT3 traffic. Nakajima, former multiple world champion in the number 8 Toyota, watching very closely indeed in the Toyota garage, and with a bit of a wry smile, Johnny.
Well, enjoying this from distance, I think, and there might be a bit of his mind thinking, I wish I was still in a car, being able to experience this firsthand. But yes, aware that Ryo Hirakawa against...
Wake up! Calm down, mate. You'll get him. You'll get him. You don't need to rush it. You'll get him next lap.
A huge plume of tyre smoke ahead of them on the road at turn 4. I'm desperately looking for a car that might be off the road, but I think it stayed on. I'm not sure where that was coming from, but all of a sudden their visibility was terrible at turn 4 because of I think just a big lockup rather than a car slewing off the road. But yes, audible disgruntlement there from Ryo Hirakawa. Can't get by this Peugeot. He's drawn level again, round the outside. Can he complete this manoeuvre? No, says Malte Jakobsen. I can brake a little bit later, and I've got you on the exit. And again, Ryo Hirakawa, there is no way through. But you can tell how annoyed he's getting, because he's losing time hand over fist to the Fuoco Ferrari now that wriggled free and is in a clear second place.
And very self-critical for Ryo Hirakawa. Normally there's some other excuse, but for the racing drivers have an amazing book of them, whether it be tyre, car, or someone in the crowd, whatever. But very much saying, I'm so stupid, I need to wake up, was roughly what he said. He's right on the back of Jakobsen, but Jakobsen making the life very, very difficult indeed he did make the life very difficult for Fuoco, and also now for Hirakawa. Now, what do the Valkyries have up their sleeve? Do they have the package to fight for the podium in 2 hours and 11 minutes' time? It's so difficult to say.
It is, and at times, I was sort of in no doubt whatsoever that they would, and then their performance has tailed off according to what tyres they may be on and the age of said tyres as well. But I think that the speed that they've had generally across the last 2.5 days would suggest they've got a bit more to go yet than their current positions would indicate. 7th and 9th for the two Valkyries. But the question is, how late are they going to leave it? Because those gaps are only really growing at this point in time. It will be positive for them to know that there's some battling ahead of them on the road, so therefore there are a couple of cars not going as fast as they would like to be. And first to, 10th is less than a minute, 55 seconds all told when you count all of those increments. The biggest of those is first to second, Kobayashi to Fuoco. As now down the inside at turn 11, Ryo Hirakawa tries to get ahead of Malte Jakobsen. He is marginally ahead through the left-hander, but the track turns right next, and the 94 car stays in front again. Here's Hirakawa's bigger chance down the inside at turn 13, but still Jakobsen not willing to give it up. And the confusing factor now will be the 88 Ford Mustang. They both draw level with that, and there might have been the hint of a touch as well before the final corner. The Toyota does finally get ahead of the Peugeot after about 17 attempts at it. My word, Ryo Hirakawa, I know he's been in a race at the end of this, because Jakobsen's still not done. And here comes the Peugeot on the fight back again. It's going to swallow up the Toyota on the main straight, and there's nothing Hirakawa can do about it other than attempt to try and brake a little bit later into the first corner. And now he's back ahead again. Toyota ahead of Peugeot. But there must have been 3 or 4 overtakes in that lap alone.
Marvellous stuff from both drivers, and Jakobsen got very aggressive there just as they were heading down, and there was Hirakawa could have held his nerve and boxed Jakobsen in behind a Ford Mustang going down the straight, but actually Jakobsen effectively intimidated him out of it and didn't physically push him, but actually put himself in the position where Hirakawa had to jink to the right, or they were going to make contact. Jakobsen being very aggressive, but it paid off. But just the tyre advantage that Hirakawa had did pay off eventually. But Jakobsen, using the straight line speed of that Peugeot as best as he possibly could, doesn't put up as strong a fight to the 51 Ferrari of James Collado, who's just gone by on much fresher tyres as well. So Jakobsen now back to 5th, but I think Malte Jakobsen's more than made his point. He fully deserves that seat in that Peugeot Hypercar team that he's enjoyed all year.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of movement within Peugeot, potentially, with Stoffel van Dorn, we thought, heading away from that team. There definitely was a touch, by the way, several times.
Okay. Sorry. Just shoved them out the way.
I'd caught the second bit of that once they'd got ahead of the 88 Ford Mustang, but what I didn't see first time around was the 2 bits of contact even before they'd overtaken the GT car. I think Jakobsen thought, if I don't inch the Toyota a little bit over to the right, I'm not going to be able to pass the Ford, and we are rapidly approaching it on that straight between 13 and 14. 1 or 2 at Toyota not particularly happy with that, whereas there are grins from the Stellantis group. And yes, it was a bit naughty from Jakobsen. I hope it's not going to compromise the pace of the Toyota and incur anything nasty like a puncture. But, that was more forceful than we would like to see, necessarily.
Yeah, I'm looking at when we got the other angle in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, it's clear that, there's a lot of contact. They shoved Hirakawa, and I think if Hirakawa hadn't actually yielded slightly, they could have ended up in an accident there, actually, going down the straight at pretty high speed. They got away with it. I wonder, actually, if the stewards might even take a look at that one. But Jakobsen definitely making his presence known that he is not to be messed with in a dogfight. Almost Nick Tandy-esque in aggression, or Pipo Derani, that kind of style of driving. In LMGT3, Manthey, they're in exactly the position they need to be to convincingly win the LMGT3 Drivers' Championship for another year. Of course, won it as Manthey Pure Racing last year. It's Manthey First Form is the sponsor this year, but at the moment fighting over second position. Lynn Hodeness in the Iron Lynx Mercedes just ahead of Ricardo Pera in the Manthey car, but I mean, given where they were in qualifying, I don't think they could have imagined this last night.
No, certainly not. And the opening hour of the race, although Ryan Hardwick thoroughly enjoyed it, he was nowhere. Fighting around for the mid-teens for position in GT. But I think actually this has been the general way of their races through the course of the year. Not necessarily starting red hot, but tuning the car either through the race or just starting with a mind to make sure that the car comes to them later on. And that is the beauty of a 6-hour race. The car's got to be good at the end of the race rather than the start. Even more so for the longer distance stuff like the 8 and the 10-hour races, or the 8-hour race we have today and the 12 kilometre race at Qatar at the start of the year. My next bit of research, just going back to your previous point, is to find out whether Malte Jakobsen has some sort of distant Brazilian relative, because if you're drawing parallels with Pipo Derani and did he say Felipe Nasser as well?
Yeah, I think so.
So, yeah, I mean, it's a sort of touring car approach to racing. We like a bit of that, but I wouldn't be surprised to see the incident involving his car and the 8 Ryo Hirakawa Toyota being looked at. I knew what he was trying to do, because it was either do that or have to get out of the throttle, because he was being fed towards that Ford Mustang by the Japanese racer. And there's no blame necessarily to Ryo Hirakawa. He's using the traffic to attempt to slow down an opponent. But once the contact begins, you sometimes have to assign blame for that. A little bit of curb taken by Antonio Fuoco as the right side Michelin's whack the ripple strip. Here's some team radio.
Super fast, mate. You're as fast as the leader that has 10 laps all tires.
So 10 lap old tyres, as in 10 laps into the stint for Kamui Kobayashi. And Fuoco is matching that sort of lap speed. Yeah, my last refresh, it was 7 laps. It is 10 laps indeed, whereas the 50 Ferrari's 28 laps into its stint. So able to lap a little quicker than a car which has those younger tyres. Brief incident maybe at turn 6 where double yellows were waved, but the track very quickly back to green. Turn 6 is in the just into the second sector. So I'll look out for any longer mid-sector times that may have involved one or more cars. But that's a bit of a mystery at this stage. Kamui Kobayashi's in that part of the racetrack, by the way, as is Antonio Fuoco. The gap's 25 seconds, but no indication that it was either of those cars involved. Just 3.5 more minutes to go before we reach the 3/4 distance, and therefore a sort of standard FIA World Endurance Championship race length. But remember, more tyres available, more drive time that has to be done for the bronze and silver drivers in LMGT3. Some of the silvers are still in, quite a lot of them actually. Clemens Schmidt in the leading GT car, Lynn Herdanius in the chasing Iron Lynx Mercedes, Ricardo Pera. But Mattia Drudi took over the 27 Heart of Racing team, Aston Martin, in the last stop, and he is running in 4th position at this stage. After a stint or two from Ricard Leeds, they put Ricardo Pera back into the 92 Porsche, and he is now right with Lynn Herdanius, who has continued in the silver seat there. So that means we've still got to have... Oh, Maxime Martin's been in the car once, but I think it was only a single stint from the Belgian. And he will perhaps then do the final couple of stints to the flag. But remember that it's more like a 50-minute stint for the GT cars, and therefore a more awkward number to conjure with. 2 hours 20 is a selected time to also be a little nasty to deal with too. It just doesn't fit naturally into a stint length. So some brains on the pit wall required to utilise the driving talent suitably, especially when we're dealing with quite warm temperatures earlier on, PMAC as well. So we saw some bronze drivers getting out after just a stint, just to make sure that everyone was getting the rest period and suitably hydrated.
And we saw some who did the whole lot in one go as well, which was fascinating to watch how they did that, to be able to manage that physical challenge. And Ben Keaton looked like he'd barely broken a sweat in the in the number 33 Corvette as the 93 Peugeot comes in to the pits, and it will be That was brought in by Paul de Resta. So they were already on the medium tyre all around, as are the number 15 BMW crew. They've just taken a hard off of that, 2 hards off of that car. So they're finally making their switch to all mediums, as are the number 93 Peugeot replacing mediums on the left-hand side there, and off they go. Can Peugeot can they forge to the front here? 2 hours to go, actually, Johnny. Ooh, can that 93 Peugeot team, can they get home on just one more stop? They may well be able to.
I think once you've taken the time away for a pit stop, then easily, yes, because they'll come in just shy of an hour potentially, or maybe push the full hour, but then the pit stop takes, 90-odd seconds to complete, depending on what they do. But so, yeah, easily make 10 o'clock tonight with one more stop, should things continue in this form and we stay green. Side by side between Ferrari and Toyota. This is the 51 car, which is a little further down in the allocation. Well, no, not that far back. 3rd and 4th places. And the gap is minuscule. Ferrari staying ahead of a well-revved up Rio Hirakawa. Remember, his plan to get ahead of Malte Jakobsen didn't exactly go the way he would have wished. So he felt he was hemorrhaging time compared to James Collado. But he's actually caught the Ferrari in just a few laps, probably 3 or 4, and is now right with the Le Mans winner and former successful race winner in the 51 crew, James Collado. He's been part of the driver lineup for many years, going back to the GTE days, and was desperate to seal a few more years at Maranello, which has now been confirmed. But up against it to get the 51 car onto the podium because of this pressure being applied by a very self-critical Rio Hirakawa, but he will be able to decompartmentalise that now, put it aside, say, right, I've dealt with the Peugeot, and the Ferrari is a completely different entity.
Collado looking pretty racy right now. It was 2/10 of a second quicker in the first sector, then 7/10 of a second quicker in the second sector. So Collado trying to pull the pin here and pull away from Rio Hirakawa for 3rd position at the moment. And the tyres should be right in their window right now, because Collado is only 20 minutes into his stint right now, so should be getting it to work well. Remember, they've got hard tyres on the left-hand side as the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine comes in. Just a rear left medium, that's it for that car. So they're clearly wanting to put brand new 4 tyres all around for that last pit stop, because they pit with 1 hour and 58 minutes to go.
A lock-up from Hirakawa, having got by the Ferrari, but he then messed up the final corner, had to run out wide into the dirt, and the Ferrari got back in front again. So that was done down at the first corner, because clearly the straight line speed of Hirakawa's Toyota was severely compromised. We're back to where we were. In fact, both cars have moved up a position, because the 50 Ferrari has now come in for what could be its penultimate stop. And as Porsche make a driver change in the number 5, we can catch up with a driver down at BMW Hypercar program.
Well, I'm next to Dries Vanthoor, driver of number 15 BMW WRT. Dries, it's a difficult weekend for BMW. It seems it's like this for the cars that are kind of eating tires. Is that the main issue?
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, our race pace has not been the strongest this weekend. We have to analyze. I think in the beginning we were struggling a lot, and then it looked like we were kind of becoming back into the mix. And then we made a different strategy choice compared to the others. I think there are some cars on a different strategy compared to others. There are like 2 groups. Unfortunately, I don't think that was the right call. But at the end of the day, we have to analyze and we have to understand where it's coming from and make sure we improve on it.
There's a lot of work planned for next year.
Yeah, I mean, obviously next year we will have an Evo car, which hopefully solves all of our issues. But no, at least most of them, I think the work we put in has been positive so far. So I'm looking forward to start working on it soon, and to be able to have a very strong year next year, which I think we all want to. but it's a good thing to look forward to when you have an Evo car coming. So at least, we all start not from zero again, but we can all push that out and hopefully have a good year.
Okay, good luck for then, and good luck for the end of the day today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see where BMW fit in amongst all the other manufacturers, because I think it's important that they come back with an Evo car in 2026, but they've got to hit the ground running, you would have thought. Maybe a couple of races to get up to speed, but as he said, all the lessons they've learned, some of them were negative lessons, trying to straighten that car out. But when you're starting from not quite a clear sheet of paper, but the next best thing, they want to see some results in the first half of next year's campaign.
They will, and I think they'll look at they'll look at the pace of the Cadillac as well as a really good barometer, because of course there's a lot of shared componentry there, with it being the Dallara chassis. There's a lot of components on the BMW that are the same as the Cadillac. Now, of course, the systems and the aerodynamic package then make a huge difference, and of course the powertrain as well. But there is a lot of, if this was like the LMP1 days, there'd be virtually no trade over at all. So they have to look at Cadillac as a benchmark, and if they're far behind with a similar chassis to start from, then they know they've got a lot of work to do. And they've made big changes. They've broken away from Rahal Letterman Lanigan in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, a company that they've been with for years and years. They've decided to send WRT over to America, so it'll be one team running the car on both sides of the Atlantic, and I think that will help as well, for sure.
It means that all of the data is coming collectively from a similar source, I suppose. I mean, BMW as a manufacturer would like, across two different organisations, things to be shared, but the individuals within the organisations might not necessarily be a fan of that. So you're right that it should sync things up, and all of a sudden you've got 4 hypercars around the globe generating data in a similar fashion. So the battle at the head of the order is still fairly distant at 36 seconds, separating the 7 Toyota from the 51 Ferrari. But the gap between that Ferrari and Ryo Hirakawa's car is not quite as close as it was a few moments ago. That was, the Collado car that it lost touch with during the battle with Malte Jakobsen. And even though the Toyota was right on the boot lid of the Ferrari, it's lost a bit of time. 2 seconds now, the difference between Collado in second and Hirakawa in third. Harry Tincknell's in fourth in the 007 Aston Martin, 5 seconds in front of Paul-Luc Chatin, but the Alpines continue to increase their positions, 5th and 7th now for Chatin and for Jules Gounon, with Marco Sorensen's Aston Martin sitting between them. Into the penultimate hour we go then of this extended race distance, due to be completed at 10 o'clock tonight, and conditions pretty much perfect now. 25 degrees Celsius in the air, 26 the Mobil 1 track temperature, and most recent pit stops being done for the number 5 Porsche, which was a driver change. That was Matthias Jaminet out and Julian Andlauer in. Tyres being changed as well on that car. Nick Nielsen's taking over from Antonio Fuoco in the number 50 Ferrari, and he's fed back in to 11th position. All looking rosy on one side of the Acodis Lexus ASP team, at least, with Clemens Schmidt still burning some of the silver time, but looking very comfortable, actually. Nearly 19 seconds better off than Lynn Hedanius in the Iron Lynx Mercedes.
Looking super strong right now is Clemens Schmidt and that Acodis ASP Lexus team running the oldest package in the field. Even the Mercedes AMG, it's the 2020 Evo version that's here. So yeah, it's an amazing job from that squad so far, for Petru Amburesco, Clemens Schmidt and Jose Maria Lopez. Really, really good performance so far, and they've just been absolutely faultless all day. It's been a quiet day for them out front, actually.
Yeah, I mean, the Romanian racer who split his stints was mightily impressive at the start, and Umberescu got out for a Clemens Schmidt single, I seem to recall, before Razvan got back into that car, did a couple before then handing back to Clemens Schmidt. And the driver that's not done much action, although he has been in the car once already, is Pachito Lopez, Jose Maria Lopez, the multiple World Touring Car champion of old. He's driven LMP1 Toyotas as well as the current Hypercar, but gainfully employed as a Grand Touring Car driver at this stage. Car under investigation for a potential pit stop infringement is the number 12 Cadillac. Norman Nato driving that Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V Series R, and that car is in 9th position, but being investigated for a potential penalty. Often pit stop infringements tend to only go one way, but do nevertheless require investigation if it's to do with certain jobs that were done illegally or maybe too many people doing them. So that'll all be checked. Mercedes are together in 2nd and 3rd. Well, they found one another on the racetrack, but actually they're not on the same lap, crucially. So Lynn Hodani is in the 61 car, occupying the same sector as Lorcan Hannafin, but he's back in 14th place. 61, though, is battling with Ricardo Pera in the 92 Porsche. And they head along the straight between turns 10 and 11. So pesky Ricardo Pera really cannot be shaken again by Lynn Hodanius. It doesn't matter whether Ricard Leitz or Pera are driving this Porsche. It's proven a real distraction for the car up ahead. This is good experience for Lynn Hodanius, mind you. Whether he's going to do another season with Iron Lynx or potentially stay within the WEC and move elsewhere, we'll wait to see. But important for him to close out on a high as well, particularly now this Mercedes is finally in the groove.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of competition, I think, for seats in the World Endurance Championship next year. I think particularly in LMGT3. If you're a certain category of driver, you can only fit in that seat specifically. So, there's a seat for a bronze. That is effectively up to the person who's paying for the whole program. That's why these programs exist, because the bronze graded driver wants to go racing and has done the time to get to this level. Silver is a hugely wide open marketplace. There's a lot of potential people you can put in there, and then gold and platinum, often that can go to a factory driver, so it is competitive.
Yeah, massively so, and sometimes a driver who is silver moved up to gold because they become very successful, but that then can end up in them in a bit of a dead end, because if you're not a factory driver, it's tough to find those full professional seats, because they've already been assigned to the more well-known drivers. So many times in the past, certain personalities have had to look elsewhere, away from ACO rules racing, if their grade moves to the wrong position.
That was exactly what happened in the Michael Fassbender Road to Le Mans program, where Richard Leitz was the gold, platinum driver, Michael Fassbender was the bronze, and Michael's coach, Felipe Fernandez-Lazar, was the silver driver. They planned to go to Le Mans. Problem was that Felipe's driver ranking got put up to gold, so that was him out the drive. And it's in fact, he's actually, for next season, will be back as a silver. So he's been appealing basically ever since, for the last 5 years, and is back as a silver next year, which may well mean that we see him back in European Le Mans Series and maybe even the FIA World Endurance Championship as well.
Which would be no bad thing at all, because we certainly miss Felipe Fernandez-Laza. That's the thing. If you take a small segment of his career, okay, yeah, he probably is a gold, but it has to surely take in the balance of play as well. And little bits of success here and there don't necessarily mean your grading should be permanently changed. But it's interesting that he's been appealing for such a long time. I hadn't realised that. And finally, those that make these decisions have taken note. Some more changes within Hypercar, and these are well, okay with one more stop remaining, so pitting at roughly 8:15. I'd expect the Toyota number 8, therefore, to come in at 9:15, there or thereabouts, and be fine to the finish. Won't even need a full tank of energy to get it there. Race leader in LMGT3 also pitting. Clemens Schmidt surely getting out of that car to put Pachito Lopez back in again. But this car, well, do you know, this might be a bit tight.
Oh, that is tight.
Because 50 minutes will take them to about 9:05. And they're going to need to be in major fuel save mode to do what I reckon will be 55 minutes in the final stint. So maybe it's not all completely home and hosed for the Lexus. We were never going to say that anyway with an hour and 45 minutes to go of an 8-hour race. But tracking things forward, you might be able to inch out maybe an extra lap here and there, but is that even going to be enough? Considering a lap time here is just shy of 2 minutes, they might need 5 more minutes, and they might be able to get 4, but that's going to be very interesting to watch, and I'm sure so many other teams within GT are well aware of that.
That is, very, very tight. In fact, might even be beyond tight. I think they may require some full course yellow.
Yes.
And probably quite a bit of it too. Oh dear, that is tight. Also for the both WRT BMWs, they're in exactly the same predicament.
So let's just work out the 87 car, how long that particular stint was for the outgoing driver Clemens Schmidt. It began 52 minutes ago, but there was a lap of, yellow flag. It wasn't full course yellow. That rather suggests he's been in fuel save mode anyway. 52.5 minutes. That might just be doable if Lopez can get the same amount of time out of a full tank of energy. But by design, they would not want it to be as close as it is. Actually, credit to Clemens Schmidt because he's built that gap of, 18, 19 seconds before the stop, but also tried to save a bit of fuel here and there. But if you're Manthey and you're some of the other chasing teams like 61 Iron Lynx, you're going to be heaping huge amounts of pressure onto that Lexus, so they just cannot afford to go into fuel save mode. Stick with this GT fight, everybody. Tuned into RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, because there could be some significant changes in the closing stages. And how much risk are some teams wanting to put in to get a win at the end of the year? If your Mercedes are not in the championship fight, you might just be willing to run the thing out of fuel to make sure you can get there.
Well, for the number 92 Manthey Porsche, they've got to be more cautious.
Of course.
Because they're trying to get a championship sewn up. Their nearest rivals, the 20, they're looking like they'll be okay to the 21 Ferrari. They've still got to stop, but they might be a little bit more comfortable, actually. In fact, they're at the pit stop at the moment, so they might be just a little bit more comfortable, but similar position. That is that extra lap that the number 87 Lexus has got to find could be critical.
Yeah.
Because it's quite a long way around here to do another lap. So, you're right, the LMGT3 battle is not done at all. And if we stay green all the way, I do think that is going to be a tough ask for the 87 Lexus.
Certainly is. 14 minutes past 8 I made it, coming in to pit lane. So they're going to be pitting just after the next hour mark. So fine into the next hour, but there'll likely be 55 minutes left on the clock when they need to come back in again. Unless Lopez could just get the slippers on and just use a very small amount of fuel. There's a bit of damage to the rear left corner of the number 33 Corvette, I've noticed. The body panels aren't quite sitting as flush as they were at the start of the race. That car has been in the wars, though. Remember, it had a spin at the first corner after some contact with one of the Vista AF Corse Ferraris, the 21 car, because by that point the 54 was already out of the race after Thomas Floor had a big crash into the barrier on driver's right. Got tangled up with Jenson Button's Cadillac. Out of the final corner will now go the second-placed Lexus. The car ahead, though, has just come in, which was Danny Juncadea's yellow Corvette. So that'll cycle Jose Maria Lopez back to the front. If that, it won't be necessarily replicated on the screen. Oh, no, it is. So Codis Lexus to the lead. Ricardo Pera eventually will go back to second place, PMAC.
And where does the 33 Corvette sit in all this? Are they actually in a comfy position in terms of fuel strategy? Because they're going to leave the pits with around an hour and 40 minutes to go. That's 2 55-minute stints, actually slightly less if you include the time of the pit stop. So are they actually in a comfortable spot? Could they be the ones that don't need that final splash? That's the question. And they are definitely in the right... they're definitely in the right place in terms of fuel compared to the others.
It's more comfortable, isn't it? Because two 50-minute stints, in fact, to get to the finish. And the Corvette, along with a number of other GT cars, 50. Can do 50, can't it? So, yeah. You'd sooner be in the Corvette boat than the Lexus, although that has significantly better road position.
I am next to number 46, Valentino Rossi. You just came out of the car. It's not an easy weekend, but yet you come out of the car and you're giving a big hug to your mates and you're happy.
Yeah, we know that it's difficult in this track, and we suffer a little bit. We are not very fast, and also our teammates were better than us, so they make a better job. Congratulations to them. But sincerely, we don't know what we can do more than this. And anyway, it's the last race of the season, and we were right. So we know that we have to suffer here, and we suffer.
Okay, and you're coming back next year with a better car?
I don't know. I have still to speak with BMW for understand the program.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much again for having you and having your smile.
Grazie, thanks a lot. Ciao a tutti. Ciao. Buona serata.
Buona serata, indeed. Well, I'd heard whispers that Rossi was very interested in coming back next year, but he was particularly non-committal in that question from Bruce Giovanni. Still has to have a conversation with BMW. I know what he would want to do, but I suppose the situation, the scenario has got to be right in his mind.
Well, the one thing that Valentino Rossi is the most commercially astute athlete in motorsport. Has been on 2 wheels, and I'm sure he is on 4 wheels. I mean, he kept hold of his FIA silver ranking, so he wasn't put up to gold. Very much a valuable commodity as a silver driver, for certain.
Yeah.
And
it goes back to the conversation we were having earlier, doesn't it? Because it will affect somebody of the calibre of Rossi as well. And I don't think he's quick enough to continue in this championship as a gold.
No.
But if he stays silver, then...
which he has.
He's going to be back, yeah. So that's one positive, but it's still not quite decided in his mind.
I'm sure it comes down to finances and what resources go in what direction, I think, is and how everything is all put together. It's he's now a family man, so he's got a lot in his life. So yeah, I think it's got to make sense for him. But I presume then once he gets to, is it 55, he would be put to a bronze.
Okay, yes.
At which point it become very valuable, I would think.
Well, yeah, and just going to check how many years off we are from that. I mean, we're a good decade away, or just slightly less than that. So he'd have to stick around for a little while longer, or maybe sit out a few years and then return as a supersonic bronze. But plenty have done that in the past.
There is a comical list of bronze drivers, actually. Max Angelelli, David Donoghue.
Yeah, same.
Johnny O'Connell.
Mm-hmm. Keep them coming. You could fill a car worth of them and still probably get them on the podium.
The Dad's Army racing team.
Don't give them champagne at the end, though. It's hot cocoa, I think, as winning a race, I reckon. That doesn't spray quite as well, mind you. 51 Ferrari running second place, 35 seconds away from the race leader, but they won't care about that. Looking to try and seal this title both for their drivers in car 51, but also to glean enough points in the championship for both cars. And we'll remind you that the 83 car doesn't get awarded manufacturer points, but the 50 car behind it does, and in fact it'll get 6th place points even though it's 7th on the road, with the 83 car treated as an invisible car. And the dicing on the main straight now involves these 3 GTs, and they're about to be lapped by one of the 2 Peugeots. So that is the 77 car of Ben Barker, who's now been plugged in to the Ford Mustang white front, blue rear of the car, and the 21 Ferrari is also involved there. Alessio Rivera. Eduardo Barrichello is the 3rd of those cars, so they're all on the same lap, all fighting for position. And the 21 car just in the points, therefore scoring 2. However, the 92 Porsche that came here with an 11-point lead is 2nd on the road, and therefore scoring more points in 2nd than you would ordinarily score for a win in a 6-hour race. 27 points, more than enough to take them to a title for both teams and drivers.
The number 92 Manthey Porsche in 2nd place, championship leader, and the 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes, both of whom pitted at the same point with an hour and 43 minutes to go, very much on the edge in terms of fuel. They both put in their personal best laps of the race. Now, Maxime Martin in the Iron Lynx car as the platinum driver, you would expect so, but Ricardo Pera, the silver driver, that indicates to me there's no fuel saving going on in those cars. So does that indicate that they know their bed is made and they're going to have to lie in it and take a quick splash and dash at the end, and they're just having to push?
Yeah. Well, if you're going to make that decision, it's better to make it early on and just charge like crazy and, be prepared to take the medicine at the end. There's room for 1 or 2 to chance their arm, and I really think Mercedes would be willing to do that just for a good result. Or then again, would you compromise? It's going to be a good result anyway. So would you compromise a potential podium finish, risking an awful lot more to take the win, but for the car to run out of fuel on the final lap? Possibly not. Mercedes.
Jose Maria Lopez is certainly of the front-running cars is at the slower end, I would say. Actually, about a second off his fastest lap time, so maybe take that back. Maybe just a little bit of traffic. So maybe Lexus is, of course, Lexus 87 is a lap the wrong way of the Manthey Porsche and the Iron Lynx Mercedes 61. So if they're pushing with a lot more fuel in the tank, knowing that they're not going to be able to make it, then you would suspect that the Lexus is going to have to do the same.
Yeah.
So which is the first car that can get home on just one more stop? Probably, I'm going to say it's the 33 Corvette.
I was going to go that way as well, because the 2 BMWs pitted together, didn't they? Although the 46 is further down, so that's not really a concern in 15th place. But I remember the 31 car pitting before the Corvette, and we were saying still that was a bit dicey.
So the 87 Lexus and both WRT BMWs were the same lap they pitted on.
Yeah.
They left the pits with an hour and 45 minutes to go, so they're in a bit of bother there, I would say.
Yeah.
Then the next lap with an hour and 43 minutes to go, it was the Manthey Porsche, the Heart of Racing Aston, and the 61 Iron Lynx Merc. Then the lap after that, around an hour and 40 to go, was the 33 Corvette, which I think that was the first of the, green to go cars.
I think they're fine, purely because that stint was 52 and a bit minutes when they came in at 20 past 8. So a couple of 52-minute stints is no problem with an hour and 40 still to go. But with an hour and 46 still to go for the Lexus, that's much more touch and go. And as we said, we wanted to try and judge the Jose Maria Lopez pace. He went fully off the road there, I noticed, on the approach to turns 9 and 10. So purely the body language of the car through that sequence of corners suggests the Argentinian is not letting up. Maybe they think that if they can keep this margin about the same, I haven't got the individual splits between first and second right now, but it was about 18 seconds before the pit stops, and they'll be thinking we only need
10 now.
It's 10. Okay. That's less convincing. if they're needing to come in maybe on the... Would they risk it to the final lap? Possibly not. So 2 laps on the end, let's say. That's not much fuel at all. Car comes in, fuel nozzle attached, blast of fuel, and away again. But you need more than 10 seconds in order to do that and hope to still win the race.
It's a long pit lane too. And the other thing, the only thing is though, Johnny, have Manthey... So you were saying it was 18 seconds before they came into the pits. Gap.
Yeah.
It's now only 10. Have Manthey accepted that it's not possible and they've short-filled?
Okay. Well, it'll be interesting to just work out, back through the stats to work out how long those 2 pit stops were in comparison. I didn't necessarily do the checks there, but maybe Porsche were a lot quicker and gained themselves 7-8 seconds in the pit lane, knowing that they're going to have to stop anyway. So let's try and reel in that car over the next. And the other thing is, I suppose they've got to keep the pressure on. Knowing the Lexus is pretty close on fuel, they cannot give it the wriggle room to try and go into fuel save mode. So Acodis are being boxed into a bit of a corner here. Fascinating stuff in LMGT3. We have reached halfway point of another hour, though. 90 minutes still to go. It is 8:30 at the Bahrain International Circuit. We're live from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Here's the update. Kamui Kobayashi leading in the number 7 Toyota then, with 6.5 hours now done. 195 laps completed.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
Toyota lead the Bapco Energies 8 hours of Bahrain. 195 laps completed for Kamui Kobayashi, and car number 7 is in front of the James Collado Ferrari by almost 40 seconds. It's 38 seconds to be exact, and the Collado Ferrari has been under quite a bit of pressure, not from the car in front, but actually the chasing Ryo Hirakawa Toyota for a little while. Since then, though, Ryo has made a pit stop and handed the car back to Brendan Hartley, and that's taken it away from the podium. So at the moment, we're looking at a couple of Ferraris that might be able to finish on the podium. But bear in mind that 8 Toyota has been off strategy compared to everybody else for a number of hours now. So it will be fed back towards the sharp end in the closing stages. Collado ahead of Kubica is over half a minute. It's more like 40 seconds, actually, for the 51 car back to the 83 in third position. Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R of Norman Nato is in 4th place, car number 12, ahead of the BMW driven by Robin Freins, number 20. Then the 50 Ferrari of Nicholas Nielsen in 6th place. The rejoining Toyota with Brendan Hartley driving is in 7th, as mentioned. 2 Peugeot 9X8s come next, 8th and 9th for Malte Jakobsen and Mikkel Jensen, and then it's Harry Tinknell in the 007 Aston Martin, the first of the Valkyries, running in 10th place. If you're wondering where the Alpines are, 11th and 13th, having made some inroads into the top 10 at half distance, but they are starting to fade a little for Charles Milesi and for Frederick Makovici. LMGT3, led by a Codis ASP team and Jose Maria Lopez. The gap first to second is 10 seconds, there or thereabouts, but that does seem to have altered from prior to the last pit stops when it was almost double that. The issue that Peter Mackay and I have about the Acodis Lexus is that it came in with about an hour and 46 minutes still to go, which is, we think, too far a distance from the checkered flag when you think about the 50-minute stints that these GT cars have generally been doing. So it's going to be nip and tuck whether it can make the finish on just one more stop. So it's a comfortable advantage at the moment for the 87 car. But both it and potentially the Manthey Porsche in second place for Ricardo Pera at number 92, and maybe the Iron Lynx Mercedes for Maxime Martin, number 61, are going to have to stop not only one more time, but possibly twice, right at the end for a splash. So it's going to be a fascinating run to the end for a lot of these GT cars. Mattia Drudi and Heart of Racing Team number 27 is in 4th. Augusto Farfus and the 31, the Bend BMW in 5th, ahead of Danny Unkadea and the TF Sport Corvette number 33, which does seem to be okay to the end, because that pitted at 20 past 8. Cycle forward 50 minutes, that's 10 past 9, and another 50-minute stint. They should be okay on one more stop. Lorcan Hannafin is 7th in the number 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes. Then Ben Barker in the 77 Proton Competition Ford Mustang. Alessio Rivera having a good dice with him, though, in 9th place in the 21 Ferrari. And right on their tail is Eduardo Barrichello in 10th for Aston Martin and Racing Spirit of Le Mans.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobile One.
25 degrees in the air and pretty much the same at track level. The Mobile One track temperature is currently 25.8 degrees C.
Mobile Box is the new Mobile One smart packaging solution for workshops that ticks every box.
And back to the racing we go, with the revs continuing to be at a very high level around this Bahrain International Circuit. 20 seconds separates the 4th place Cadillac and the 5th place BMW of Norman Nato and Robin Freins, respectively. The race leaders on pit lane, though, for Kamui Kobayashi, and that again will require a half stint from the number 7 car, but we've been managing to track that for a little while now, pitting just after each of our hourly updates. Medium tyres all around for this Toyota, and a driver change as well. Well, Mike Conway rather alluded to the fact that he may have to go back into the car, and I remember John having a chat to, it might have been Timo Bernhardt, actually, hours ago, PMAC, about whether this had been planned or not, or the sort of thing that would be talked about. I can tell you it's not Mike Conway, though, to go into the number 7. It's actually Nick de Vries. So clearly Mike was being... Oh, maybe he was just trying to keep the cards close to the chest, going, yeah, I might go back in, knowing full well that he would not.
He's quite good at that, isn't he? He's good at keeping the cards close to his chest. Is Mike Conway? He's a quality operator, actually. He's been a part of this Toyota Gazoo racing team for so many years, and you know what you get with him. He is a plug-and-play driver, and it's a great compliment you could give him. All new Michelin tyres, unsurprisingly, there for the last hour and 23 minutes to go then for the number 7 car. So that is not going to get that Toyota home. That will get them to about 25 minutes to go, Johnny, thereabouts.
Yeah, to be comfortable. And they had a margin of over 30 seconds back to the Ferrari. They only have to put in half of the energy allocation normally installed. So no panic stations down at Toyota, and they will have been, planning for this for the last few stints. A couple of more laps to go before we reach the 200 lap mark. And now Cadillac in car 12 for Norman Nato, probably to be replaced by Alex Lynn, after he had been selected as the qualifying driver once again. Remember that string of great qualification results for Cadillac this year, including locking out the front row at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. The display panels on the side of the car showing this digital energy, if you like, going in. And the door is closing. It's Will Stevens, is it? Okay, you know helmet design far better than I do. And Will Stevens, having started that car, being put back in again. There may actually be very little between them once you measure the speed across an hour-long stint. But good spot.
Can I be honest, Johnny? It said Stevens in capital letters on the side. But yes, I know exactly what his helmet looks like.
Okay. Maybe just your eyesight's better than mine then, fairness.
I think that's all. I think that's all. Yeah, but I would have said the same. I would have predicted them putting Alex Lynn in, because he's been the superstar. Certainly over a sprint pace, he's been superb all year long. I mean, putting on pole at Le Mans was one particular highlight. It's funny, every time we're in a paddock and you see him walking and you're beside Joe Bradley goes, look, superstar. He's a superstar. Superstar. Joe Bradley is a big fan.
I remember years ago being with Joe at the the Gulf 12 hours when Alex was driving a prototype, I think. And Joe was meant to be giving us stories from up and down the pit lane, but you couldn't tear him away from the view of turn 1 you get at the Yas Marina circuit, because Alex was in the car and he was just glued to him, watching him lap after lap, the speed he would approach turn 1 and then disappear into the distance. And he just kept saying on the radio mic, Johnny, this guy's going to be so good. And I thought, he's there already, but yeah, superstar. And he hasn't really changed his opinion since then. Lovely guy, though, as well. I mean, I do remember him in single-seaters when the single-seater championship, which is not the current name, used to have a different name.
Okay, H, we've got about 15 laps. Let's make it count. We need to get a good buffer here for the last stop. 15 laps. I'll start giving you some splits.
Now that would mean one more stop to go then for the Valkyrie of 007 Aston Martin.
Yes. Yeah, that would tally, wouldn't it?
That was Q on the radio, by the way.
For the Aston Martin, yeah, okay.
007, yeah.
Very good. It was the tail end of the Formula Renault season, and I wouldn't have guessed that in truth, but when that was part of the British Touring Car Championship package, Alex Lynn was somebody to watch in that as well. 2011 being the main series, but he was winning virtually every other week within that, bearing in mind there were meetings only every other week. And I remember interviewing him on several occasions before people had discovered just how good he was, and then that venture into sports car racing where he's never really looked back. But I mean, could arguably have gone a little higher in that single-seater ladder, got into the Toyota Racing Series, then British Formula 3, GP3 and GP2 as well. And in Formula 1, he tested a Lotus F1, but never actually got into a Grand Prix. Say again?
Macau Grand Prix winner.
Okay.
As well, GP3 champion.
Yes.
Double Sebring winner. Le Mans winner as well, of course, in GTE Pro. In 2020, in the COVID year.
Easily forgotten. That was a September race, was it not?
It was. Yeah, bizarre. Totally bizarre. But thankfully back. The world is back on its correct axis now.
Well, yeah. For those that mark their years from June to June, it became very, very confusing. And there have been certain seasons, of course, where Le Mans within the World Endurance Championship has actually sat at the end of the season when it used to run from September time through to June.
I like it this way. I like having two highlights where you've got Le Mans, which is racing Christmas in itself, but also a finale under the lights. And whereas if you put the finale with Le Mans, Le Mans is such a big thing in itself that it doesn't give the World Championship its true essence. I like this format. Maybe I'm a purist, but I like this better.
I agree, because there would be some tactical racing involved with Le Mans. We did have that, I'm sure, in the past, where it's double point scoring, and if you weren't in contention to win the 24 Hours of Le Mans, you would just think about the championship, and it's more of a race than that. I think still Le Mans should be treated as more important than the World Endurance Championship. It would be a bit like having the Rolex 24 at the end of the year rather than the start. It's a brilliant place to have that within the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship at the start of the year, where it can almost be an independent race. Obviously it's not, but you firmly focus on trying to get a big trophy in the 24-hour race, and then you can think about the full season after that. So
I like it.
Yeah,
I think it works well. I think you give the big events their due and the championship due as well. So medium still on the right-hand side of the 51 Ferrari. Left-hand side will confirm in a moment, but they've been going pretty much hard left, medium right the whole way through. But where are the 83 in the mix here? Is there still a twist in the tail in the championship? Because if the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari team win the race, if the 51 Ferrari isn't second, 83 wins the title.
Yeah.
Which would be quite the story.
Certainly would, but now the Toyota number 7 has got ahead of the 83 car on the road, so didn't have to wait for the corresponding pit stop. Remember that the 7 car has already made its penultimate stop. It will have to come in. I made this point already that we'll have to take note of who is leading each of the categories with an hour to go. But actually, in the respect of the Akodis Lexus, even that might not be good enough, because we're expecting the Lexus in GT at about 5 past the hour. And then all of a sudden, with 55 minutes left for that car to do, might be a stretch. More relevant for the hypercars, as they are doing about 60-minute stints. So easier to track that. And the Toyota number 7 then goes through back into the race lead as the number 20 BMW gets its penultimate pit stop done. That car, therefore, should be pitting with about 15 minutes to go. But now that Nick de Vries has overtaken Robert Kubica can worry about his next pit stop, which is going to be in the next few moments. Might even be an in-lap now, in fact, for Ferrari number 83.
I'd say so. Yeah, I'd say so. And it would basically mean, it means that the number 7 Toyota is in a very strong spot right now for the race win. They've got to bring it home from here. No mistakes, no penalties. They're looking very, very good, I would say.
Close GT battle involving the BMW number 31 and the 33 Corvette. They are 5th and 6th. Augusto Farfus and Danny Juncadella. And sweeping through on their inside is one of the two Toyotas, which was not the 7 car, because that's already into the second sector. So that is the 8 car back up to 4th position, Brendan Hartley. Juncadella looks a little quicker than Farfus through the sweepers at 5, 6 and 7. But Farfus is placing his BMW perfectly to not make it easy for the Barcelona-born racer now with Corvette. But also exciting times in the Juncadella camp, because he's going to be part of the Genesis Magma Hypercar program next year. So he's been gainfully employed by a couple of different programs through the course of this season. I'm going to assume, once he goes into Genesis, though, that this will mean the end of the racing that he's been doing in Corvette land, which will be a shame, because I'm sure he loves these cars.
Well, not in IMSA. He's been reconfirmed for IMSA next year.
Excellent.
Actually, I tell a lie. No, I'm talking total rubbish.
Oh, fine.
I'm talking total rubbish. He has been replaced in IMSA by Marvin Kirchhofer for next year in the Corvette team. So you're absolutely right. He is all done in Corvette land.
Yeah. Well, it's partly the Genesis allowing him to carry on. Spin for a Cadillac, meantime, at turn 4. I heard the squeal of tyres, and that's the 38 car, so not the better of the two position cars. Earl Bamber it is. And he rejoins. Now, I didn't see the incident itself, merely heard the tyre squeal, and whether there was another car that he was jostling for position with. Might have been Kevin Magnussen. Neil Jarney had already pitted from behind him. Just a terrible final race, particularly for the 38 car this weekend. And Earl Bamber said, I've just got nothing to fight with, in an earlier radio message when he was trying to keep a couple of runners behind him. But similar to a few other, it was Paul Di Resta, wasn't it, complaining about severe tyre wear. We know this is a highly abrasive track, and strange that seems to be the problem for Cadillac this weekend, considering normally it's pretty good on its tyres. Usually is, yeah. Usually, it's been a pretty horrible finish. After finishing the IMSA WeatherTech Championship season so well, I mean, Action Express Cadillac were just imperious that day. About 6 weeks ago at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Really, really strong. Of course, Earl Bamber in that winning car. But it's been a different experience today. The thing is, you don't have to be far off, and you're nowhere. It's such a tight thing. And of course, if you're, say, the 4th or 5th, say you're the 5th fastest manufacturer, you're going to struggle to get in the points. That was a huge lose from Bamber, but well out of the... I mean, he hit the brakes, and whether it was a car imbalance or not, but tough to say from inside the cockpit. But as you say, locked up, but I don't know whether, from the inside of the car, we don't know whether that was a a front or a rear lock-up and on what side of the car, but it seemed to come out of the blue. He was slowing at the usual point, he will say, I'm sure, and all of a sudden something snapped.
Was it maybe a couple of wheels on the curb? But you would think you'd be able to brake on the curb, but...
I actually didn't think he was on the curb, but again, difficult to tell precisely where the car was.
He definitely was on the curb, but maybe just too much, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, he just cleared a GT car, but wasn't really fighting with anybody else. Clearly was pushing hard, though. And what I need to find out now is whether that was late on in the stint or early, because the state of the tyres might have to be factored in as well. So Bamber, is that his latest stint? Scrolling across, 24 laps in. So got another quarter of a stint to do yet. Maybe it was an imbalance as one side of the car was slightly higher than the other, and he hit the brakes expecting to turn into turn 4, and the rear stepped out significantly. The beauty of doing that at a track like this, I suppose, is that you just squirm off to the scenery, but shouldn't hit anything solid, and was able to rejoin. But we're talking about positions well outside the top 10 for number 38, and at this stage, the other Cadillac Hertz team, Joe Takar, is struggling down in 14th position for Will Stevens, having taken that car over recently. Julian Andlauer and Fred Makovici, two Frenchmen in different manufacturer programs. Porsche, the outgoing Porsche Penske Motorsport team from the WEC at least, and Alpine, who will be back for more in 2026. And this is a dice for 9th and 10th. I noticed Harry Tinknell ran wide, though, just ahead of them, and was well off the track to the right-hand side of the circuit as he then rejoined to take the straight between turns 10 and 11. So maybe just cars are getting a bit tired here. And let's not forget, just the human brain will be... That's the beauty of an endurance race. You know, there will be some fatigue creeping in as well in this 8-hour affair.
That's definitely a factor. And, of course, it's not just the end of the race, it's the end of the season. And a lot of these drivers are just on the go every single week, all to every corner of the globe. And that's, you know, we find it even in the media side, where at the end of the season you're ready for some time off, you're ready for a break. And yeah, it's a different feeling than the kind of early to midpoint of the season.
So collectively, we now apologies that there was a last corner, not turn 4, as I was labelling it. Too much curb possibly on the run into that corner, but big squeal of tyres as mentioned, and then he was able to rejoin for Earl Bamber.
Quite a scary one, braking from 270 kilometres an hour there.
Yeah. Right, it was a significant off as well, as over the curb goes Danny Juncadella, still trying to pressurise Augusto Farfus into a mistake. And they have just been overtaken by the Porsche Alpine battle, which is 9th and 10th for Andlauer and Makovici still. Jose Maria Lopez leads in LMGT3. Now down the inside goes Juncadella, just to say, I am here, you know, to Augusto Farfus. Thought he might be able to outbrake the BMW and nearly took the BMW off the road with it. It was, if anything, just halfway along the side of the car. So a bit of a ding now in the left side, well, passenger door, if the M4 indeed had a passenger door. But maybe worth a try. Unfortunately, he might incur a penalty for that now, because he was off the road as well, which will not have helped his cause. Juncadella this time down the inside, and that was at turn 13. Still no way through. It's going to take some unsettling here, someone as experienced as Augusto Farfus.
Interestingly, the number 50 Ferrari has received a reprimand from the stewards, Miguel Molina, driving in a dangerous manner, weaving the tyres back and forward near another car, near the number 94. Also the number 21 Ferrari, which of course was in that heavy contact with the 33 Corvette earlier on. 10 seconds added to the pit stop there, and then we may well have covered it, but 30 second stop and go. Yes, we have for that one for the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. But this must be so frustrating for Danny Hincadea, because he knows that he's got a car that can get home on one more stop, and we don't believe that the WRT can, or it's very, very close anyway, but this is just killing the TF Sport Corvettes race at the moment.
Yeah. Things needed to be aligned perfectly for the 33 car, and I think that goes part of the way to explain why Hincadea is feeling the need to be so aggressive. They know they're in a good spot. They will have known that at 8:20 this evening when that car came in for its penultimate visit to the pit lane, but needed to rely on the 31 BMW not holding it up, or indeed any other cars as well. Arriving on the scene now is the 83 Ferrari of Robert Kubica. After its latest stop, that's dropped it down to 13th position. He's given the whole of the right-hand side of the track to sweep by as Hincadea, now from a long way back, the Formula Ford type move into turn 11, and I think that is just about stuck now.
Oh,
yeah.
It's the Tommy Milner move.
Yes, that gesture we perhaps might be able to recognise as Milner then not in the car, but maybe Hincadea has been watching some IMSA racing
now,
over the years.
Remember, think back to the Rolex 24 in January, Johnny. Who was driving the BMW ahead of Milner and holding him up?
Was that Farfus?
It was Augusto Farfus, yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Well, the TF Sport boys are very much enjoying that, and actually some laughs at BMW M Sport as well. A M Motorsport crew of WRT. So Farfus tried his level best. I think, BMW know that probably they're going to have to stop again, whereas the Corvette is not. And perhaps there was a message, we won't know this, but perhaps there was a message from the engineer to say we need to try and hold him up as much as possible to equalise the field. Has that been enough of a delay? It remains to be seen, but TF Sport were desperate to try and win this after 3 back-to-back stints from Ben Keating at the start of the race, and Johnny Edgar had a good go at things as well in the middle portion, but that could well have seen the big trophy heading in a different direction now and away from car 33. We're talking about the car in 5th position purely because those cars ahead of it on the road, Mattia Drudi's Heart of Racing Aston Martin, Maxime Martin's Iron Lynx Mercedes, Ricardo Perez Porsche, and Jose Maria Lopez in the Acodis ASP team Lexus. They're all a bit nip and tuck as to whether they can make the finish on one more stop, because I'll be expecting the Lexus in at about 9:05 with 55 minutes left on the clock at that point. Surely too much to get to the finish.
And that will be tight. That will be very, very tight indeed. Maybe not impossible, but it really depends. It would only take one full course yellow.
Yes.
And that would certainly make a big, big help anyway.
But statistically, it's not a high probability track for a caution. We have had one. We had a virtual safety car, followed by a safety car, but full course yellows are yet to appear on the list. So, yes, you can hope for one, but with the wide expanses of this place, if somebody makes an error, even if it's a couple of cars tangling, they can generally recover. And the message to Fred Makovici in his Alpine, around 4 more laps before the number 5 Porsche ahead of him will need to come in for a pit stop. So as an engineer, you're not only keeping care of your own car, but also being watchful of when rivals around you may need to stop, and he reckons another 4 laps. That's about 7 or 8 minutes before another stop, and therefore bang on schedule for Porsche number 5.
Well, as things begin to heat up, we keep a close watch on the pit lane to see. That would then, with 4 laps then for the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 5, that would take them the other side of the hour, which would mean they'd be coming in for their last pit stop of the race, the number 5 Porsche Penske team in 9th place at the moment. So, interestingly, so they're looking like they're in a decent spot as well. The team all ready to go, and Julian Andlauer likely to hand the car over, because we saw a Porsche Penske Motorsport driver getting helmeted up from our pictures here at the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre.
Nick de Vries leading after his just 11 laps then on the current stint, with the 50 Ferrari due in just after the next hour. We are at 2 minutes to 9 o'clock now, and about to enter that final hour of the 8 hours of Bahrain. Toyota with the firm advantage after 210 laps, leading by 35 seconds. Nicholas Nielsen's number 50 Ferrari in that second position ahead of Brendan Hartley in third. And Hartley, last time around, lapping at about the same sort of speed as Nick Nielsen. Alessandro Pierguidi, fourth position for the second of the Ferraris. And that is absolutely fine for scoring the necessary points in the championship. With a second and a fourth place finish, they will move to 249 points, with the Porsches 9th and 12th on the road. But from a championship perspective, they'll still be scoring those positions. So just 3 points for 9th place. Don't get anything for finishing outside the top 10. My slight confusion was where the 83 and the 99 cars are positioned, but they are now behind both Porsches. As we enter then the final hour of this season finale, and the real intense one for me, Peter Mackay, we're live, by the way, in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre for this closing hour, is what exactly is going to happen in the GT field, because there are a handful of cars at the sharp end who are going to have to pit not only one more time, but possibly twice for a splash. And the one that we thought was in a very good position, Danny Juncadea's TF Sport Corvette, that's now been heavily delayed by Augusto Farfus's antics.
Yeah, Farfus definitely did his job for BMW, but kind of, is it going to make a great difference to their day? But it certainly made a difference to the TF Sport Corvette, as Lawrence Vantor, last year's World Endurance Champion, jumps out. The driver that he shared that with, along with Andre Lotterer, Kevin Estre, jumps in. Kevin Estre's been in this position so many times, jumping into the car with one stint to go. I mean, the difference is they're going to need a miracle for it to be a World Championship this year. With the 51 and the 83 Ferraris likely to finish ahead of them, it would need both of them to have a problem, and even then would be tricky. But I think that the thoughts might be somewhere else, Johnny, at the moment for Porsche Penske Motorsport, a programme that's run for 3 years, a World Championship, as we mentioned, no Le Mans win, but a podium at Le Mans, and they're taking their final pit stop now. I'm sure there'll be a lot of emotions for the crew, who, of course, will be wondering what their future holds.
And the salute from all of the hard-working and long-serving mechanics as well, showing signs that say goodbye and farewell as they hope the final pit stop for car number 6. Kevin Estre staying on board. He'll still be driving plenty more Porsches in the future, of course, and we look forward to his various antics on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, for example, and other places too. But a real emotive state. They've been like that for a number of days now, with a great publicity shot taken at the start of the weekend at the far end of the pit lane with both cars and all of the personnel. And great that final pit stop went entirely to plan as well. Just a shame that their positions in the race are not a little bit better, but they'll have good recent memories after last year and taking the title at World Championship level, which will certainly have been one of the major boxes to tick off. And as Timo Bernard was making the point to John earlier on, finishing second at Le Mans should not be underestimated either. It's not the main title, though, of course, and there's an element of unfinished business with this particular car. Thomas Laudenbach hasn't ruled out a return in a few years' time, but with the landscape surrounding Porsche it is the right thing to do to step away from this World Championship for the time being, concentrate on IMSA, and then maybe look to the future.
I love this. The number 38 Jota Hertz team, Jota Cadillac crew, have decided to put Jenson Button on board for this final stint. Not in contention for the win, and they're going to let JB have his final stint in professional motorsport. We still understand he'll be getting behind the wheel of classics and things like that, but 56 minutes to go, last stint, fresh tyres, full tank of gas and a Cadillac V8 behind you. I'm sure he'll enjoy every kilometre.
Still the high-fiving is going on down at Porsche Penske Motorsport, and yeah, there'll be a big grin on Jenson Button's face as well, given the responsibility of this closing stint. Again, just a shame that the 38 car has struggled for the bulk of the day to this point. 12 car is in the points in 9th position, back in the hands of Will Stevens. Nick de Vries leading, though, on lap 213 by almost 50 seconds as one of the two Alpines now heads down pit lane. It's the Fred Makovici driven A424. Right, 9:05 is the time, and therefore I'll be expecting the Acodis Lexus in at any moment. Or do we find out at this point, PMAC, just how much fuel save Pachito Lopez has been putting in? We made the comment not too long ago that the body language of the car suggested he wasn't hanging around at all. Began this stint at 15 minutes past 8 o'clock and might do well to make maybe 52 minutes on the stint. And if you can do 52 minutes, maybe there is a chance you can reach the end. But the problem is, as a GT3 runner, you're not dictating when the race is finishing. That's done by the race leader, who at the moment is Nick de Vries. And you might be forced into a brand new lap, depending on where you are positioned compared to the Hypercar leader.
Well, the closer it goes, the more likely it is to happen for the Lexus team to get there at the right point. 54 minutes to go. And, you know, I think they may well be able to make it. You know, this has been a fantastic job by Jose Maria Lopez, but it won't be the first time that he's been in this position where he's had to simply make fuel on board while still being quick. That's a skill that he's developed over so many years. One of very, very few drivers, of course, to have an FIA World Championship in different disciplines. Of course, World Touring Car Champion and FIA World Endurance Champion. So he knows exactly how to get that done. So fans of that Lexus crew will be nibbling their nails at the moment, hoping that even getting to the end of this lap, I think, would just about get them there. Meanwhile, Ricardo Pera, the champion-elect, mixing it up with one of the Mustangs, which is running a lap down, but they want to be giving a wide berth to any car right now to make sure that they're not causing any undue problems.
So into the pit lane has arrived Michel Gatting, also in the 81 Corvette of Charlie Eastwood. Charmy Lacey in the hypercar class for his Alpine makes a stop, and the 007 Harry Tinknell driven Aston Martin is also in. 53 minutes to go, and still the Acodis Lexus can stay out for a little longer. Something's happened at turn 11 though, which is at the end of the back straight, and the exit of turn 11 affected by a BMW. It's the 15 car which has had a spin. Did it end up there on its own, or has there been a coming together for Dries Vanthoor? And is it beached on the curb is the next question. Looks like it's stalled.
Oh,
it's
major rear right damage.
No, you're right. It's suspension, isn't it? Right, the tyre's still inflated, but huge damage to the rear right corner, and therefore that 15 car's going nowhere. Having mentioned that full course yellows are rare, we might get one.
My tyre came off. I can't move anymore.
I think my tyre came off. Well, no, that's
still there, Dries, but...
So, has this all happened on his own? This is precisely what happened. And there's a squirm just before the braking area. He turns in. And just innocuously spins. But what I can't work out is whether... I mean, is the wheel still vertical on that car? Maybe it is. And it's the tyre that's let go, or is there more significant suspension? And it's not going to be a full course yellow, it's going to be a virtual safety car. So we're going to have a safety car, therefore, and that 50-second distance between Nick de Vries and Brendan Hartley will be down to nothing. Alessandro Pierguidi's going to be on the bootlet of the two Toyotas at the restart, and that brings Aston Martin potentially back into the mix as well in the 009 Marco Sorensen Aston. You fancy a 50-minute sprint race to finish this one off, PMac?
It'll be less than that. I think it'll be about 35 minutes. Is the 21 Ferrari going to throw some new boots on? Now, did they make it in the pits before the VSC board came out?
Doesn't matter.
They can go in. Open. Okay. All right. Okay. So, this just all of a sudden the Bapco 8 Hours of Bahrain has just come alive here. Not that it needed to have any extra excitement added in. And for those LMGT3 cars that were a little bit worried, can we not? Well, they've just had a Christmas present come early there.
So virtual safety car, everyone's going to get 2 laps to make their pit stop, and yet the big win is for the 87 Lexus, which we thought was going to be very close on fuel, but no longer. So they're in a great position now with Jose Maria Lopez. We will allow all of the cars, and I'm sure all of them will take this opportunity to get fuel into the car. This BMW is going to take a couple of laps to get recovered. I think part of the problem was getting the recovery crews in the right location. And whilst all this unfolds, we can throw to John Hindhaugh, who has actually...
I'm stuck, guys. I can't move. I think I just spun. The rear tyre came off. I think the rear right.
Well, right rear suspension failure for me. The left front's up high.
Yeah, so BMW think it's a suspension failure rather than the tyre going down. The tyre might have failed as well, or tyre might have gone down as well as a result of that. But BMW can't move. It's going to be recovered. And John Hindhaugh has gone wandering away from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Gone for a wander in the paddock, in fact.
Lauren Heinrich, well, congratulations, first of all. Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 prototype driver. How was your first experience?
Yeah, I think I had a great experience. I mean, that was my first ever full stint in the 963 or in the Hypercar in general. Straight away in race conditions in the championship, which I don't know. So there was a lot going on. I put a lot of pressure also on myself, which is quite natural, I think. But I was quite happy with how it went, especially the first stint. Everything went pretty well. Then in the second stint we tried something. Obviously everything is new to me, only changing rear tires, still on the hard compound here in the dark. I think it did not work as well as we expected, and also I struggled a bit to understand how to adapt my driving style to this, but I think it's just part of the progress. I'm still happy with how it went, and it's anyway such a big honor to join Porsche Penske's last WEC race here with the factory team.
Is there anything that's vaguely similar in what you've done in the past with Porsche, with the GT cars? I mean, it's got 4 wheels, it's got an engine, it's got a steering wheel, yes, obviously, but in terms of the driving style, is there anything that you could bring in from your previous experience?
I think through all the years you do within all these GT racing programs, all different championships and races you just get a bigger toolbox, and to drive these cars you need to make use of all of your toolbox, there's so much stuff you need to do. And I have to say, if I had to pick something, driving in the Porsche Super Cup, in the junior program, that really paid off for me, driving without ABS, which also these cars don't have. That is a really important thing, because on these cars the brakes are just key, that you maximize this, and the more confidence you have, the more you can push this.
I'm told by some drivers, and I'd like to know your thoughts on this, that the LMDH cars and the hypercar category in general, but particularly the LMDH cars, they do drive a little bit like a big GT car, particularly through the middle of the corner, because there's not a huge amount of downforce at that speed.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, there's not a huge amount of downforce, also not a lot of mechanical grip, because it's a prototype and we are always limited by the tire degradation. So, yeah, you need to be really smooth with your inputs, and that's exactly a GT car driving style. So I think I'm really happy that Porsche makes use of the GT driver roster to bring the talents up into the hypercar, because I think that really pays dividends.
So what's next for you, Lauren? When do we see you behind the wheel of a Porsche next?
Next week already, in the FIA GT World Cup. So I'm looking forward to be back in the 911 GT3R my second try at this race. I'm really looking forward, and then still this year doing some more tests, preparing for the Asian Le Mans Series, which I will do the first race also in December in Malaysia. So I'm still in the middle of my season, and what comes 2026 we're still yet to find out.
I'll be at Sepang the week before your race. We're there for the 12 hour, which a couple of the teams are coming out for. You raced at Sepang before?
I've raced plenty of times in Sepang, and I think if I'm right, I still own the GT3 lap record. So it's a nice place for me. I really enjoy being there, and also managing tires is key. So maybe something I learned from there.
Well, congratulations on what you've achieved this weekend. Are you finished now as far as your driving is concerned? Are you still in your gear with a clean undershirt on, ready to go if required? But is it planned that you get back in the car this evening?
It's not planned. I did 2 hours. That was the plan from the beginning on. But I just stay ready in case something happens in these races. You never know. So I want to be there if my team needs me.
Ron Heinrich, thank you for talking to us, and well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, terrific effort from Laurent there through the course of the race, and he'll be eager for more. Keen, I'm sure, as well, to celebrate with Porsche as they send a fond farewell to the Porsche 963 in World Championship competition. We're still on the virtual safety car as John is going exploring. We may well be able to pick up a few other bits and bobs from him as well over the remaining 45 minutes, if the action allows that, mind you, because we weren't really counting on this, Peter Mackay. The condensing of the field when those gaps had really established themselves, and you only have to go back a few years when this just wouldn't have happened. I don't think. I mean, Eduardo Freitas will have his reasons why he's chosen virtual safety car and then a safety car, and it might be just so that a bigger gap can be generated in order to recover that BMW, unless it's already been moved. But a virtual safety car and a full course yellow, at least initially, are the same thing, apart from the fact that the pits remain open. But it's a big decision to then go into a safety car this late on in the race, and much discussion has been had as to how much of an influence after convergence between the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and the WEC. There's been an element of introducing an IMSA-style way to finish some races. Daytona, Rolex 24, is all about, being on the lead lap going into the final couple of hours for that 2-hour sprint at the end of it. And this is taking on a little bit of that complexion.
I have to say, I know I said I was a bit of a purist earlier, but in other ways I'm an impurist as well. We're in the entertainment business. Mm-hmm. And I'll never, ever forget when you and I were in the Ford Racing Broadcast Centre at Daytona this year for the last hour and a half of the race. It was just some of the most exciting sport I've seen. It was just remarkable to be a part of. And I'm not saying you create that or you falsify that, not at all. Had Dries Vanthoor's rear suspension not collapsed, we would be running green to the end, very likely. These things can happen in sport, and it's going to mean it has not been fabricated or manufactured. That's not at all the case. It's just the way the rub of the green has worked out. It will benefit some, it will hurt some others. That's just, again, the way things are. And indeed, if we had...
Car on standby.
Because Yannick Dalmas getting a last run out as well.
Safety car deployed. Safety car deployed. Car 7, slow down. Car 7, slow down.
So everybody in the hypercar field, remaining in the hypercar field, back to full energy, or enough energy that you need for the final 42 minutes. Your estimate of 35 minutes of running might not be that far off, actually, because the safety car is now going to pick up the race leader, Nick de Vries, and then there will be the pass around, which will release, if nobody else, a McLaren, which sits behind the number 7 Lamborghini, but also I reckon the number 77 Ford Mustang, 88 Ford Mustang will be eligible as well. A handful of others too. So it's going to be at least another 5 minutes. Once the pass around has been done, then we'll start to warm things up again.
Yannick Dalmas, of course, is internationally famous for the save of the century, catching the safety car in a massive slide at the first corner at Le Mans a few years ago. I think it was an Audi R8, which he managed to gather up from an impossible angle. Well, he's going to have one more run out as the FIA WEC safety car driver. Of course, won Le Mans in the Dower 962 Porsche in 1994 alongside Mauro Baldi and Harley Haywood, and won Le Mans 24 Hours several times after that. How do you replace a Yannick Dalmas? How do you go through the CVs for that one, Johnny?
They've kind of already got a replacement, a ready-made one in Pedro Cutero, because Pedro's been doing quite a lot of mileage in a safety car for ELMS, and I think on the odd occasion the WEC as well. But at Le Mans you need 3 safety car drivers, so there are at least a couple of understudies who've been waiting in the wings for their opportunity. But then it's about the next wave, isn't it? Because Pedro's not going to, continue for years and years either, although he's, still got plenty of life left in him, don't get me wrong. Often it's ex-racing drivers with some success, and always exciting to know who's going to be taken on board next for a big responsibility. We hear a lot about Eduardo Freitas, but on the odd occasion this year, actually the back and forth between Eduardo and his safety car driver has been interesting to monitor, and some of that has been put to air during the ELMS campaign, particularly at Imola this year, which involved in the race about an hour's worth of running that was in qualifying, where the qualifying sessions had to be red flagged because the weather was so bad. And then there was a question of when do you restart a session like that? And the safety car drivers' opinions are so valuable because they're the ones down on the ground seeing where all the standing water is. So you not only have to drive a car quickly, but you also have to have good judgment as well as to when it's suitable for bronze drivers, lesser experienced drivers, to be able to go at full speed once more. So that's taken a little element of doubt away from the front of the GT3 field, but LMGT3 is also going to be closed up significantly, and Jose Maria Lopez in the Acodis ASP team Lexus, yes, they've got the road position, but they're going to have a very revved up Richard Lietz in behind. Mattia Drudi should not be discounted either in the 27 Heart of Racing team Aston Martin. So not only is it going to be very fraught at the front of Hypercar, but really tough to guess the podium finishers in LMGT3 in this final 35, maybe only 30 minutes of the 8 hours of Bahrain.
Well, the thing is, Johnny, is that all of a sudden Manthey First Form number 92 Porsche, their championship does not look as comfortable as it was prior to that safety car, because when we go back to green, from what I can see on the timing screen, will be the 87 Acodis Lexus that leads away. The Manthey car is in second, so that would be more than good enough to win the championship. But Alessio Rivera, a driver which Ferrari are very, very pleased with, is in that 21 AF Corsa car in 6th. Now, if he were to somehow get through and win the race, Manthey would have to finish second to stop that Vista Ferrari from nicking the championship at the last moment. Now that the field's been bunched back together, that's obviously a lot more likely to happen, or certainly a lot more possible, shall we say, not likely, possible. So it is all of a sudden really not all signed and sealed. Even more so in Hypercar, because the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari is third. That would be enough. But right behind them is Robert Kubica in the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari. Now, same thing. If Kubica managed to fight through and beat both the Toyotas, the 51 Ferrari would have to come second to win the championship. So it is.
The pass around.
We have got a shootout here, not just for this race, but for the 2025 FIA World Endurance Championship in both categories. How much more could we ask for?
Pass around is concluded. Pass around is concluded.
So that was just one car that needed to be released, the McLaren, which I had identified. I thought there was a Ford as well, but that's actually further back down the order, and the Ford that I was looking at is Dennis Olsen's number 88, which is not on the lead lap anyway in LMGT3. So basically they're making sure that the first GT car that features behind the Hypercar leader is Jose Maria Lopez, and anybody that got trapped between the safety car and Jose Maria Lopez's Lexus was allowed to go by. But you needed to identify from an engineering point of view that was the case. There is no list issued by race direction. Hypercars don't need to worry about taking up the pass around. They're basically not eligible for it, assuming the safety car has picked up the correct and leading car. So everybody threading their way now through turns 9 and 10. The other thing is McLaren doesn't have to be right on the tail of the rest of the runners. They've released it, so it's not confusing matters at the restart. There is every chance that we might be able to go for a restart at the end of this lap, PMAC. The lights are on the safety car at the moment, so maybe they will just give it one more lap, because ordinarily I think they would have been extinguished at this point. Heading up towards turn 13. So Yannick Dalmas, who was driving the lead car, Pedro Cusero, who is, if not driving, he's alongside Yannick. And yeah, there's going to be one more lap behind the safety car just to make sure that the field is sufficiently bunched. And your guess of 35 minutes is going to be very slightly out, therefore. More like a half-hour shootout.
We have enough energy and enough fuel to even go flat out after safety car restart. So energy cuts are really down to you, what you prefer in terms of tire management and consistency.
That's exactly what any driver wants to hear, is the engineer saying, over to you, hard as you can go. No tyre save, no fuel save, just go for it.
So with at least one more lap to go, we'll probably give it half of this safety car lap and then do a very quick hourly update, because we are 5 minutes away from the usual time to do that. But want to make sure that we have everything for the restart's going to offer covered here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Johnny Palmer, Peter Mackay, John Hindhoff going out wandering around the paddock, and great to catch up with Lauren Heinrich with him a short time ago. We have Alex Legui and Bruce Giuani, who are probably going to struggle to get a word in before the end of this race now, but all of the trophy presentations are going to be dealt with by Bruce Giuani once this has been decided. That's at least within the race. There will then be relevant checks necessary before a champion trophy is presented, but we will be able to tell you who has won that in a little over half an hour's time. Conversations down at Toyota as to how this restart is likely to go. I mentioned about the gaps entirely disappearing. Well, let's hear some team radio.
The restart behind us, 2 Hypercar, not for position, then 2 GT3, Ferrari 50 and 50. We'll have a lot of GT3 in front of us, so we'll have to deal with at the restart. Just pay attention to that.
Alessandro Pierguidi, Team Radio. The gap actually between the Toyotas at safety car speeds is more like 20 seconds because they do have cars between them. So still Nick de Vries is not going to be under an awful lot of pressure. We are going to do a restart now, so a very quick hourly update. We'll make it sharp and quick.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
Let's just do the top 5. Nick de Vries leads with half an hour to go, but we're about to come out of a safety car. Nick de Vries in the Toyota number 7. From Sebastian Buemi in the 8 Toyota. Alessandro Pierguidi's 51 Ferrari is 3rd. From Robert Kubica's AF Corsa Ferrari. That's fascinating because of the Drivers' Championship. Can 83 get ahead of 51 at the restart? Nick Nielsen in the 50 Ferrari is 5th. And in LMGT3, Jose Maria Lopez Acodis Lexus leads from Ricard Leit's 92 Porsche. Mattia Drudi's 27 Heart of Racing Team Aston Martin is 3rd. From Maxime Martin's Iron Lynx 61 Mercedes. And Danny Juncadella in the TF Sport Corvette.
Keeping you up to date. The hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobile One
is 25 degrees Celsius.
For long-term engine protection, Toyota Gazoo Racing. Trust Mobile One engine oil.
We're racing again at the Sakhir Bahrain International Circuit with 32 minutes left on the clock. That safety car is in, and the green flags wave then with the whole of the field bunched up. But remember that the gaps, certainly between the two Toyotas, are still there, 18 seconds, because of where various back markers were sitting. No overtaking before the cars crossed the line, but the fight's on between the two Porsches now from Penske Motorsport, 5 up against 6. And keeping a close eye on Alessandro Pierguidi, because he is right with Sebastian Buemi, trying to get ahead of the Swiss and increase the points tally by a further 4. 23 for third, 27, though, for second position. And Peter Mackay joining me in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Can Robert Kubica fashion an opportunity to get ahead of the 51 Ferrari and potentially snatch the driver's title in this last 30 minutes?
Well, you know that Robert Kubica is going to try everything that within his power and more to do that. Meanwhile, in LMGT3, Richard Lietz on the restart has lost 2 positions. He's dropped behind the Heart of Racing Aston Martin of Matteo Drudi and the Iron Lynx Mercedes of Maxime Martin. Now, that's nothing to panic about in terms of the championship. That still leaves them in a position to win the LMGT3 championship. So, yes, it wouldn't be a podium at the last race, but that's not going to bother them a jot. It's all about getting that crown and yet another trophy for Manthey Racing.
A new fastest lap of the race, by the way. What a time for Nick de Vries to do that, but I suppose he is on brand new tyres. And Toyota were holding back the best set in order to do that. Lightly scrubbed, perhaps, but not able to be pre-warmed. And the 83 Ferrari is indeed now... is it ahead? That's Nick Nielsen, is it behind? Kubica, I just want to get them across the line. Yeah, still Pierguidi in third, Kubica in fourth, Nick Nielsen is in fifth. So actually it's the Dane trying to pressurise the Polish racer, Robert Kubica, a race winner at Le Mans earlier on in the year, pole sitter at COTA as well. And the 50 car trying. We're going to go full course yellow, mind you. And that is for debris. So here's the countdown.
Full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. Full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
Very tricky to slow down at the right point, particularly as you're coming out of turn 8, as the two Ferraris were, and going down, actually the sweepers into turn 8 itself. And it looks like it's maybe a rear wing segment, a dive plane, even maybe from the front of a hypercar that has ended up. Oh, is it mirror, you think? Yeah, maybe. Start-finish line is where it has ended up. And perhaps a door mirror from a GT car, therefore. So full course yellow pretty much right in front of where the starting gantry is. I can confirm, by the way, some doubts in my mind yesterday as to whether Pascal Wehrlein is on the flags this weekend. It's not him, but he does look like a guy that looks just like Pascal Wehrlein. His lookalike is the starter this weekend. I would have been very surprised had it been him, because he was not suggesting Pascal Wehrlein wouldn't be a good flag waver, but the guy that's doing it is very exuberant indeed. Yellow headlights on the Porsche 963s, and the number 8 Toyota is in behind on the road, but running second, remember. So these gaps have increased quite a lot, but that is because we're down to a dedicated speed limit now of 60 kilometres per hour. First full course yellow of the race, amazingly. A virtual safety car is close to that, don't forget, but the full course yellow will keep you out of the pits. Not that anybody really needs to make a stop. I suppose the other reason why we went virtual safety car is because so many cars would have needed fuel.
We will remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
Back to racing we go, and very difficult to judge precisely when you can start to overtake. The full course yellow removed is the signal, and of course the green flag's waving as well, but people are going to get up to speed at different speeds depending on where you are around the track when that yellow flag period is withdrawn as well. So let's hope that all of the judgments were correct. They will be checked, and having a full course yellow this close to the finish can also be difficult for race control to deal with. If anybody does need to have a penalty, we sincerely hope that is not the case, because everybody hates a race result being changed after the flag. 83 Ferrari ahead of the 50 Ferrari, and these are the cars fighting over 4th and 5th places. Gap between the two Toyotas comes down again, with Sebastian Buemi 13-14 seconds away from Nick de Vries, but there's no shortage of pace in the race-leading Toyota, having just witnessed de Vries doing the fastest lap of the race, 150.4. And what's happening in GT, I hear you say? Well, Mathieu Drudy's already up to 2nd place. Maxime Martin now, though, right on his tail. And has an Aston Martin Hypercar allowed the door to be opened on the Aston Martin GT car? Maxime Martin certainly thinks so. And these two front-engine GT cars are having a drag race on the straight down towards turn 11. Mathieu Drudy did just have about the necessary real estate to jink across the nose of Maxime Martin and have the better line into turn 11. So the Aston fends off the Iron Lynx Mercedes, but he is in a good vein of form, and they're ultimately trying to hunt down Jose Maria Lopez in the 87 Lexus, PMAC.
Seen the Maxime Martin just struggling a little bit there to hold on to Mathieu Drudy, who seems in a very sprightly mood in the heart of racing Aston Martin. At the moment is only 6 seconds, in fact made that 5.3 seconds behind the Acodis Lexus. So it's game on then between Jose Maria Lopez in the lead of the race for the Acodis 87 Lexus and the heart of racing Aston Martin. Maxime Martin still in touch, but definitely Drudy putting some time into him.
Lots of good lap times coming through now from many of the GT runners. So the new tyres, or the newer tyres, starting to come into their own for Pachito Lopez, who's just set a 2:03.5. That is very close to the fastest GT lap of the race so far, which was a 2:03.3 from the Manthey First Form Porsche. Did the two Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s get very close to one another again? We had this incident yesterday where Kevin Estre nearly ran into the back of the number 5 car when they were trying to get good qualifying times in. But back to green, and bizarrely as well, they were trying to lap an Iron Dames Porsche. The dust was being kicked up there as Estre jinked to the right-hand side. Was there contact then between the two Porsches, and that's where the debris came from? Maybe
Not sure.
Maybe that was the suggestion.
Not sure. I mean, Julian Andlauer actually just tapped the brake on the straight. Whether that was to warn Estre that we've got a bit of traffic to deal with here, I don't know. It seemed unusual. Anyway, they both carry on. And this is a curious dynamic now in the battle for 4th, because the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari fighting for the championship has got the number 50 of Nicholas Nielsen right behind him. Now the 51, the teammate of Nielsen, is trying to win that championship, and now Nielsen going to try and make a move on Kubica. Kubica goes to the defensive line going into turn 1. They both on the brakes, lights twinkling through the gloaming, and Kubica makes it very difficult for Nielsen, but Nielsen's through. Nielsen is through, so that is, well, Nielsen doing his teammate a big favour, of course. Yes, they all run out of the same awning, but yeah, the Works number 50 helping Works number 51 immeasurably there.
That's the beauty of the track design down at turns 1, 2 and 3. You get a good run around the outside of turn 1. That delivers you into the apex at 2. And Nick Nielsen read that perfectly, approaching Robert Kubica over his left shoulder there, braking a little bit later, and excellently judged actually from both drivers. I don't think there was contact. That would be embarrassing if the two Ferraris from different programs started to clatter into one another. but they avoided that. And the danger now is that Kubica, having been offline for a few corners, might not have clean enough tyres to fight with Will Stevens, who is sitting in 6th place, but also looking for a way by to get a Cadillac back up to 5th, where it started many hours ago at 2 o'clock. Down through the gears goes the number 51 Alessandro Pierguidi Ferrari, and the fight's not necessarily done for 2nd and 3rd either, because he has Sebastian Buemi well within his sights. 15 seconds the difference between Nick de Vries in the 7 Toyota and this scrap for 2nd then. But Pierguidi certainly wants to elevate his position to gain a few more points and give him even more of a buffer zone over Robert Kubica. Nicholas Nielsen's helped in that manner, but can Pierguidi make the picture even more rosy, even more scarlet, perhaps we should say, for Ferrari on course for their first hypercar title?
Matteo Drudi is getting closer in that battle for the LMGT3 fight. It's going back and forth all the time, but last time by it was a second quicker for Drudi over Jose Maria Lopez. Lopez goes over the line of 203.8, then it's a 202.8 for Drudi, so it's another second in the favour of the Aston Martin driver. So 3.2 seconds the gap at the moment.
A couple of new fastest laps to tell you about as well. So initially Dennis Olsen was the fastest LMGT3 driver that we've had all race in the 88 Ford Mustang. He did a 203.0 and then knocked out of the park Matteo Drudi doing a 202.4, so finding a further half second on that lap time as he tries to close the gap again on Jose Maria Lopez's Acodis Lexus. 202.4 plays a 203.4 from the Argentinian. Will Stevens turning the screw on Robert Kubica. Cadillac up against Ferrari for 5th and 6th places. Marco Sorensen is the next car behind them as the best placed Aston Martin Valkyrie. So 009 is in 7th. 20 minutes to go. And this race has really been spiced up by a late virtual safety car, followed, as it always has to be, by a safety car period, a fairly brief one. And then since we went back to green, we had a very short full course yellow to deal with a chunk of debris on the main straight, and that was quickly collected. Ferrari up against Corvette. The 33 Corvette for a while we thought was in a very strong position potentially to take a race win because it had the better fuel mileage closing in, but that's been taken away now from the TF Sport crew, and Danny Juncadella and Alessio Rivera just gets by there in the 21 Ferrari ahead of the Corvette, but Juncadella is not going to take that line down. Championship still heading the way of Manthey first form because of their 18 points that they will get from 4th position, and crucially they are outscoring everybody else that they were up against in the team's championship. And driving the 92 car on course for drivers' titles, therefore, Ryan Hardwick, Ricardo Pera and Richard Lietz, with Lietz back at the wheel of Porsche number 92.
18 minutes to go, and Matteo Drudi in LMGT3 for the Hard of Racing Aston Martin. Last time by a 203 flat, 203.8 last time by for the race leader for the Acodis Lexus, and in the first sector another 10th in the favour of Drudi. So Drudi is throwing everything at this in the Hard of Racing Aston, but is it going to be enough to reel in former world champion in the World Endurance Championship, Jose Maria Lopez?
Now the Corvette's finding the Lorcan Hannafin driven Mercedes, which is not on the lead lap in GT, so flashing the lights to make Lorcan aware that a car that is still in contention for a top 5 finish wants to get by in a hurry, and Lorcan Hannafin just opened the steering a little at turn 8 to allow that better placed car through. Frustrating, I'm sure, for Hannafin, because he knows that had things panned out slightly differently, they may have been in a position similar to the sister Mercedes, which is in 3rd in the hands of Maxime Martin. Andrew Gilbert starting things well many hours ago. Then they put Fran Rader in that car before Andrew went back in again, and then Lorcan Hannafin took over. So they cycled through their driving talent quite early on in this race. A lot of people down in the garages with fingers literally crossed to will their various championship protagonists on. So Porsche are doing all that they need to in 4th position. And Ferrari in the 51 crew, 3rd place, outscoring the 83 comfortably because of the advantage that they had anyway heading into this final race of the season. It was fairly close on paper, a gap of 13 points separating the Alessandro Pierguidi, Giovinazzi and Collado Ferrari from the Phil Hansen, Robert Kubica and Ye Yifei car. But there are now 2 positions separating them, and therefore 8 points. So the way things are going, Pierguidi, Collado and Giovinazzi will finish the season on 138 points ahead of 117 for the 83 crew. Needed it really to be in the other order, as you say. A couple of places between the two in the favour of the 83 car could have made things very interesting indeed.
Would have made all the difference, yeah. But right now it looks like Alessandro Pierguidi and James Collado are going to go to join Brendan Hartley and Sebastian Buemi.
Okay, Ali, we are thinking about letting the Aston Martin by. We are thinking about letting the Aston Martin by.
Which is running a lap down.
Yes.
Yeah, but yeah, coming back to Alessandro Pierguidi and James Collado, they will join Sebastian Buemi and Brendan Hartley as 4-time World Endurance Champions, and a number that nobody has gone past. So that's quite a great personal achievement for them. And for Antonio Giovinazzi, his first World Championship here in WEC.
Amazingly so, but yes, he's been fairly late to the programme. Giovinazzi, the previous Formula 1 racer, and was a big name for the Ferrari Hypercar programme to secure a couple of years ago with this 499p. But Pierguidi, the level of service is similar to that of James Collado, actually. Consider the number of years that he was driving GT cars for that factory, both within the GT3 rule set, but also GTE at Le Mans for several occasions. And it's been interesting watching from the outside to work out how Ferrari join different disciplines of motor racing together, single-seater backgrounds and the GT lineup within their rostrum to put teams together like that and be highly successful. It has taken them a little longer than perhaps they'd expected to get success outside of the 24 hours of Le Mans, but that came thick and fast at the start of the year. And actually their closing race has been very good, considering the advantage that seemingly Toyota have had on the field. For Ferrari then to be the next best car, as they are running 3rd and 4th and 5th actually, is more than I had expected, particularly because of the single lap speed that Peugeot seem to be offering, and Aston Martin as well. But they have knocked them aside. That the best placed Peugeot is 9th right now, and the 009 Aston Martin a couple of places better off in 7th. 13 minutes to go. Still some good arm wrestles to point out to you, including Malte Jakobsen in the 94 car, which is right on the tail of René Rast. So we might have a late change for 8th place yet. The 77 Ben Barker driven Mustang and the 31 BMW, that's going to be investigated for an incident at turn 1 which happened about 10 or so minutes ago. So that's one that could yet run beyond the checkered flag, but does not concern any of the front runners in LMGT3. Where are those cars? 7th and 8th at this stage. And that's not necessarily the first time Augusto Farfus has found himself in some hot water after the defensive antics up against Danny Juncadella. And Juncadella was not particularly impressed with those, judging by his gesture as he finally did overtake the Farfus car.
Game on in LMGT3. There's now a car length between Jose Maria Lopez and Matteo Drudi for 87 Lexus and 27 Aston Martin, a team in Heart of Racing that are very, very well known in the World Endurance Championship, and I've got to ASP, who have got a lot of experience in GT racing but relatively new to the World Endurance Championship, coming in with this Lexus program, of getting a win, of course, in Sao Paulo, and to get another win here in fact, it would make the 87 Lexus, if they can hang on here, the only other two-time winner, along with the Manthey Porsche, which is in line to win the championship. But who has got the pace to win here? It is down to absolutely nothing between the two leaders in LMGT3.
Yeah, so I did feel that Matteo Drudi, coming out of that final that final caution period with the virtual safety car and the safety car, that he might be a fly in the ointment for the Lexus crew and others as well. The Aston Martin qualified fairly well by Ian James and then Zach Robichon. Meanwhile, down at the first corner, the Cadillac went for a move. Number 12 Cadillac on the 83 Robert Kubica Ferrari. Briefly was by at turn 1, but then because it ran so deep into the corner, Kubica was able to get back in front. It'll be a 5-second penalty added to the next pit stop, or if that doesn't happen, which I can't see it happening, will be added to the 77's race time. So that could compromise its position. Car 77 is just a second ahead of Augusto Farfus, so it'll drop it behind that at the very least. Nose to tail again for the race lead in LMGT3. Lexus number 87 ahead of the 27 Aston Martin. And this car looking for a good run down the straight towards turn 4 then.
It would appear that the Lexus has got fantastic straight line speed, and the Aston seems to make it up in all the other parts of the lap, but very difficult then for Matteo Drudi to actually set up a move. That's the difficult part. A little bit like earlier on with Malte Jakobsen in the Peugeot, was able to hold off the Ferrari for so many laps because of the straight line speed.
The Lexus has won a race already this year. That was in Brazil, whereas the Heart of Racing team Aston Martin in GT is still waiting for its first win. Had a pretty good run at Le Mans, having seen Matteo Drudi seal pole position. One LMH car, one LMDH car, both running as French manufacturers, mind you. And that was Peugeot up against Alpine, a very last-ditch outbraking manoeuvre attempted by Charles Milesi in the 35 car, alongside the Peugeot of Malte Jakobsen. And Jakobsen stays ahead of the 35 car, but that could very easily have changed. So the best result to date for the Aston Martin, I'm trying to work out on the increased points, that was probably Le Mans actually, in comparison to the 12 points that it scored, which was a 6th place finish in Qatar at the start of the year. Therefore, on the longer distance stuff, Heart of Racing teams seem to get their strategy more right than wrong. It's been in the shorter 6-hour races where they've struggled to accumulate points, with a couple of non-finishes, or at least non-points scoring affairs. So they'd dearly like to close the season with a cracking result here. Drudi trying his level best, but he's going to find himself just a few more car lengths away now as the BMW slips down the inside. That's the number 20 car, to put a bit more real estate between the top two in LMGT3. We're inside the final 10 minutes now, with 7 minutes and 50 seconds still to go. The tears have already started at Ferrari, on course for their first manufacturer title then in the modern hypercar era. Alessandro Pierguidi 3rd, Nicholas Nielsen 4th. And it could well be that there are 3 499Ps finishing in the top 5 positions, but from a factory point of view, they are in totally the right order, with those factory cars circulating ahead of the customer program. 245 points will seal it, compared to the 171 for Toyota. So still Toyota will sneak into second place at this final race. They started the weekend in 4th behind Porsche and Cadillac. So that will be quite some steel from their other manufacturer competitors to get up to second place at the end of the year.
It was a shame for Porsche. They finished that. They'll be finishing in that kind of way. But Ferrari have just been imperious all year. They came out of the gates really, really strongly, and they won so much early on in the World Endurance Championship. You thought, are they prioritising that? Having won Le Mans twice, are they actually prioritising their strategy towards winning the World Championship rather than winning Le Mans? And then, of course, they went and won Le Mans. So to do both in the same year in this sort of era is really impressive. And they've stuck loyal to drivers like Alessandro Pierguidi, James Calado, etc., who have been with the factory for a very, very long time, taking them from GT into prototype, and they've been rewarded very, very well.
Some involved with this Lexus program, the 87 car, can't actually look at the screen anymore because of the pressure being applied by Mattia Drudi. 6 minutes in order to survive as the race leader. All is going well as also for Ferrari, with Alessandro Pierguidi, Antonio Giovinazzi, James Calado on course for a world title. And they go through turns 3 and 4 in imperious fashion. But of course, we shouldn't forget that there could potentially be drama around the next corner. The Ferrari in 4th position got very close there to the front of Mattia Drudi's Aston Martin, which in turn is under huge pressure from Maxime Martin. This is taking the heat away from Lexus, but it's all now about 2nd and 3rd in LMGT3.
It seems that the 83, of course, the Ferrari, Robert Kubica had absolutely nothing to give in this last kind of sprint stint, if you like, and it would appear that Drudi's burnt his tyre out as well, because Jose Maria Lopez is pulling away, and Drudi is now well into the clutches of Maxime Martin in the Mercedes.
Yeah, so Martin around the outside maybe at turn 11. The inside line next then for the Iron Lynx Mercedes, and he's managed to muscle Mattia Drudi away from second place. So a late change for 2nd and 3rd, with these two front engine cars have been there or thereabouts all weekend. The hard tyre was identified pretty early on from a number of GT drivers to favour the front engine cars. We've got a Lexus leading. We now have a Mercedes up to 2nd position, and Mattia Drudi has perhaps cooked his tyres in the early stages of his stint. It was all about the drag race out of turn 10, and Drudi edging the Mercedes as far to the left as possible. Maxime Martin did appear to have at least 3 tyres off the road surface, but he'd got the drive, he'd got the momentum, and eventually gets the place on the Aston Martin, which is now fighting back for Drudi to the high side of turn 1, but can't get the nose turned across the Mercedes in time for turns 2 and 3. So Mercedes stays in 2nd position ahead of the Aston Martin. Lexus able to disappear down the road now, and loving the fact that he might be able to see that 2nd and 3rd place fight getting very tasty, slowing the two of them down at the same time and giving the RCF enough of a margin, you could argue, to stroke it home now in the closing 3 and a bit minutes. 2 Ferraris arriving together into turn 10, still perfectly placed. I wonder how many people will remember that Toyota finished 1st and 2nd in this race, because at the moment all the focus is on those Ferraris winning this much anticipated title. That can so often be the case that everyone remembers who wins the big trophy, and the race winners can be overlooked. But Toyota will be loving the fact that they go into the winter period, and also the swan song for this GR010 as well. So what a way to sign off with this car. Alessandro Pierguidi, radio.
Turn 1, next lap. The next turn 1, we swap with 50.
Interestingly, so they're going to switch the 2 Ferraris around as well. So the 51 and the 50 car are going to change. I don't quite understand the reason for that, PMAC.
Maybe because, I guess because, it could mean, we think 23 points, that might put them ahead. That might make a Ferrari 1, 2, 3 in the World Championship.
Outscoring the Porsche and the Cadillac.
I think so, yes, because the Porsches are due to score 0, so if the number 50 Ferrari finishes third, they will get 23 points, which will vault them up to 98, which would put them ahead, which would mean a Ferrari 1, 2, 3 in the Drivers' Championship. Yeah, excellent. That's exactly why.
Excellent spot. Yeah, perfect arithmetic as well. The 6 cars not scoring points. The Norman Nato, Will Stevens, Alex Lynn Cadillac will score 6th place points. So they're still scoring 12. Takes them to 93, doesn't it? But more points on offer for the Ferraris if and when they change places. But if we are to believe that radio message, and why wouldn't we, those 2 Ferraris, and indeed they have switched. So Nick Nielsen now ahead of Pierre Guidi. 23 points takes them to 98, and outscoring the Cadillac, which is in 6th position on the road. It couldn't be more of a perfect end to the season, therefore. They'll seal the manufacturers, and in the Drivers' Championship, the World Endurance Drivers' Championship, the top 3 crews will all be Ferrari. Yellow flags, though, are now being displayed at turn 8, which is the first of the hairpins, as we enter the final lap. And there might yet be a small hurdle for the race leader, Nick de Vries, to negotiate. Has to be pretty cautious. I'm sure the engineers are on the radio now. It's debris at turn 8 on the exit curb. Not quite sure which side of the track it is, but looping their way through turns 1, 2 and 3 go the Ferraris. Everyone's going to have to be a little bit mindful, therefore, coming out of that first right-hand hairpin in the middle sector, as the champagne hasn't quite been uncorked down at AF Corsa with the factory cars, but we are seconds away from that. It's been a season, well, more than a season's work in actual fact, considering the amount of time that Ferrari have been trying to win this world title, entering the championship with the 499P in 2023, winning Le Mans for their first attempt. Might be a bit of Aston Martin, maybe. It's the right colour of that debris that sits on the exit of turn 8, but it is well off the racing line. Now a check about an incident involving Michel Gatting's 85 Porsche and the Corvette of Charlie Eastwood is going to be looked at turn 11. That was only 10 minutes ago. We are beyond the hour of 10 p.m. though, and right here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, it's going to be a Toyota 1-2 finish in the final race of the season, the Bapco Energy's 8 hours of Bahrain. Toyota with success finally towards the end of the year, and they will go into 2nd position in the Manufacturers' Championship. But it was always going to be a tough ask. Toyota couldn't have done it mathematically to beat Ferrari to their first world title in the hypercar era, and they have managed to fashion it so that the top 3 driving crews in the Drivers' Championship are all going to be from Ferrari as well.
Could it get much better for the prancing horse? And the 499P, one of the greatest cars that amazing firm has created. You look at the results, can you ask for more? And the thing is, how much longer will this go on for too? Amazing stuff from Ferrari, with so many drivers that they've developed over many, many years. Drivers who maybe could have gone all the way to Formula One but didn't get that opportunity, but they are definitely making up for it here in the World Endurance Championship as Lexus win for the 2nd time in 2025. But our champions though, Johnny, it's Porsche again.
Yeah, the 92 car, which looked way out of it in the opening few hours, but a combination of Ryan Hardwick's keeping it clean type racing, Ricardo Pera put in the 2nd stint, then back to Hardwick to finish off his bronze time, and excellent driving, as you would expect, nothing less from Richard Lietz. They muscled that car up to 4th place and easily outscore their rivals, finishing a position ahead of the 21 Ferrari of Alessio Rivera and the 81 TF Sport Corvette just finishing out of the points. A lovely touch that Yannick Dalmas is able to wave the checkered flag in his outgoing race after years of driving the safety car, and as PMAC was detailing in his racing days, a winner at Le Mans as well for Porsche. But Nick Nielsen in the 50 Ferrari and his fellow closing driver Alessandro Pierguidi will be absolutely desperate now to get into the pit lane, to get into the Ferrari garages and begin the celebrations. The drivers' title winners are Alessandro Pierguidi, and here he is.
You made a great job all the season. You are the champions of the world. Great, guys.
Yeah, the excitement in Ali's eyes there as he is careful to make sure that he's running over all the debris so that the car passes the ride height check. But the first manufacturer title, Toyota have 6, Porsche have 3, Audi 2, and now Ferrari with their first in the manufacturers' championship titles. That is in the modern era of the World Endurance Championship. The Audi titles, of course, coming from LMP1 days. But the celebrations are truly beginning now. Very close finish in LMGT3, just 0.7 of a second between the first place Lexus and the second place Maxime Martin-driven Iron Lynx Mercedes in standout, their best race result of the year with Mercedes. The other car suffering a touch mid-race, so finished off the lead lap, but terrific drive from Maxime Martin, not only to get ahead of Mattia Drudi, but to be right with Jose Maria Lopez in those closing laps. And had there been one more, that could have been very much up for grabs, because I'm not sure Lopez had necessarily a huge amount of tyre life left having pushed coming out of that safety car period, the very late safety car period, which was a surprise to both you and I, PMAC, and it certainly made things very interesting in that closing half hour.
It did, didn't it? Yeah, it really bunched everything back up again, but it didn't actually affect the order that we'd seen throughout the day. The Toyota's running strongly at the front, the Lexus totally imperious really at the front of LMGT3, but interesting to see as well, Toyota, they are yet to be beaten in Bahrain in the hypercar era. That's 5 in a row now. Back to their old ways.
Yeah, there is just sometimes something about how a car blends with a racetrack, and as we've said several times today, it's the most abrasive venue we go to, so clearly Toyota are doing something right regarding tyre wear or tyre selection perhaps as well, knowing precisely the point where they needed to change compound. Lovely little touch as well to see Nick de Vries congratulate Yannick Dalmas for his years of work, and Yannick emotional as well at the end of waving the checkered flag, the eyes moistening, and he'll find a lot of similar personalities down at Ferrari as well. Terrific result for the 92 crew and Manthey. I mean, they've won back-to-back titles. It's not been a great year for Porsche in the 963s, but Manthey at GT level go from strength to strength. They won it last year with the Lithuanian squad Pure Racing, and now Ryan Hardwick's outfit, and there's definitely a strong stars and stripes element to that entry, but it's Manthey and Germany that are showing everybody else how to win titles.
They are, and for Ryan Hardwick, for him, for a driver who was actually he was a jet ski racer, and has come into motor racing the last little while. He's got an amazing collection of road cars, but has taken to it so well. Came out of Lamborghini Super Trofeo actually, and clocked up wins at the Rolex 24 in America, Sebring, won Le Mans for the first time this year, an ELMS champion, and now gets a world championship to add to that. And for Richard Leitch, when does it stop? 6 Le Mans class wins and now a double world champion against so many other stories, and he just seems to get better with age.
The parties are beginning. I know Bruce Giuliani's very close as well to being able to grab a word with our race winners, but Ferrari are in celebratory mode. They have been for the last few laps, I get the feeling, and fashioning the order of the cars, John Hindhaugh, perfectly to get actually the top 3 drivers within their 3 cars to the top of the table.
Big hugs for the Ferrari crew. So much going on there for them, with of course 3 cars in the mix.
Yeah, and that was the case in the closing stages. 3 Ferrari 499Ps into the top 5 places. Toyota first and second, separated by the 20 seconds, and as we've mentioned, the virtual safety car, the safety car didn't really interrupt the flow too much between the 2 GR010s because of the amount of cars between them as we went into full course yellows. There are 1 or 2 investigations hanging over now beyond the end of the race, but they don't involve any of the key finishers, thankfully, because I would hate some sort of investigation to throw the result into doubt. But an incident involving one of the Alpines, the 35 car and the 94 Peugeot, yes, I remember that one, early on in the lap when they were side by side at turns 1 and 2, and the 85 Iron Dames Porsche involved in an incident with the 81 Corvette. But actually both no longer require investigation. So I'm pretty sure now that the record is clear, as Ferrari drivers, the ones that weren't at the wheel of the cars, finally get a chance now to catch up with Nick Nielsen and Alessandro Pierguidi. There have been some high-stress finishes to the World Endurance Championship here at Bahrain, but actually that was more of a case of we've got everything we need, please let's not anything go wrong, and calling the cars through every single sector, yes, but if you can manifest a comfortable end to the campaign, that was certainly it for Ferrari.
Yeah, it's. I mean, where do they go from here? That's the thing. They've kind of tasted everything they need to. They need to enjoy. You know, with winning Le Mans 3 times in a row. I mean, you got to go back to the Audi days to kind of think about that. Well, actually, of course, Porsche 919, they won it in 15, 16, and 17, but you have to say it's in a much more competitive era now.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
The budgets aren't as high. I'm sure they're high enough, but they're not at quite the heady days of LMP1. But the actual number of cars that are capable of winning is way deeper than it used to be, or really ever.
And the thing is, it's just going to get harder now, isn't it, to defend this title, because we have one other manufacturer joining the party next year in Genesis Magma, 2 more after that in season 2027, and you mentioned the budgets are a little less than they were in the LMP1 years, but they are still significantly high outlays for teams. Just ask Porsche about that, and if other manufacturers are finding it difficult to win up against Ferrari, then they will collectively start shouting about that. So that it's important that the championship provide a fair, level playing field, and that's what is us benefiting from that, isn't it, as the consumers?
Yes, I think that is quite a tightrope to walk, because you're dealing with a mixture of car brands. You know, Ferrari are relatively immune to the overall state of the global automotive industry. I mean, they live in a different universe. They supply a very different type of product. But then when you look at a brand like BMW or Peugeot or Alpine or Cadillac, you know, they're in a relatively, you know, they're in a little bit more mainstream part of the market, which, as we've seen even with a brand like Porsche, when you see their recent financial results, it's a hard life at the moment in the global automotive industry. So we have to keep that in mind, and each year that these programs roll on is definitely not to be taken for granted. And indeed, if you can put a program together to go and knock Ferrari off their perch, well, you've earned it, that's for sure.
Well, it's going to be a tough ask across 8 races in 2026 to defend their title. for sure. But if they can get the sort of start that they had in 2025, that will definitely benefit them. Remember, the next race in the FIA WEC is another high point-scoring affair at the start of season 2026, just 230 kilometres away from here as the crow flies at the Lusail International Circuit in Qatar. Amato Ferrari now joining the driving talent that has sealed the first World Endurance Championship title in manufacturers and the drivers. And John Hindhaugh, some great last-minute stage management, really, for the two Ferraris to switch positions to ensure that it's the three trios that finish as the top three crews in that Drivers' Championship.
Yeah, it's well spotted by Peter Mackay that's why they were doing that. I think that just underlines what a season they have had. Draw a box whenever you want in the World Endurance Championship, and they've ticked it this year. The third Le Mans win on the trot, so all three Ferrari crews, 50, 51 and 83, have won at Le Mans. Now they've won the World Championship for drivers and for manufacturers, and three driving crews are first, second and third. Now there will be people who will say this is all because of BOP, but look at how few mistakes they've made this year, and look at how they have managed, as they did today. They weren't going to win the race today, but they came home third, fourth and fifth, when at the start of the week they were struggling for pace. Now, we've seen that before, and they do improve, but you've got to say the decisions that have been made in terms of the tactics, in terms of how they've put this season together, have been impressive, and they are worthy world champions.
Very much so, and they were able to just have that comfort, that margin of comfort towards the end. I think they knew the game was up in terms of winning this race, because this appears now to be very much Toyota's backyard, as PMAC points out, 5 years in a row now where the Toyota has had success in at least winning the race, first and second today. But once you kind of took that on board, Ferrari needed to be the next best car, and they ended up being that comfortably because of a difficult afternoon, as it turned out, for Peugeot, who'd qualified so well on that second row, finishing in 9th and 10th places. BMW have suffered a touch as well today, and the Cadillacs on one side very much faded with respect to the number 38 car. The pyrotechnics and the glitter fired then from this impressive platform that has been set up at the pit lane entry road. That unsettling moment where cars come down pit lane in the wrong direction to head into the World Championship quadrant, as it is for this, and a spectacular looking trophy for the world title and for the manufacturer's title going to Ferrari. And the cars are perfectly positioned as well for all of the footage and the photographs that you're going to be seeing in the coming hours and days. And Ferrari will value this hugely. They're going to lose one of their major competitors in season 2026, but the paddock within the WEC is growing rather than condensing. And as I say, in order to maintain this performance, Ferrari are going to have to work even harder. But we'll allow them a few months of celebration before that. I know that preparations for season 26 in things like the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship are going to start in a matter of days, so they're not going to have a huge amount of downtime, crews involved in both championships. But there are some tweaks to some cars that will happen over the winter period, and indeed, in the case of BMW, full revised Evo hypercars to look forward to as well. And what will be the future of some of the teams that have done so well in GT this year, particularly Manthey First Form? Will Ryan Hardwick be hungry for another season in the WEC, or will he now consider this a box ticked and start to look elsewhere? I always find it tough, I think, PMAC, put this down, really. He's already got the bug, having been successful in ELMS, now the WEC. Surely he's want to fight for more in the season and beyond.
Well, really, the only thing missing off his CV would be Asian Le Mans and IMSA, and then he's kind of done the full set, hasn't he? And it's still a question mark whether Porsche will have a couple of cars in the WEC next year in terms of the GT class, because without Hypercar there, that maybe puts their participation in question. But let's hear from James Collado.
Amazing. What is the feeling inside, world champion?
It's emotional. The first thing I did was look at my kids, even before the race finished, and I was almost in tears. They're here with me, my family, they hardly ever come, so it's amazing to get the victory, world champion for the 4th time. And of course the first time in the top class, so what an achievement.
Congratulations, mate.
Yeah, well, Collado, he certainly wanted the new contract to be sorted well before he then had to deal with the emotion of this final race meeting, but now he can truly relax with his family over the next few months. And great that they've dedicated an entirely different bit of the pit lane actually to the winners in LMGT3. That looks like it's normally the penalty box, but you'd want to be in the penalty box having won this year's WEC at LMGT3 level. A big smile from one of the most experienced drivers in the WEC, Richard Leeds, also Ricardo Pera, and Ryan Hardwick will be there or thereabouts as well. Manthey make it back-to-back titles, and Bruce Giuliani will be grabbing a word with one, if not all, of their drivers very shortly. Antonio Giovinazzi next.
Some tears back in the garage. How do you feel?
I feel good, really good. Really happy. Just a lot of emotion inside of myself. It was just a long day, a long 8 hours. After the 24-hour Le Mans, I think this is one of the best days of my life for many reasons. So, just really proud of the team. We won 2 titles, so what I can say, fantastic.
How do you rate this as the biggest achievement in your career so far?
Yes, for sure, world champion, it's something I always dream with Ferrari, so what I can say.
Congratulations.
Grazie.
They managed to get the titles that they so desperately wanted, and Ferrari then can start to just relax a little bit. I know we will not be that far away from interviews with the Porsche trio as well. A word, John Hindhaugh, on this brilliant efficiency and consistency from Manthey from one season to the next.
That's Manthey, isn't it? I mean, you said it. It's Manthey. That's what they do. That's what they continue to do. Let's not forget, we're going to see them more often in America next year in the IMSA Championship. Porsche are going to have extra drivers than they need. They could be placing some of their factory drivers, maybe currently even on prototype duty, back to their roots. Manthey just deliver. Part of the Porsche family now and have been for quite some time. But if you look up consistency in motor racing, there's a picture of a Manthey car. It's just like it.
Celebrations then really starting in style, and although the night of champions is tomorrow here in Bahrain, the 3 drivers from the number 92 Porsche are able to get their hands on the big trophy right now. Manthey, first form, are the 2025 team's champions, and the drivers, the endurance trophy for LMGT3 drivers goes to Ricardo Pera, to Richard Leeds and Ryan Hardwick. Here we go.
Great t-shirt. LMGT3 champions of 2025 and driver of the race. Ryan, talk us through that race.
Man, it was unforgettable. I mean, to start from the very back row, I mean, everything was against us, but I never lost confidence. I always believe, and I believe in our team. I believe in these 2 great drivers that I have with me, and step by step, we just made our way up the field, and we never made any mistakes in the race. And so it was a great effort from the team, great effort from the drivers, and it was an honor to be, nominated by the fans for Driver of the Day today. I had a lot of fun in that opening triple stint.
congratulations, all three of you. I know you have to go and do your podium. Enjoy it.
So they just missed out on the event podium, but they are top of the shop in the most important bit of it. And well done then to the Manthey crew, who become the new LMGT3 world title winners in the number 92 Porsche. Thanks to John Hindhoff, who is stepping away from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Peter Mackay and I will be doing that very shortly as well, because it's going to be a little longer wait to get the event podium organised. You have to tear Ferrari away for one of their cars that did finish on the podium, the number 50 from the champagne that will already be being sprayed down in the AF Corsa garages. Here's Nick de Vries, the race winner.
Final, you crossed the checkered flag. What an amazing win today. Pole position, win, 1-2 for Toyota, and you clinch place out of Porsche for the championship, finishing second. Amazing day.
Yeah, certainly a very, very good way to finish off the season. I mean, it's been a challenging journey all the way through. We didn't really score any podiums or wins until now, but we finished it on a high and kind of took everything at the same time. It was a challenging race. I was very kind of annoyed with the first virtual safety car, because obviously people around us managed to get a kind of free pit stop for new tires, and I was kind of hanging on all the tires at the time, but I think that was an important point, and obviously Mike and Kamui did a great job as well. So yeah, and to have car 8 joining us on the podium, which was very well executed to come back after that drive through. So happy day.
A little word about Ferrari. They finished 1, 2, 3 in the championships, pretty strong for them. And also how much work for next year and the new evolution of the car.
Yeah, I mean, they did a great year. They were particularly dominant in the first half. They were kind of winning everything. So ultimately they deserve to win. So yeah, hats off to them, and congrats.
Thank you so much. Well done.
Quite a mature answer there from Nick de Vries, even though it felt like he didn't really want to comment on Ferrari. That's not his business at the end of the day. But Toyota would love there to be a few more races, because it does appear that they are finding a bit of form. I suppose one swallow doesn't necessarily make a summer, mind you. But I mean, the next season begins not that far away from here, in a similar climate, similar race length as well, Peter Mackay, but they'll have a different car by that point. So again, important to find some of the Toyota form that they've had with the GR010 in previous years with this brand new car from the off.
That's an ominous prospect, I think, for Toyota's rivals. You know how strong they have been for so many generations of the FIA World Endurance Championship, and yeah, then bringing a new car. It's quite funny how it looks remarkably like a Ferrari 499P, actually, in the shots I've seen. Not that it is a total copy, of course not, but it's when you have a consistent rule set, generally there seems to be the ultimate solution, and manufacturers all get to the same answer eventually. It's just who gets there first, and you can be sure that Toyota, the car that they come out with, will be very, very strong indeed. What's interestingly for me, though, is that the Toyota, number 8 will be disappointed they didn't win the race, but number 7 have won the race, and not an enormous amount of smiles going on in the pre-podium area for me.
Maybe not. I mean, they're probably looking over at Ferrari rather enviously, thinking that should be us, but then again they haven't had the form for it to be them, and they'll have very recent memories where Toyota have been celebrating to that extent, and it just shows you how eager these athletes are to taste success, and the worst thing possible is to see their very near rivals having it and they're having to suffer, but that's what makes you want to come back fighting all the more harder next year. Do we know yet about the new Toyotas? Powertrain, is that going to be similar, V6 again, like the Ferrari and the current Toyota?
Good question. I don't know. I don't know what
they may not have released that information yet, in fairness.
I tell you what, they've been so good at keeping their new GT3 car under wraps. Everyone wants to know what's happening with the new. Is it a Lexus? Is it a Toyota? Whatever it is, it's going to be cool to see. But of course, a double win for Toyota with Lexus as their sister brand.
Yeah. And a very good Friday when they both achieved pole positions in their relevant categories. We'll stick around for the race podium within Hypercar. I'm going to suggest it'll take a bit longer then to get the GT drivers sorted, but I can give you the podium positions in GT. With Manthey just missing out, as I say, so the 27 crew, a heart of racing teams, Aston Martin finishing in third for the closing race. Their drivers, Ian James, Zach Robichon and Mattia Drudi. Second in LMGT3, the 61 Mercedes AMG, by far their best result from Iron Lynx, from Martin Berry, Lynn Hodanius and Maxime Martin. And the win in LMGT3 going for the second time this year to Lexus and the Acodis ASP team for Razvan Umberescu, Clemens Schmidt and Jose Maria Lopez. But the podium for Hypercar taking place now after Ferrari win the titles. The 50 Ferrari finishes in third position. Car 50 for Antonio Fuoco, Miguel Molina and Nicholas Nielsen. Second place to the 8 crew from Toyota of Sebastian Buemi, Brendan Hartley and Ryo Hirakawa. But here come the race winners in the 2025 Bapco Energy's 8 Hours of Bahrain. Congratulations to Mike Conway, to Kamui Kobayashi and to the man we've just heard from, Nick de Vries. They will all three take to the top step of the podium. And for Toyota Gazoo Racing, we will, along with one of their engineers, by the way, probably their main engineer, we will hear the Japanese national anthem here in Bahrain.
And now, the national anthem of the main team from Japan.
Toyota Gazoo Racing, the winners then of the 2025 8 Hours of Bahrain. Thank you very much for being with us over the last couple of days here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. My thanks to Bruce Giuani, to Alex Le Guy, John Hindhoff, Peter Mackay. Thank you, P-Mac, for keeping us company. I hope you've enjoyed your second WEC race of the season, because you were very much part of the Le Mans team. Good way to go out in style, wasn't it?
Yeah, like I said, I'm the glory hunter. I just come for the big marquee events. Le Mans in the last race of the season. I've loved it. It's there's been such a cerebral race, hasn't it, with so many different tyre permutations of, some mixing left and right hand side or fronts and rears and different compounds. I think we saw every possible combination. And what is it? You can get about 13 million different variants of Ford Transit. We saw every possible variant of Michelin tyre and combination otherwise on the hypercars today. But it all meant that Toyota came through 1 and 2 and very well deserved.
And can their form continue into next year with their brand new car? We will be able to provide you some answers, we hope, for the 2026 running of the FIA World Endurance Championship, to be brought to you live again on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Remember, next season begins a full month later at the Qatar circuit, the Lusail International Circuit. The 28th of March is due to be round 1 of the new campaign. From Peter Mackay and Johnny Palmer in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, thanks so much as well to Tim Gray, our executive producer, making sure that we talk in all the right bits. To Eve Hewitt as well for all of her efforts as the responsible adult through season 2025. And we will see you Wednesday night for a reaction during Midweek Motorsport to this race, to this campaign, and in the new year for the next episode of the World Endurance Championship. Bye-bye for now.